against the reigning world champions T1 to kick off the 2026 mid-season invitational. We'll see you after game number 1.
Everyone to the caster desk for our first series in MSI as it's time to meet the teams. To the surprise of absolutely no one, the house favorites T1, reigning world champions. You heard it from Degon, heavy favorites in today's series. A team with, I think, pretty good chances of making it out of the play-in stage, but their opposition, hoping, praying we see Team Liquid Alienware rise up today, find that form, give that faith back to Azael.
And right now, Dracos, before we get into game, equal chances, okay? Equal chances of moving on.
Everything is a 50-50,
you know,
technically.
We're not in Summoner's Rift yet, okay? So
that's true, that is true.
Team Liquid here, loading into the Rift, and I like the analyst that's setting up a lot. You know, we had multiple interviews from Spawn talking about how it has been his goal ever since becoming a coach in North America to take down T1. And past iterations, you know, he's been able to take games off them. So we'll see. They certainly are the favorites here in T1. World champions, as you say, and they also just released the extra swag skins from being the most recent world champions. I have to say, those are looking pretty clean.
Pa dobro jutro ljudi moji, ja se nadam da ste se lepo odmorali, jeste dobri, jeste spremni, da sam ja upalio stream kako treba i tako dalje i tako dalje. Imamo dojevu, juče će ovo trajati 2 sata ova prva serija. Tako da, ajmo da vidimo.
Maybe we see the return of more melee focused supports, but just a lot that we're going to have to find out. Maybe the mage infestation that Raz talked about is also going to come to fruition.
Personally, I've been having a lot of fun with Silas. I've been playing jungle Silas, but you can play in mid also, obviously. And he got pretty big buffs on the patch too, so I think that's a little crystal ball, possible champion to take over. Syndra too, getting a lot of rumors there about being much more powerful now too. So always exciting to explore new metas when you get to international tournaments. And right at the beginning of the tournament, Dracos, is the perfect time to surprise and perfect time to strike.
The perfect time for us to be careful about being too overconfident in some of the predictions, but I think Syndra does feel like a safe bet. Buffed and was already looking pretty oppressive, and we're seeing a lot of the mainstays from the previous meta still banned away. Cassio hit a little bit in base stats, still immediately going to get banned out.
And this is good research here by T1. They're just kind of emulating what Lion did very successfully versus Team Liquid in our finals. Take out the Nefiri away from Jose, and of course Jay's Rakan. Also extremely fearsome, and they use these champions. Number one, Jose won first team all-pro jungler with very aggressive looks on a lot of AD jungle champions. Meanwhile,
also fun fact, Ameriku nisam gledao, pojma nemam ko je Jose Odo, osim ako nije od Amneov sin, u kom slučaju ko.
Denial of vision plays, and maybe T1 want to play some side lanes as well. We'll see.
What is the angle going to be? Nocturne hit a bit on the patch, but again, just prioritizing comfort. Varus, another champion who was pretty heavily nerfed, adjusted.
Ovo Kevin naglas ne čitamo, program ipak ide na TV, hvala puno. Ostavili Orianu za fakera, dobro. Iako će napraviti neki wombo combo komp i klepovati ih u 20 minuta. Komentator će alavi napucen. A ne.
champion could you have picked where you wouldn't have
Što je
been
bio ovaj u Evropi je nešto bio kratko. Dobro sam kako se zove.
Quid's best champion, quite probably, into it. So I'm hoping that Team Liquid have intentionally set this up to put pressure on Oriana. Bard is a good
Čekaj, Liquidov coach.
another champion that can put
I
pressure
head
on
coach.
Oriana in side lanes. If you can burn Oriana's flashes,
Ovo ti je...
lots of pressure there.
Ovo ti je spawn, njega znaš.
Her being low mobility.
Bard's already hit a little bit, losing some of the damage on the passive, but still offering a
Ovo
mental
ti
tilt,
je...
especially against an immobile champion like Oriana. Does have the movement speed steroid, but still, if Bard is in the area, pretty hard to get out of that tempered fate. Paired now with the Caitlyn, a bot lane classic. Trapped.
On ti je caster bio...
So much damage down, and if anyone on the side of T1 is caught sleeping or out of position, pretty easy 100-0 option for Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely a very, very popular combo, and it does make me feel a little bit better. I was most worried about bottom lane. We'll see if that changes or not with what FaZe and Keria decide to go for. Plus, Daniel, it's always critical not to give Keria Bard, so getting the Bard out in Fearless.
Coach spawn, da, on je caster iz... iz Okeanije, zašto FaZe igra Mel? Oh, bro, chill, alo, draft, Ivan, please. Please, Ivan, Fox, molim vas. Dobro, previše je rano za klarine komentare, svega mi, ne molim da je gledam i da čitam više ovo.
And this is the thing, Kobe, is I want to praise you for instantly locking in that those are what the picks are going to be, but I feel like it's not a good look for your boys, because this is a terrifying bottom lane.
Yeah, Keria is definitely very good at the Camille support. The Camille support's not like a support champion that everybody can play, but when you look good with it, you know, Keria on and these types of players that can roam really effectively and put so much pressure on other lanes too. Definitely very
Interesantan draft na botu. Iskreno.
Think that it's going to support what chances we could leave open the 0.001% chance that you know, they decide to swap it and give it up to Thor, but that's not going to happen. But here we go. The Akali does also make me feel a bit better. That's what is expected. Yeah. Giving over the Oriana, who, by the way, is squishier. That was part of one of the nerfs, taking down her base HP. So maybe here, Quid, at least Team Liquid, are setting their players up with champions that they are very comfortable on, and setting them up for success here. So let's see what else they can do to try and put more pressure on those mages in the Mel.
Ok, gledajte sad mid matchup. Znači, Faker bulija Quida, prvih 6 levela. Quid sedi ispod kule na 150 healtha, 100-150 healtha. I onda Quid solo killa Fakera na levelu 7 nakon prvog recola. To mi je predict.
Also banned one of the champions we mentioned who might see her way back into the jungle, but also is just really good into Camille.
Yeah, also good into Akali, so they
Shortovi, da vidiš ti.
do not want Akali to get stopped.
Biće malo više zoomirati, pošto nema kamere dole.
Plus owner, he's kind of good at Vi and Poppy, so also
Ili to ili prazno mesto, nešto.
Jungle getting whittled down very heavily though, so that is the real takeaway after this. And let's see how deep we do get here for Jose, because Jose did a lot of heavy lifting for Team Liquid in our regular season and in the playoffs.
Ne znam kako poroditi sad ovi overload. Sad nije da rekorda ovo, ne može da rekorda ovo.
Once, although unsuccessfully. And okay, nice. I wasn't fully on board, so I'm happy we get the
I can hear it in your voice when you're skeptical, Kobe. I think the fans can too.
Because Wukong, a champion like Wukong,
Ću da ga
put more
rekordam.
pressure on the Ori and the Mel. I feel like then
Smanjeno, pa ga ti
Shyvana,
zoomiš.
unless Shyvana like takes over the whole game and you know, is able to snowball and get huge CS leads. So we'll see here with the Wukong putting the extra threat of another flanker, another dive champion here onto the T1 carries. Meanwhile, we did talk about those T1 skins, Daniel.
We did. So, and the struggle is, while we were really one champion away from owner, it turns out another owner champion just rears its head. It is the Xin. Small nerfs mostly to the people who are playing AP solo lanes, but this is a champion who can be so oppressive and really shut down a lot of that dive.
Yeah, and owner's insane on it. And honestly, I think it would be an honor to be defeated by Owner wearing his skin.
Kobe, no, bro.
If he
more hope. You
decides
need
to
more
use it.
hopium, bro. We need to get you. We need to get you set up with the
No,
pass.
I actually do really like what we went for. You know, our strategy for the. Okay, here we go. The Yasuo.
Ok, wow.
Let's talk about, but we'll hold on to the
Yasuo, ok, dobro, Yasuo gnara, to je fine. Yasuo gnara, Yasuo Vukog, da Vukog da knock-up, interesantno jako.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for the counter picks. We want to invest into Yasuo, into Gnar. This is one of the most classic, longest standing, looking for, kills on the Gnar in mini form. Yasuo can choose these trades very effectively. The only thing is that both the Yasuo and the Akali gonna have to wait for Wukong to get towards level 6 to have the really big impact, but especially if we could blow an Orianna flash early on in this game, around like level 5 or something like that, and then you look for the repeat play towards the Orianna.
Actually fun draft. Iskreno fun draft. Kevine, slažem se, ima i toga malo, Bože moj. Znaš kako, pijem kaficu, gledam MSI. Da, ne mogu se žaliti. 2 best of 5. Da. 2 best of 5 i djelimično želim da ovo ode u 4. 5. game samo radi drafta. Jer mislim će draft biti presmešan ako ode u game 5. Kao game 1 imamo Yasuo, Camille, Mel, botlane, legitimno fun pikove. I što je fun, ne znam koliko je fun, ali ljudi su prestali da igraju AD carry na botu. Igraju samo mage'eve ljudi sad.
Camille here. Well, let's see what they do. They're bringing jungle down bottom for the early trade too.
Shot, wall dive in, decent damage. Halo Blade's proc, traded back for the electrocute.
So look at this, yeah. Jose's going to continue on this bottom path here. He was hovering around bottom, waited in the tri-bush, and now it's going to start on owner's red. Or even traverse all the way.
Skinove možemo da vidimo, nice, veoma lepo.
Trying to split the map for their Caitlyn Bard.
Can be a bit of a risky proposition though, because again, you mentioned it, top lane is such a volatile matchup, so while it would be fantastic for Yeon and Core to have that extra support on the bottom side, leaving Morgan isolated in that advantage with jungle support could be devastating.
Yeah, we'll see about the bottom side though, because this does kind of play into what we talked about before. If you secure Caitlyn Bard pushing, then they're going to have safety and it will buy you from Bard so that you can set Quid up. And that is a lot of times the real goal of Team Liquid in their games. Get Quid money, especially on champions like Akali, so that he can take over some team fights later on. But we'll see about this wave.
Ma Kevine, bit će još malo, sedim u mraku, ne vidim noći, iskreno mi se ne pali kamera. Si mogu da upalim kad doću samo u zonu. Trenutno se sastajem s univerzumom na 30 minuta sna i ne bleje mi se na kameri. Ova poruka koja piše također važi i za balkanske streamove zove live. Ako hoćete dobijete dropove, gledajte preko LoL eSporta i možete dobiti nagrade. Tako da mogu čak i da pinujem link. Pa možete gledati preko YouTube-a. Samo da naću. Evo ovdje. I možete... Odlično.
This is quite good for jungle setup here. Now, Owner does know, okay, Wukong, because he saw all the CS numbers that he has, so he knows that he's taken away my bottom half of the map. So, Owner immediately goes into blue side, does not waste any time. That ward is important as well in case Jose...
u suštini ovo je kao... kao lec. Watch partije. Jedino što ne smijem, recimo, ne znam, da prekrijem ovo dole levi, ovaj čoša da piše AVS, na primjer. Tako je, da. Znači, nagrade ko da gledaš bilo koji drugi stream, samo dobiješ, možeš i na ovom streamu dobiješ. Jedina stvar je što kad gledaš tu nemaš chat, tako da bolje da to pop-outujete u odvojenom windowu, da gledate preko toga, a da chillate ovdje u chatu.
And not fall behind, even though it is all across the map. And our second respawns of all the jungle camps are going to be desynced. So you're seeing Jose now move in for the respawn here on Raptors number 2 to make sure that he's going to be able to take these away before Carrier can come defend. And Core JJ's here along with Quid, so they should secure them.
Checking in now, are going to be able to secure that camp. Carrier face checking, has the hookshot wall dive just to walk away. It doesn't. Oh, Core is going to stick around. Carrier stepping a little bit too far forward. Not able to get in front of that. Obviously one of the big strengths of Camille. It's pretty easy for her to get out of most situations, as Morgan's holding on the top side, has mostly been isolated in the 1v1, but Doran still...
Last of Us 2 možda, vidjet ćemo. Mora se složim s joystickom prvo, pa ćemo vidjeti kakva je situacija.
Once we get a little bit more free time from the junglers and supports, and speaking of Camille's support, by the way, this thing just completely took off and is so dangerous for all other
Core
lanes.
JJ Roman na mida healuje.
Takes his roam timer straight up through mid to go help Faker push out as Core is mirroring.
Owner walking forward as well. And while Team Liquid did a really good job of getting some control on the bottom side of the map, T1 doing their best to fight back here. Quid trading with Faker. Or in the area, not
Ja, sure, možemo pričamo o draftu, samo nima što se dogodi ovdje. Ovdje se forsiraju zašto je Faker, Oriana i pre 6. možda radi šta hoće, Akali. Ok, draft. Idemo draft. Znači, best of 5 je. T1 je bacio prije Orianu, zašto je Oriana najjači hero u igrici. Oriana je giga broken. Uzme Shori. Liquid odgovara sa Bard Kate iz nekoliko razloga. Jedan od razloga je zašto je Carry Bard samo beyond broken. Moraju to da uzmu. I također ne vole Kate matchup jer zajedno taj matchup je mnogo jak. Botlane se trenutno drafta u pairingu. Znači pikaš dva heroja koji rade dobro zajedno. Očigledno Caitlyn Bard radi jako dobro jer Bard kad ulta može da... Caitlyn može da postavi trap. Radi dobro matchup. T1 odgovara sa Mel Camille jer je Carrya predobar na Camille jedna stvar. Druga stvar je što Camille može da prati i Bard roam timinge. Camille je jedan od malog heroja koji u stvari jako lepo roamuje sa Bardom i sa Halo Bladesom također može da ga mečuje donekle. Sad vraćam draft iz glave po redosledu, ali ima smisla kako su draftovali. Onda T1 treći pik uzima Akali jer je Akali decent u Orianu post 6. Dobija batine do 6. i onda od 6. imaš kill pressure. I u splitu kasnije si fine. Ne u gradu splitu, hvala puno. Onda su banovi vjerojatno bili neki jungleri i T1 uzima kako se samo nasetim samo. Ili je Liquid uzao prvo Wukonga pa su ovi uzeli Xina što je handshake. Handshake u smislu oba junglera su dobra, šta god. I onda T1 mora da blinda top. Doran je u fazonu, nije mama cavu rodila. Pika Gnara koji je okej. Nije, mislim, safe top je. Cavu nije u smislu neće igra tanka, ali je safe top. I onda Liquid ide Yasuo ugao. Jedan, zašto je Yasuo mnogo dobar u Gnara. Drugo što već imaju Wukonga za knock-up. Tako da... u stvari draft ima smisla, nisam prokomentarisao zašto je T1 uzeo Mel. Mel je samo fine u Caitlyn i to je otprilike to. Ne postoji nužno na ovom nivou previše AD carry-a koji mogu lagano da igraju u Caitlyn da imaju escape. Sve što je dobro u Caitlyn nema dash. Ashe je dobra, Varus je dobar, Jinx je dobra, Aphelios je dobar, Jhin je decent, MF je decent. Ali tako. To su svi AD carry koji pikate u Caitlyn i jedan nema dash. Ne postoji dash AD carry koji je, da kažeš, dobar u Caitlyn, pogotovo u Bard pairingu. Eventualno su mogli da igraju Ezreal Karmu, ne znam da li je to bilo banovano, ne znam što se to dogodilo. A možda samo se to nije igralo, pogotovo carry koji je playmaking support, ne znam baš koliko mu se igra Karma. Nema ni Mel dash, tako je, ali za Mel je mnogo lakše da igra bez istog. Jer imaš W da negiraš dosta stvari, imaš E koji je mnogo bolji disengage nego većina drugih stvari što imaju AD carry. I onda si druga Caitlyn, range matchuješ je... I također nisi hard out, nisi hard out scale-ovan. Ne dalje više volim AD carry-a nego Mel. Kao, lakše je za execute, ali Mel je dosta jednostavan hero u late-u. Kao baciš 2 spela, promašaš 2 spela, basicuješ 2 put sa pasivnom, nastakaš dovoljno za ulti kill i fine si. I još jedna jako bitna stvar u toj situaciji. Kada god vidite Bard plus drugi roam matchup, samo još će biti ovdje ghostovao je Kate. I a nije Kerija imao dovoljno, još jedan basic. Imali su Kerija, mislim, ovdje. I... Ojoj, Kerija! I dalje, prelepo. Hoće da umre od core JJ, ali da, ostavljaju Kvidu. Dakle. Kakav ugod. I iskreno prelepo od Kerije. Ne moraš ti Klarobe, budiš Kerijać. Ja sam bio u fazonu Kerije, samo mrtav ovdje. Doran dobija batine, imali šta novo? A nije, težak je matchup, šalim se, Doran igra fajn ovaj matchup.
But overall, good for the side of Team... Bad for the side of Team Liquid that they lost Yon there. Luckily, the wave was in a terrible spot. But good for them that Quid, I think, gets the kill. Snowballing him faster to that Gunblade. Maybe can get him a bit more kill pressure. I think the reason it's a bit of a disaster, though, is remember that flash cooldown was not available.
Well, yeah, okay, so that's why they're deciding to go for us. And then they get with such low health, using the Ignite from Keria here, and the Ignite is ticking down, and then... Yeah, here we go. Fog of War, what we want to see. He gets jumped on. There he is. He goes to put the trap. Yon going to put that single trap over there. He's like, what are you doing, bro? Keria sees him. Keria gets the first blood.
And, you know, Team Liquid, they're so aware of his potential exit route. They're trying to body block to make sure he can't jump back. But they didn't have an angle to stop him from jumping onto Yon.
It's so clean with his hookshot and his flash right there from Keria to close that distance.
Yes.
Jeez.
And now you start to feel a little bit nervous because an accelerated Camille still has a lot of kill pressure, and now the Hextech ultimatum is available. We're not afraid to walk up here, but T1 getting what they can is they're going to go for it one more time. They know Yon doesn't have any resources. The ulti's a little too late. Keria frozen, golden, but the damage is just not there. Hextech ultimatum to try and walk it off. Nice binding coming in from Core. One more auto to Pays. They might be able to get it done. They're so low, but it's just a part. The rebuttal is there. Keria and Pays.
He's now Mana's ult.
The fight on the top side breaks out. Quid recognizes this is a window of opportunity to try to get something back. But Team Liquid walking away empty-handed.
Yeah, under tower here, and Camille all
vi ste sad sve podelili što treba podeliti. Kevine, mislim da ne... Ovo je... Faker se flashuje? Ja mislim da ne ubija Kvida, nema mane. Ne, ali gledaj kako prima damage, dobija manu. Kvid će dumre se. Što mu je radio damage? Da, Katalistovi i ovaj dive. Jako lepo odjeva na ovdje. Možda ubije Keriju. Ne možda ubije Keriju, šalio sam se. Možda ubije Keriju, fine. Dobro je jedan odigrao ovdje.
They see Core on the roam and they say we're gonna dive again. T1 making it happen across the map in the skirmishes. It was quiet for a while, Dracos. It was close for a while, but T1 now exploding. Let's take another look.
Koliko naporan matchup, brate mili, koliko naporan matchup na botu.
With his level 6, so he goes in, gets a hook shot stun here onto Yon. They get him so low, and then there you go. Bard ultimate not going to do much for them, even though the trap was down there.
Gledajte samo Fakerovu manu ovdje. Koliko svaki put, mislim kako to radi, ti kada trošiš manu, healuješ se, kad primaš damage dobiješ manu. Gledamo manu, pogledaj. Akali baci Q, on dobije 50 mane. Baci basic Q, dobije 50 mane. Žao mi je, engleski kasteri, brži sam od vas i sa 30 minuta sna, hvala puno. GG za mene, veoma lepo.
really starts to take over. Morgan doing pretty well in the isolated 1v1. Did solo force out Doran's flash, but because of the
Force out. Doran je igra loš matchup, iskreno. Tako da ne možemo Dorana da kritikujemo, realno zeznut je matchup. Doran samo treba da ode even. Znači jedini posao Dorana je ne budi 0-10 i fajn si. Doćeš do team fightova, ti kao Gnar si uvek koristan i Asu je situaciono koristan. U 5 na 5 fajtu jako je teško biti koristan na Asu, pogotovo protiv Tivana. A mrtav je, predaleko je od Megija, mislim da mogu da ga... Samo moraju da ga fokus dive-uju, a ne ovako, ali nema veze. Uff. O! Flash ult? Ne! Dobro. Pez je našao jedan ako ništa, ali jako lep ult od Fakera. Ivicom vratio Kvida, counter iz druge strane mape. Clean. Aj nemaš Faker, ostaviš Orianu, to je malo grif, iskreno. Blagi grif, blagi grif.
Now on the chase in the bottom lane. We saw Faker in the previous play burn flash. There's an angle of attack here.
Fajn, ne mogu ubio ovo dvojica.
Look, have to be careful not to overcommit. They don't want to risk anything as Faker's just going to continue to run away with the movement speed steroid from the dissonance. Overall, good discipline from Faker not to back too soon to make sure he has a successful retreat.
Carry je sigurno najbolji igrač na svetu. Samo kao igrač, ja mislim da ne postoji bolji igrač od Carry-a trenutno. Već 2-3 godine unazad. Prelepo.
Faker there just in time, uses the TP. And unfortunately, this reality of playing against this T1 lineup is once they start upping the pace of the game, they really don't stop.
Ne znam što radi s Yasom. To nemam pojma što radi s Yasom sad.
Never got to burn that flash early, isolated and focused down, and it's a similar story for the bottom lane. While they were ahead early, once Carrier started forcing those dives, it's just been all in T1's favor. Meanwhile, on the side of
mislim jeste 1-3, ali samo pravi previše za svoj tim.
He at the very least here, the Yasuo has some damage, went with the early Kraken. And now Team Liquid with the early reset here. 3 people trying to take over another set of Raptors. Raptors' #1 objective in the game League of Legends.
Svi smo mi pomalo.
He's waiting off to the side of the judo. Excellent backstep to get away from most of the cooldowns there, but now he has been locked up. Tempered fate, but I don't know if this is where Jose wants to be.
Fine, ima flash.
Flash over the wall. Core still getting caught up, still getting rooted. A little bit more health coming through, but the Eclipse takes him down.
More stacks for Pays as well. Okay, here we go. Now Rift Herald used immediately to take down this mid tower.
Mounted up. Yeah, don't want to give them any more time to farm. 2k lead in mid lane. All the AP carries so far ahead.
Ako stigne do dole, lepo.
They keep hard forcing these fights. They force Morgan to come to show up for his team. That side lane advantage.
Uzmi bot kulu. Clean Herald use. Clean Herald use. Mislim mišljati uzmi Herald da ga vozi dole.
T1 now have a lot of room to work with on the map.
That they do. And one of the hardest things about playing against this double AP carries is you don't really have that tanky front line. Wukong gets a lot of natural armor. You can see that Core is doing his best to mitigate that upfront burst with a locket, just to get a small buff on this patch, but just for his personal stats. While Pays and Faker, they're getting to that one-shot territory, and when you're backed up by a Camille, it gets a lot easier to hit your skill shots.
It certainly does. Definitely one of the huge benefits.
Camille is here. That was basically a solo kill. Carrier coming in, getting a little bit more money for himself, but Pays, that was some disgusting damage.
He's got 6 seconds left on his ultimate, so definitely worth there for Carrier. Goes in, gets some money.
Koliko su dobri kad dobiju lead.
Camille support is so crazy with Bloodsong. Like, Bloodsong enables so much of it, but his Sundered Sky being completed, and Carrier wants a wraparound maybe here. They've got 4 people from T1 still in the area that ward to see him.
Ovo mogu da biju. Izgubit će Carry ovdje za to, ali mislim da možda i mogu da biju. Ćemo da imamo. Carry-a pada, Yasuo pada, Wukong pada, Kvid je dobro. Shutdown veliki za, to je fine, I guess. Mislim, fine je bilo za Quida da dobije, da baci flash za taj shutdown, I guess. Jedina stvar koja mi se jako ne sviđa je šta Liquid radi sa kompozicijom koju imaju. Jer kad pogledate, ako imaš Yasua, imaš Akali, koliko ti želiš 5 na 5 da se biješ?
Team Liquid grasping at straws, trying to force something in their favor. Owner, so much healing coming through the sundered sky. The red buff shielding, it's just too much.
Izgubili su tier 2 na botu, zašto Gnar samo ide na side, radi što hoće.
was still trying to keep the play going.
Oh, man.
Owner just turns on him with Faker there for the backup. And it is all T1 now, Daniel.
Yeah, that it is, Kobe. And again, some of the early moments respectable for TL, but at this point, they kind of just need to keep throwing those Hail Marys. Shockwave does miss, but again, it doesn't matter. They're just so far ahead that they can miss one or two cooldowns. The Camille alone with these items, so accelerated. Such a comfortable position to just force these dives on an isolated Yawn.
Yeah, they are making it look good here. IG Camille is my favorite, by the way.
IG Camille? Yeah.
Definitely a very fun one. It should be a pretty easy dragon for T1. They can take it whenever they feel like it. Owner's going to finish up his blue first.
There's a lot of things on the map, I think, that are pretty easy for T1 right now. Take a look at the Coinbase gold grind, of course. See.
No, daleko su još oni od sola.
Some massive advantages for the side of T1 overall.
Mislim, uzet će Drakea i onda traže fight oko Barona i onda u stilu Tivana traže end s Baronom. Faker. Mrtav. Je to upravo rekao solo, njih trojica ga tu.
Is huge. It costs him the dragon, but 1,000 gold in the Quid's pocket definitely makes it a worthwhile trade.
Definitely has been something a lot of teams have done. Look for Faker for isolated kills here. And Team Liquid, even though they're so far down, like you're saying, getting bounties is the critical part in trying to hope for a comeback. Jose was looking for a little bit more, but Carry is so dangerous now on this Camille support. He's going to chase them off. His owner is also following.
This is the dream situation to be in when you're Camille support. You're so far ahead, and the looming threat of your team is so great that you can walk into two people and play like this and get an ulti. The slow from the tactical sweep stops it from connecting, and now Doran is on the chase. Doran who's been farming in the side lane the entire time.
Doranovi itemi su isto jako clean. Samo rašuje Shanti crit item, jer s druge strane imaš 3 AD-a, od toga su 2 crit based.
The gold advantage, the game state advantage, but without a traditional AD carry, it might still take a bit of time.
And they do have a few more seconds on Carria's ultimate here, so you have a really good turn once you have Carria's ultimate ready. They very well could, start up objectives and look for the turn right off it, get that Carria engage with the Camille ult, the guaranteed damage for the rest of the teammates following in. So definitely just go for the reset, get back out on the map. Faker's going to take care of the bottom side wave first. And Faker himself getting even more tanky. Got the arm guard ready here for an extra stasis usage. Plus his flash will be up fairly shortly too. Once that happens, T1 teamfight is just going to be insane. So they can definitely force at that moment.
Team Liquid not able to find the time to force before those third or second and a half item completions. You can see Pays now has an hourglass of his own as well. So we'll need to fight on 2 items, but the IE is at least there for Yawn.
Carrier živ.
Is able to get the Lich Bane completed along with the additional Hextech alternator. So there's some hope, there's some angles, but really hard to get that ideal dream team fight setup, that flank for a Kali or maybe for Jose on the Wukong.
Mislim da ne mogu se fightaju, nemaju nikom da se team fightaju. Kogod Yasuo odigrao relativno ok ovaj matchup, mislim da oni samo nemaju kako odigraju to.
So you have to do things like kind of have multi-step engages and, maybe you get something out first with a Bard ultimate. But here comes the invade from T1.
Malo overforest. Ali to je zašto hoće Barona, to je klasičan T1. Shockwave down, dobar combo, dobar. Mislim su samo previše behind, zar ne? Mislim da su i s ovim izgubili fight. Lepo ulto Dorana. Nisu dovoljno, nemaju resursa dovoljno, to je problem. Ovo je bio najbolji fight koji je Liquid mogao da nađe. Ali nebitno je. Ima je flash carry-a, samo nije teo da flasha, I guess. Ne, carry je bolji. To sam ja rekao, hvala. Sviđi mi se kako ovi kasteri kažu istu stvar što ja, samo 3 sekundi kasnije.
And now it's so difficult, right? Yes, it takes them more time to finish this Baron without a traditional AD carry, but once they have it, they have so much range with the threat from this Mel, the dive threat. Team Liquid going to do their best to hold on, but at a 10k deficit, it's going to be difficult to navigate a way back into this game.
All right, so let's take a look at the engage from Jose on the bottom side of the map. He's going to be looking over here at the clump of champions to try and get multiple members. And he does get the dream. You got both Pays and Faker and Carrier into the Morgan knockup as well. But then look how they survived. The double stage...
Najbolji mogući engage koji su mogli da nađe, mislim. Ne, nije mogo bolje fight od ovoga. Čak su ubili I Payza pre nego što je stigo da baci ulti. Kao optimalan fight za njih. Samo si 7k golda down u tom trenutku I džabe. Kogod dobar fight, jednostavno nemaju kako da igraju. Imao sam negde I...
The assist, Faker setting him up. Now Carrier diving in. Quid locked down for a moment, but he's in the circle. Jose Dieto coming in as well. Morgan going to get the ulti off. Quid finding one in the midst of the fight. Ace in the hole coming through too. Quid living far too long for T1's liking, but it does not matter. Owner is too powerful. R-Flash to make it through. Jose Dieto locked up and Faker is still standing.
Okay. I samo završavaju ovdje. Idu nam I završavaju game.
It's T1 look to close out game one.
Yeah, it's going to be Owner and Faker alone at the Nexus Towers in game number 1.
Powerful stuff from T1, drawing first blood in this series. A calm, a slow early game for the first few minutes, but once they upped the tempo, they simply never stopped.
Nice kind of fun game. Nice kind of fun game. Što znači ove godine uopšte nisam gledao T1. Iako mi je lepo da ih vidim kako igraju opet. It is. Imamo 12 minuta pauze do gema broj 2. Tako da taman malkice iskuliramo. Vratimo se s drugim gemom I I to je to. Gledamo da li će T1 da nastavi da dominira ovu seriju.
It's a hard nut to crack, Kobe. I'm not sure, but luckily we don't have to. The analyst desk maybe can give a little hope for Team Liquid after that one.
Thank you very much, guys. And all I gotta say is welcome to the circus. That is T1. The reigning champs do it. And this game was everything that I expected, right? We expected the Camille and Mage's bot. We expected some craziness. We expected maybe overcooking on the fights. TL to come back.
Yasuo top lane?
I expected a strategy from Team Liquid, and they proved it here as we take a look at the draft.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting, right? Kind of the two big swings are the Camille as an answer into this Caitlyn Bard, and then also the Yasuo as the counter into the top. I think a lot of the kind of like early laning did not go as well as TL was hoping, though. Yasuo wasn't able to build an early advantage. But I do feel like, as far as what Dracos was touching on, is like, give us some hope. To me, there was a lot of individual moments where TL, had they played a little bit better, could have actually won some of these fights, could have actually won some of these skirmishes and put themselves in a better position to win in the 5v5s, where I thought they had good moments in the 5v5s. They're just like 7k behind once they came.
Yeah. And just taking a look at the draft itself, like the pick for Yasuo for Morgan is the big surprise for me. Anybody that watches the LCS and seeing Morgan,
tanks.
A lot of tanks. He's basically just trying to round out the full composition, and by rounding it out, he played the counter into the Gnar. And I thought that the early strategy in the level 1 was incredibly smart from Team Liquid. They had Wukong like invade through tri-bush bot side, secure the push on bot lane. So like Caitlyn is getting put full prio. They completely take Owner's jungle. They challenge Raptors. Raptors, like, sure, Owner gets that, but he doesn't get enemy blue. So like Owner is behind in the early portions of that game, and a lot of it was the set play of securing bot push and being able to get that bot invade. But Owner, incredibly patient. Does not matter. He comes back into the game.
Ox, and this is what they do, T1. When they fall behind, they just start finding fights that they like, and they scrapped early on. And it was that Faker 2v2 that really kicked things off.
Yeah, I mean, Faker getting the Orianna, a pick we see banned so frequently domestically. And even with the nerfs, he was just putting a lot of pressure on a Quid. They focus down Owner here, and Faker's just there for the cleanup. At this point, he has Catalyst, he has Tier, giving him the mana and HP to clean this up, and he just snowballed so heavily from this point.
Take a look at the combined kills a minute for this game. You were right about the T1 Circus. Team Liquid was ready to fight them. These plays from Team Liquid on the top side of the map to at least find something. But T1 was always getting the better of it, at least in this one. I like this one. This one right here gave me a little bit of hope. A little bit of hope and faith.
And I will say, the biggest struggle for TL was Jan was just never relevant in this game at any point, right? You know, we have this great engage here, but the Solar Snare catching Quid as he goes in. The Shockwave had been dodged out by Morgan. You know, this is one of these fights where I was watching this and I'm thinking, if you're not already 6K behind, if your AD carry is relevant, you wipe them here. You can win some of these 5v5s, but T1 was outplaying in all the little moments and building those leads, creating those advantages.
And in that fight, both Faker and FaZe using the stasis. If they're not miles ahead, they don't have that extra economy to afford that.
Look at Caitlin's damage compared to the supports. The same damage as the Bard and less damage than the Camille. I mean, he just never got to play.
And you know, we've seen this Camille pick have a lot of priority at the road to MSI, just taking over the game, but Carrier was just hunting on the entire game, just not letting him play the game and just shutting him out completely. And when you think of that big engage, you want the follow-up, the DPS to be there. From the Caitlyn, it just never came through.
Yeah, never did. And you think about the slows that happened on Jose Dioto on the top side of the map. That was both Carrier and Doran just kind of keeping him at bay. And your HyperX reflex replay is that Carrier Camille play down on the bottom side of the map. And Azale, you said it, it could have gone very close either way.
I mean, had he actually flashed over this Jan here, had he flashed over the Solar Snare, there's no flash on Paze. I think they actually just kill Paze straight up. But this is one of those moments where you really want it back. And then you're thinking, okay, this is really good for TL. They have the jungler show up, but then Carrier just makes gold out of nothing. He finds the angle there. Jan was not seeing that. He thought he was going to hookshot away, and Jan is trying to stay in range, but Carrier just turns him around and makes him look silly.
I feel like so many Camille's are looking for the out there, and he just sees that little bit of vision. When he shows up to put the trap down, just hunts him. Blood in the water, and it's a really rough start for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, wait a minute. He's looking to get out. He's like, huh?
Well, it was a great game number one. Raz, as our resident, I guess both of you are resident, but you are hoping the copium.
Yeah.
What do you want to see here from TL in game number two?
Oh, what sucks is I saw so much in the level 1.
Yeah.
I thought I saw quite a bit that made it like incredibly creative that can slip up T1. I do think going back to what is comfortable for the team is important. So Morgan going on to something like more traditional in the Scion, I think gives them a lot of comfort in taking team fights more traditionally. So they're usually a slower paced team, which is counter what Spawn would like, and how seeing the teams play, just slow the game down, I think, a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the other side of it. I liked the Yasuo. I think that if you come in and you try to play T1 standard and play slow, I just think they're going to find better opportunities. You know, they're going to be the ones who are controlling the pace of the game, in my view.
Yeah.
And I think at the end of the day, the reality is TL have to play at the very top end of their abilities to be able to beat T1 in a best of 5. And T1 probably has to play down a little bit too, right? And I just want to see that cleanliness. There's a number of little plays, like I talked about, had Jan flash that Solar Snare, I think they kill Mel. Maybe it's different from there. Had Core JJ defensive Bard ulted a little bit earlier on the dive on Jan. I think they could maybe kill there. You cannot let those kind of plays get away against T1 because you just don't get a lot of chances.
Ox, final thoughts.
I will say there was a lot of impact from this game on Fearless. You know, Carrier's Bard being gone, Faker's Orianna, the Zin's out from Owner. So we'll see how that plays out. This is a best of 5. A lot of games ahead of us no matter what.
All right, well, that was a hell of a way to kick off MSI, and we're not done yet. This best of 5 is 1-0 T1. We'll be back after the break.
Or will we?
are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well as the arcade storm, doing so much work in Gen G! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Welcome back to MSI 2026 after T1 dominated Team Liquid in that first game. It was close in the early stages.
What adjective you would use.
There's a lot. We can go with obliterated, decimated, you know, like whatever we want to go with.
Okay, so
for the last half of the game. The first half, there were signs of hope.
To be fair, we thought the bottom lane was going to be a problem, the bot lane matchup. And the bot lane matchup was definitely an issue.
At first it looked okay, but yes, it got bad really quick.
Yeah, it definitely was an issue, but yeah, T1 looking quite good. They also won the other skirmishes that were up on the topside river. With Faker getting those early 2 kills was also a problem, so it was not just the bottom lane, but Faker Orianna getting a lot of money pretty early on into the game too was quite good for them. And so we'll see, you know, it's going to be a long series here, surely.
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 Silver scrapes.
At least a little bit longer.
That is what I think of the first one. No, it's definitely going to be a little bit tough for Team Liquid, but sent back to the drawing board. We'll see how they adapt. They did take away Carrier's Bard, but of course his Camille came out as well. And this is one of the struggles against playing against a bot lane who is both incredibly diverse in what they'll bring to the table, and also on paper kind of outclassing you in that 2v2. It's really hard to start a game on the right foot.
And then you're thinking about, all right, well, so they can't do
Ok, game 2. Ajmo da vidimo šta su nam spremili.
Pays and Carrier then blast you with, you know, a Ziggs pipe or something.
I mean, they would like to avoid all
Ziggs ban, plaše se, ne znam, Pezovih midževa.
Caitlyn already played here, so no Fearless.
True.
No Caitlyn Fearless, so they can't do that one at the very least, but we'll see. We'll get into the draft here. Nothing is, T1 don't need to change anything because TL chose to be second pick, and so they're going to be second pick, and T1 then gets to get blue as well.
Yeah.
So they just get the Band of Fury Recon again. And the Yone as well still to follow.
Yep, sticking to kind of what they know. They're changing out the Nocturne for a Yone this time around. Of course, in this champ select presented by HyperX. Not surprising, as you mentioned, to see T1 mostly stick to the same thing, but knowing that Quid has this very obvious pool of signature picks. They already saw the Akali game 1, don't want him to play the Yone this time around. Did kind of add the Victor, add the Orianna to his wheelhouse in that lower bracket run the Team Liquid were able to pull off, but see what they want to prioritize as we get into this next game. Again, it was jungle that was prioritized by both sides so incredibly late in game 1. Maybe this time around, Team Liquid will get a higher prio jungler just a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, all right, let's see here, because Ryze is instantly locked in. Faker Ryze, you dealt with Faker Orianna.
Dobio je Ori, da, sad dobija Ryze.
The struggle, again, when you match up against Faker is there's a lot of greatest hits.
He has a lot of good hits.
This man
Ne znam ni šta im je pametno. Znaš, kao pokušavam da prokomentarišem, kao ništa treba mi ostave Ryze, ali šta da mu rade?
Let's see what they decide to play into it, because of course there were adjustments to all the mid lane champions. Anivia still is, you know, a good preferable possible matchup into it. And they go with an early Nautilus as well, investing super early on into Nautilus. Sometimes that can be scary if your opponents then immediately answer with some counter engage or like a Trundle or something like that, then the Nautilus can end up dying a lot. But they're jumping on the Nautilus Senna train here really, really quickly. Which is interesting because Senna got some pretty hefty changes too.
Yeah, remember that Senna and Static Shiv used to just be an incredibly powerful interaction because Static procs on hit effects and her Q cooldown reduction was on hit. Now it's on attack, so that interaction no longer works. Not sure if we'll still see Static for Senna, but it was a pretty hefty hit to her overall, as well as dropping the soul rate when she plays AD carrier, when she is the one farming. And unfortunately, when you lock in a duo like this, or really any duo, the last thing you want to see Carrier and any AD carry he's playing with most certainly pays is Kalista Renata. This is a terrifying 2v2 to match up against. Of course, if you get ahead of it, you can do some work, but can be so incredibly oppressive early on.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, were they gonna have like Nautilus try and CS or something?
Ko volim kada peruju Ryze sa Kalistom i Renatom na botu, jako je zabavno. Jer u suštini s jedne strane imaš ramping mid lanera, s druge strane imaš Hearthstone bot lane.
But they, yeah, we're on the cut. Senna's on the cut for that. Okay, but now we're going into Pays Kalista at MSI. Now, Pays did win an MSI and dropped a 28 bomb Kalista game, I believe it was, in 2024. Okay, so we'll see. And last time he actually did build a Static Shiv on Kalista previously. This year, so we'll see if he goes with the Static Shiv Rage Blade builds again for the Kalista, but right into it, back to the normal side here. They're going all the way back to the TLAW answer into Ryze.
taking that option, of course, a lot of potential mid-game playmaking with the Nautilus, with the TLAW, see what they can set up in the jungle, banning away the Scion, recognizing that in a lot of the earlier stages of the game, they're really not going to have the damage to get through that tanky front line. And while Scion was nerfed, turns out he's just the best in class tank. Even if you knock him down a peg, free stacking health does a lot of work in the game League of Legends.
I'm just so, I mean, we thought this was going to happen, like when you lock Nautilus so early, then the enemy team's going to get the counter engage, but like getting through Renata, like Renata counter engage already looks so difficult to deal with, and then it's also, you know, Pays and Carry here on the Callisto Renata, so
Nocturne Sion.
plan to deal with this.
Sion ban je fine, jer realno ti vanu treba front. Nocturne je 50-50 u Senu, zašto Sena ako uđe u shroud pre nego što ovaj ulta možda bude fine.
It was just the damage of the spell when it hits.
Yep.
But a lot of the importance of that spell is the attack damage amp that you get on the trail, and for your combos. So Nocturne still very much completely fine after those nerfs. They didn't really move him at all. So definitely deserved ban still.
T1 banning 2 top laners in the Varus and the Renegade, presumably just trying to make sure that the counter pick that Team Liquid have afforded themselves picking a second pick isn't too devastating on the top side of the map, but Team Liquid could have saved their final pick for top side. And this is a Rumble in the jungle, which I doubt. And Rumble, again, another champion who was hit a little bit with the nerf bat. They're just opting for the blind here, trying to set Jose Diodo up as best as they can.
Okay, a little guaranteed engage here with the Vi would be pretty nice. Combo for T1. It also takes away, because Vi is so good at keeping people on Rumble ultimate. And Vi also, that ultimate can set up the Ambessa ult really nicely. That is a pretty good combo.
That's a classic. We haven't, you know, we didn't forget about it. We just don't talk about it as much as we did when it was kind of the meta juggernaut. But now the Poppy coming out, offering some counterplay here. Certainly strong against the Callista, can interrupt the Vault Breaker, can limit some of the mobility from the Ambessa, and they have the TLAW as well. So a lot of the...
Ok, još gledam u fazonu, brate, će realno Faker igrati Ambessu, nema mi smisla. Ovo je mnogo logičnije.
Poppy value just went through the roof. Poppy into Ambessa and Callista. And as you say, the synergies of Poppy with their own team too. You can charge people across the rocks and charge people into TLAW wall. I mean, the synergies are definitely there. Now you're going to have to still outplay within the game though.
It's going to be a little bit tricky. Again, the name of the game for Team Liquid, surviving the earlier stages, making sure they can match up against this 2v2. If the nameplates were off, it might be a little bit different in terms of what we expect early on, but T1 so oppressive, even when Team Liquid were able to keep things close. Can't see a situation where this bot lane starts to run away again. On the bright side, have the power of the Rumble, the TLAW, a lot of these big AoE abilities, a lot of roaming potential, and we know from seeing Poppy in past patches, when she was this really oppressive jungler, she can get active really early on, right? Force maybe some aggressive dives.
Yeah, that definitely is true, and Jose has been the key factor there for T1 in a lot of their games, a lot of their early games, especially trying to create some action. But we'll see. Maybe he can try and put some early pressure there, try and contain that bottom lane, because the bottom lane was definitely an issue in game number 1, and with the Senna nerfs on this match,
da li je ikada bilo isto drugačije nego smo svi uvek bili T1 fanboyevi? Šta da radiš, čoveče? Ekipa koja ima najveće legacy, koja ima najbolje igrače, koja ima najviše svjetskih titula. Jako je teško ne biti T1 fanboy, najiskrenije. Kao u cijelom postojanju organizacije niti su ikad imali drame, niti su ikad bili BM. Kao, realno je samo ekipa koja od početka postojanja igra najbolji LoL. Kalista je fajn, Kalista Renata je T1 klasik. Kerija mnogo voli da mladi Kerry igra Kalistu zato što voli da bude turbo agresivan u laneu. Tako da samo ovo odgovara Kerry. Kerija voli da se tuče. A opet kažem, botlane se pika u pairingu. Što jako dugo nije bila stvar. Uvek je bilo kao jedini pairing je bio kao Lucian Nami ili Lucian Mili ili šta god, Lucian Brown. Ali sad je postalo kao ti pikaš AD carry, uz njega pikaš supporta. Ashe, Seraphine, Ezreal, Karma, Caitlyn Bard, Kalista, Renata. Kao uvek imaš supporta koga pikaš uz AD carry-a.
Team Liquid will be seeing that as well with the vision ward here. However, T1, they had their ward first, so that ward saw...
Talija je decent u Kalistu, ali ne znam koliko je to bitno, iskreno. Ja ne volim Taliju Ryze, pogotovo kada Ryze ima ghost ili način samo da išeta iz seizmika.
Upticked a bit, so her clear speed is going to be a little bit faster, help her hopefully match or at least outmatch the Vi. Vi would be pretty content, Owner would be pretty content just to farm to 6, but we know Jose can't get a little bit more active, especially when he has a Storm Ranger Surge. Nice hook going in for Core, immediate response with the handshake to just disengage there, but T1's bottom lane, full control here over the 2v2, but the appropriate level of caution, I think, for Yon and Core.
And that was a full 6 CS lead already, like a full wave lead for the T1 bottom lane, keeping that pressure up. Again, we'll see about jungles heading down there.
Faker je malo dobio batine. I nema puno mana, on traži recall ovde. Mislić će morati flasha. Gleda gde dolazi seizmik, da. Na kraju je bacio oba Summonera. Mislim, čekuje flash da vidi gde će doći seizmik šav. I sad je play da Jose dođe da flash stvarno je Faker i da ga ubio. Oni su fajn, oni ne gube 2 na 2 na botu, nikad. Renata Kalista je samo giga glupo. Ne možeš da ih holinaš, što su jači u svakom molinu. Osim da hukaš nekog ispod kule, ali čak i tad je upitno. Ako nema tu retagor na sebi ne dobijaš ni to. Dobar recall od Fakera. Mora se paziti da ga ne skuca u kulu. Ako sad ode na desno Faker, dole desno 400 unita, Poppy baca flash, stane ga u kulu i šotaju ga. Sad više ne mogu ga šotiti. Sad završava recall.
Shout out to Observers, by the way. They are teasing us with Fog of War and have been for these first 2 games. Is there someone in the bush, Observers? Yes, there is!
Nope, dive. Ovo je loš dive. Ovo je loš dive. Mislim, fajn je, ali nije fajn, razumete? Moraju da konfirmaju neki CC pre nego što dođe handshake. Ovako si samo whiff-ovo, jedan hard CC i nisi dobio clean dive. I ovo je 2 za 1, loš dive na kraju, da.
Yeah, Quid actually had loved to get that last hit. Here we see the top side though moving down. Doran 200 HP, he's going to back right.
Doran 2 put gubi lane. Doduše, ne znam kakav mu ovo matchup, prvi game matchupu nije bio optimalno, ovaj matchup ne znam. Ne znam kako ide Ambessa u Rambla.
Being revealed there, Jose comes in. Jose was able to take away the Grump, it looks like, but not the Wolves. Owner is back.
Faker already has push in mid lane. You can see a TP top lane though, so Jose Diodo knows as much as he was first, he is the one who has to back away.
Or never mind, because it was a clear from bottom up to top, so the Grump wasn't there. So no thievery at all by Jose during the response time.
The vision, nice to have, but because they spotted him in the jungle, T1 could be relatively sure that they've been... There is a bit of vision laid down there as the battle over the control wards. Both Faker and Quid going to take that information away. We look back at this bottom side play, T1 mostly making it work.
Okay, so they do. Carry is the one taking over here, and Core says, "Okay, I'm going to make sure you."
Samo je Carry promašio ništa, bukvalno ništa drugo. Samo je promašio handshake.
So good heads up play from Core there to go flash and get the root to make sure that at least they were going to get that carry kill. And then because Quid moved down, Owner's like, "Okay, fine. I'll run away from this Taliyah. Use my little Q to make sure Taliyah can't get in range, and so I'll at least give this gold over to the Nautilus rather than to the Taliyah."
And you can see the faces on the coaching staff there. As much as we're talking about the silver lining of that cloud, it's still a cloud, it's still difficult, right? Yon not able to stick around in that bottom lane.
Dobro, ima root, ali nemaju da...
They force out the unraveled earth, but they're not going to stick around for anything else, hoping to convert this into a play onto Jose Diodo.
Jose Diodo. Jose Odo, nema di, what the fuck? Mislim, zna ovaj caster, ali da, ovo je kill 1. Duše 1 za 1, Dorane, molim te čoveče, ali ne može, ljudi, Zevs, vrati se. Sve ti je oprošteno. Stvarno, znači ja sam, koliko volim T1, toliko mislim da samo Doran nije dovoljno dobar. Ne mogu, breti, ne mogu. Nije imao belot. A ima de, Jose Diodo. Oze diodo. A to brat moj dioda. Ne mogu samo, znači Doran, ne.
However, Lord Morgan getting the solo bolo up on the top side is also pretty impactful. He was the lone gold leader for a while in the previous game for Team Liquid, and now he's setting himself up for success there with a very nice little move on the Rumble, invested the flash and the ultimate to do so, and he's used that money to get, you know, his steel caps, and we'll see if he can have an impact in the team fights on the bottom half of the map. They will need something to kill. Wait a second.
Oh no. Oh, that's not good. Oh god. Cut the tape.
Ok, sad si dum. Ovaj dredge ga je spasio što je promašio. Ode je pogodio, primio bi više damage samo. Ne dobijaju bot. Bot ne dobijaš. Bot dobijaš kada Sena dođe do full builda. Možda. Zavisi koliko ima stakova. Da je Tis bio bolja opcija od Panja? Pa nemam pojma, iskreno. Mislim, pričao sam ja ranije s paletom poziciji supportova, nemamo nikog ko je onako u peak formi, u prime-u na supportu. Pa da iskreno nisam ni gledao NC, nisam bio u Srbiji, tako da nisam ni ispratio zašto smo izgubili. This is a guy they prioritized in draft 2 times in a row now as the Yasuo in game 1. The Rumble this time around, still a blind pick, but the options for Doran were pretty limited, and Morgan doing the best of a good matchup, or making the best of, excuse me.
And Morgan's time in North America has been very interesting, because as soon as he came in, he was one of the premier laners, for lane phase at least. Maybe we'll have a little bit more action though, as
O, ali imaju damage-a. Ok, imaju više nego dovoljno damage-a, nice.
For the side of T1, the power of that buy, a little bit quieter pre-level 6, but post-level 6, just reliable.
5.000 gold leada. I to je samo na botu. I top Doran gubi, ali... A Kira, vidi, znaš šta je fora, iskreno. Mislim da, to sam napomenuo i na Worldsu. Kogod igra AD carry sa carryom, jednostavno mora boje dobar. Jako je teško da ti budeš loš kad je support carry-a. To ne znači da je Piz loš. Samo mislim da nije nužno bitno ko je AD carry za T1. Sve dok imaju carry-u. A nije to da gubi ime Belot na sebi. O, dobar quid, pametan quid, bravo. Wonder pokušava da ubije wave, da ne mogu da crashuju, da carry-a ne umre. A Faker nema ultije, dođe bot, mora trči. Udario je Blackout, javio se da je tu i to je to.
They certainly do. I mean, it is action-packed here, the full scrap. It's still getting a lot more money for T1, but TL finally do get that kill onto Pays. So Quid is the recipient of the shutdown money here on the Talia.
Good. Pays the 1.5k individual gold lead. First item already completed. We take a look.
Ne kažem, giga je glupo. Ti znači pogodiš dredge i gubiš 2 na 2. I to nije ni blizu koliko oni gube taj 2 na 2. Čak iako Nautilus pogodi svoj hook.
Getting the extra shutdown there for TL is nice. Of course, they also, if you're talking about adding up the different moves that were used, the only reason why Quid got to be down on the bottom side is because Faker had just made a topside play where they killed Morgan. And so if we're going all the way back, counting up where all this extra money has come from, a chain of events there started with Faker making plays on both sides of the map.
And of course, checking in on the scaling element for Team Liquid, Jan on this Senna, we of course looked at all of the soul data across Split 2, whether it's Road to MSI, Spring, whatever your region did call it. 25 at 10 minutes is now 11:30. He's around 26, so probably a little bit behind where he would have been at 12 minutes, as expected. Of course, you still get souls in laning phase whenever you're able to hit someone twice or Q auto. So behind the clock, and I imagine it gets worse as we get later into the game. It's going to be harder when he doesn't have the free time to auto attack in lane, but maybe
Ja
he
mislim
gets
da
to
da.
follow Jose Diodo around.
Jeste. A Liquid je uvek imao dobre sponzore, što je najjače. Oni su dugo imali, mislim, Hondu, ako se ne varam isto. Što je dosta insane.
I mean, the jungle is just so heavily warded up. T1, look at that deep ward up behind.
Oh, Jose
and now they're gonna...
the one setting up the play. They're the one setting it up on him. Already used the steadfast presence. Forced to flash away. Or there to cover, but losing that sum 2 seconds before the Drake starts. Incredibly frustrating for the
Kerija, on ide u njih. Ima ult, ima dobro ugoz ult, ima Kalistin ult. Samo moraju dubiju prvu metu. Pa mislim da je Paze nije našao kill, nije. I sad je Paze mrtav. Greška. Došli Rambo.
Welcome to the circus, indeed. Morgan actually arrives late. Okay, it would have been best if Morgan actually didn't teleport down there and he went back to the top side.
TP mu malo grief, da, ima ulti, mislim mogu da hard pushuju bota, yes. A ovo je malo overforced bilo. Mislim, Keriju bolo... Ne znam što ovako rano ulti na Keriju, do duše. Od Paze-a. Može samo za CC, I guess. Možda je problem što Kalista samo ne radi dovoljno damage-a i nije uspio da ubije Poppy. I dobije reset na Randy, onda je možda mogu da ubije Core JJ-a da je imao to brže.
Absolutely massive. You can see the joy on their faces. Look at. He didn't know. Was he mad at them or was he proud of them? And I'm telling you now, he was proud after that play. Team Liquid making the most of that choke point, putting the advantage that TLAW has in these early to mid-game fights, making sure that T1 had to fight into them. Well played. Maybe an overextension by T1 as we see yet another 1v1 between Doran and Morgan. This time around, though, equalizer. Doran with the re-engage. Morgan keeping the heat at that threshold as he tries to backstep, recognizes this fight not going his way, but now the Hex Drinker has fallen away. Doran still dashing in. Morgan
Bože mili.
Well timed! Morgan has Doran's number! Yeah. And now on the top side, they're looking to lock up Faker. Knock back to the wall, they don't quite get the wall back.
Ja ne mogu verujem.
Faker sprinting out of there as fast as he can. Will manage to wake it away.
Ne znam, mislim moram čekam Mata, mi se pojavi kasnije mi kaže, ali jel Doran radi nešto u LCK-u, ljudi? Jer on kao ima neki clutch faktor u LCK-u, ovo bi bilo lepo da je skočio preko pa da ga iskuca. Jer ja stvarno ne znam, znači... Ja ne znam da sam na Internationalu video Dorana da Iole bude kršten. Ne znam što se događa.
With all the action they have been able to create in this game in the bomb side of the map, and they even chopped down on some of the gold lead there that Paze had over Jan. Jan obviously still very far behind. However, these extra kills that they've been getting on the Kalista, very, very helpful, very significant. And as we saw, all three of those bottom side ones did go into Quid, who has been such a star here for TL when they had their resurgence. And people have been looking for him to return to his MVP form. Now on the international stage with 2 items and...
on the flank immediately. They know Quid has a target on his back.
Uf, dobar kolaps. Jako clean, čekali su knock-up. Ovo je još jedan. Mislim da Liquid dobio ovaj game, što je najjače. Što se nije dogodilo za njih, bar 4 minuta kasnije da imaju i Barona. Ali mislim da je njima sad sljedeći play čekaju Fakerov Actualizer.
ultimate over the top, that burst damage. Team Liquid are going to get the objective. Afterwards as well, Rift Herald will be theirs and they can push the minions through.
Massive fight for the side of Team Liquid a moment ago. It was Pays and Quid, both of them massive gold leads over their individual number, but after that snipe from Yon, basically evened out. Only 400 between him and Pays now. Team Liquid, because they've weathered the storm of that early game, because they found these advantages, really making the most of their composition. You can see how hard it is for Team 1 to dive and get out scot-free as much as they feel like the bailout is going to save them. It just
ne znam, baš mi je
Upgrades into a Magi Soul Stealer. He had 10 stacks and he is feeling it right there. Take your shot, man.
koliko je samo Zevs bio bolji, koliko je management samo zagrifovao Tivana što su pustili Zevsa. Moraš si imali bolje opcije od Dorana, nemam pojma, stvarno. A nije ni kao da sam ja sad kao nešto preterano hejter, uvek ispadne ja hejtujem top lanere, ali...
Hits the snipe because of the Nautilus ultimate holding him in place, and then Korjay says, fine, I'll go for another one, and he hits the flash over the wall, into the hook, onto Pays, and they delete that Kalista.
Another charge coming into the mid lane. Korjay immediately...
Baš mi se ne sviđa kako igra Doran. Što rade sad, što radi Onerč? Da, ovo je... A nek bude AFK, nek bude AFK na Oru, ne nam Besi, to je problem. Nemaš mu draftaš Ambesu, onda i... Čak i blindovat Ignara u toj situaciji, onda šta god. I sad šalju Fakera u side da bi dobio solo farm, da bi došao do actualizera. Jedini način da Tivan ništa uradi ovdje da Faker uzme actualizer.
Faker had to back up because Jose Dioto's waiting there to knock him into the wall to stop the potential follow-up. But Pays hungry for blood. Lockup is there. The rest of the team, however, is not. Jose Dioto finally arriving. Flashback coming from Pays, trying to turn this one back, trying to make the most of it. The Ren stacks coming through, but Quid has arrived.
Da, nemaju kako da igraju.
Just in time. 22 stacks in the book. Legendary against T1.
I oni sve prodaju za Fakera sad. Seraph mu i dalje nije dovoljan. Dobije actualizer, onda može da igra.
Faker stayed on the top side. He was trying to split, was trying to get the tower, while the rest of the team is just sending it.
And you can see in the Coinbase gold grind, all that money from minions, pretty nice, but it's the kill gold that we're checking out on the side of Quid. Almost 3K picking off members of T1 left and right. And this is a hard game now to play for T1 because we can see how they set up picks, but we also see the TLAW and the Poppy who make all those dashes so difficult to use.
Hey, any NA fans that were thinking about going to sleep after that game number one, now you got to stay up. Quid's going to make himself a statue for style points after he pops the Scryer.
You're staying awake and you're getting a noise complaint from at least 2 of your neighbors if you really believe in this.
Dude, that was actually an arm guard too. It's not even a full Zonius yet. That he broke his arm guard for that. That is true style right there.
There you go.
Commitment.
A little bit of flair. Just like the Magi's though, we're going to have to see what happens
Jutro.
if it was genius, if it was flair, or if it was a big...
Mislim moguće, ali problem je što Doran ne igra nikoga osim oko protivničkog top lanera na svakom internationalu. Mnogo se ljudi buni da što LCK i casteri ne rade internationale. Ja ne znam, je li ovo live patch? Jer ako je live patch, Sena ne radi sa Shivom. Jer Q reduction više nije on hit nego on attack. Što menja da ne možeš da baciš Q basic i Shiv prokuješ reset basic i onda opet Q-aš. Jer svaki prok static Shiva, znači svaka munjica, svaka meta koju pogodi je smanjivala cooldown za sekundu. I onda kad full prokuješ Shiv na wave ili na šta god, Q ti se resetuje.
Make it very difficult to play Ambessa, to play Kalista here. So very good stuff and setup here for TL. I loved this quote, by the way, so we had to grab it from NA Men. And this was the follow-up. You remember the analyst has introduced, Pioshik's quote the previous time around about God has abandoned us. Gon says, you can only pray, but God has not abandoned us yet. So let's see how it goes.
Gave you a little side eye in game one. You're getting the full glare in game two, I think.
Let's see how it goes.
However, pressure again. T1 still looking comfortable in the side lanes. Faker does have to be careful. Doesn't have the realm warp. It was burned previously. But for TL, Senna not the best at taking down the Baron. Rumble certainly does do good damage, so really want to be in a more advantageous position. But it's only 21 minutes. We've been playing at such a breakneck pace, and honestly, both these games flash in. Lock up there, Faker in the area. Well, the book is looking a little silly now. Shut down.
Dobro, i ode Medjay. Ovo je big. I sad samo Faker treba actualizer da završi i ja mislim da T1 skroz fajn ovaj game opet. I prodo je Medjay. Ovo je big za T1 u stvari. Ovo je baš dobar swing za T1.
But he mogged the haters. Is that what you're supposed to say? I don't know, man. Look, it was a messy play. It's unfortunate that it came back to bite him, but credit to T1. I don't even know. I think they saw the broken arm guard. We're like, I don't know when you did that, but this is lining up pretty nice for a side lane collapse. And this is why we were worried when we saw the top side of the map for T1. The pick potential in these side lanes, especially on the Quid, is really devastating. Team Liquid had done a good job of avoiding it, but try again as a story for T1.
Look at that. Very conspicuous. The book is a different book.
That's so. Kobe, he finished that book, bro. He's on to the next one. He's just a very rabid reader, bro. He's just on to the next thing.
Yeah, a book a day, 2 books a day.
2 books a day.
At least.
Well, the good news is, if they win this game, it's all fun. Haha, nice. If they lose, it will be a little frustrating.
Yeah, true. Okay, so let's see what they can actually do, because side lanes here, still T1 are doing well. You know, being able to push out, get the other outer tower on the bottom side. To finish this one up. Try and get some
mislim, ne znam.
here so he can get to his.
Ja s jedne strane razumem da svi vole da vide da favoriti gube i onda kao kad T1 dobija, to jest kad Liquid dobija T1, onda im je hype jer kao wow, vidi Underdog će pobediti game. S druge strane, ja sam T1 fanboy, pa ne volim kad neko navija protiv njih, ako ćemo iskreno. Pa da na kraju dana želim da vidim samo dobar lol, ja i flameujem Dorana koju T1 zašto mi igra loše, tako da. Možda mogu da se biju. O, Doran je samo šotovan, ne znam gdje je uleteo, brat moj. Koliko Fakeru samo fali actualizer da ih šota sve.
Liquid holding on, 1-for-1 the trade.
Yeah, good focus there. They go for the turn on this Baron. They don't do it super quick, so you just get the damage on it. And then you saw the camera follow the Nautilus and the bottom side engage for TL, but you called it out. The Poppy ultimate from Jose does turn the number.
Dobro jutro. Sviđa mi se kako pali smo stream u 5, sad kako ide ovako vreme, sve više ljudi polako dolazi. Do KC-a hitamo bar 100 ljudi, minimum, a možda i malo jače, bilo bi fora bude mače. Će doći neki, brate, Englezi, to se uvek dogodi kad se radi MSI.
Okay, now the delayed start. Interesting, because they killed the control ward. TL, oh no, Core finishes his recall there. They're actually going to burn it down quickly. They've got a Callista, man.
Coming back up. There's just no way. There should be no way to steal this.
Oh, the Callista's not even hitting it. That's
waiting, taking their time. That's going to be Baron to the side of T1. Incredible mind games. Linger just long enough to force a couple members of Team Liquid, wait for the recalls to come through, which they didn't even have 100% perfect information on.
Pa 2 best of 5. 2 best of 5 danas, tako da vidjet ćemo dokle ćemo stići.
They are on soul point, but giving up Baron is pretty devastating.
Ovo je klasičan T1 tempo play samo, taj Baron.
T1 gave them vision of Pays recalling or something, I presume.
It is. You don't.
Oh, okay. They're probably not going to rush it.
Yeah. You don't really want to be in a.
Oh wait, side lane play here. We got Morgan waiting for Faker in the brush on sideways. On classic play.
Jel ga ubija? Mislim ga ne ubija on 1-1. Ok, ubija ga 2-1. Nemaš Faker da... No, oni samo ga šotaju. O? Ok, waste flash. Došao Doran. Otišao Doran, toliko o tome. Mislim, ne sviđa mi se ovaj flash od Fakera samo zašto ga nema za Drakea. Biće minut off. Što znači da T1 ili mora cheese Drakea ili mora delaya fight 60 sekundi.
Team Liquid are able to get the job done before the reinforcements arrive. But the Baron being taken by T1 does a lot for them as far as
Sen ima 74 staka, što nije puno.
with that buff though, Team Liquid going to kind of calm down for a little bit. They're going to wait for it to wear off.
Da, znaš šta je fora vidi, ja mislim da Faker, nije da mislim, nego Faker je delimično vlasnik Tivana. Kao Faker ima procenat vlasništva organizacije. Tako da iskreno ne znam ni da li Faker može da igra za neku drugu ekipu jer bi tehnički bio conflict of interest. Kao da bude igrač u jednoj organizaciji, a delom vlasnik druge organizacije, mislim da nije dozvoljeno.
That's very big with no ults invested from Team Liquid, getting the Kalista ult down if they can force another fight. And it's a very long time until the Dragon, so it's not important for the Dragon fight, but it could be important for the Vision setup, and that can have a cascading effect if you can get easy access to your opponent's jungle because of something like that and get your first Vision line down. That can make it a lot safer for you to get the next ones when you actually really need them for the arrival of the Dragon Soul.
Marking the flanker is going to be big for the side of Team Liquid. Have a fantastic comp when it comes to grouping up, but a random buy on the side, a random Mbessa, Faker finding the flank really can cut all of that short.
Are they realm opening to bottom?
Now TP going out from Morgan, disrespecting the kill threat there.
Okay, so it's a realm warp attempted play here and gank from Faker and Owner. And Morgan respects it. He gets out. TLAW wall was used as well to try and get another trap up there, but nobody...
Da, ima Faker i Tivan, ima on, delom je Honor. Sim nije Honor i u džungli, ali kaprat što ću kažem. Ja sam loša fora u 6.26 ujutro. Mislim, meni su ovi game uvijek zanimljivi. Iskreno više je fan kad Tivan gubi, da gledaš kako se team fightaju i probaju se vrate nazad u game. Isto. Bar da sam spavao kad sam legao, ali ne.
With the control wards from Team Liquid still existing here. 37 seconds on the approach. Morgan doesn't have teleport. Doran's will be up much quicker.
Yeah, good pressure play coming in here. It looks like Doran's will be available just in time, so hoping to threaten at multiple points just to stop Team Liquid from getting the full group up that they're looking for. It's also T1 who have first push in the bottom.
Ja mislim da Liquid forsira fight ovdje. Ja da sam Liquid, ja bih rekao mi se bijemo, jer ako sačekaju još minut, Fakeru se vraća flash, T1 u duplo boljoj poziciji. Nezgodno im je što Kalista još malo ima jakšo, pa je malo teže ubiti je jer ima i ovaj health. Ali ja mislim da Liquid treba da forsira Drakea. Mislim da im je legitiman play da samo idu dole i Drakea. I Jose da eventualno proba da ulta Vaj. Ovim je pametan play. Drake je, mislim, nije toliko riski objektiv. Čak i da izgubiš smite da dobiješ fight, okej si. Dobar cancel. Oni se biju ovdje. Sad gledaš Fakera samo da shotaš ako možeš i to je to. Dobar Rumble ult. Ok, Carrya mrtav. Honor nije mrtav, kakav fight, kako lepo igraju. I Faker sexualizerom radi previše. Carrya je uradio mnogo dobro posao što je cancelao Poppy ult.
Get the smite onto Dragon. Jose was there. They were trying to go for it with the burst as well. They get the smite onto Dragon, and then they also get the team fight. So, as you said, they get the pick on a carrier, but he just uses it as a Kalista ultimate. They go for the Realm Warp plus Kalista ult. Then look at this.
Faker koji stoji u sred ulta, klikne van ulta i ne porta se. Carrya je kupio vreme, ali Faker je samo radio previše damage, ono što sam rekao. Rise kada uzme Actualizer samo previše damage radi heroj, bukvalno previše damage radi heroj. Dobro, probali su. Ne, to ne. A Doran, brat moj, levo smetalo, ali radi. Nema, prodaš Oner ovdje, prodaš ga. Faker bi dobio kill da nije Zonja došla. I Kerija je živ. Dobro, fajn je. 3 čoveka s Baronom. Yes.
Okay, so they only got 2 kills, 2 of the Baron buffs off. Carrier should be fine and out right now. I don't know what these... Oh, he wants a play. They're going to make another play, a repeat. TL still have members here in the area, though.
Moving in, Jose Diodo, locked up. Ulti back onto Pays, now hoping to find Doran. They instead are just going to back away. I think the right call.
Jako mi se ne sviđa ovaj Sena build. Shiv Muramana mi je baš mlak build, iskreno.
The vision denial, but nobody going to go down afterwards too.
If the slow from Rumble connects, you know they full send it. They go for the angle.
Wow, what a game, Dracos! And we're going to have another attempted Dragon Soul. It felt like we just had the previous one. It's only 2 minutes 40 seconds left here until the next one comes up. But T1 have the Baron for the rest of that meantime, and we'll see what they can get with it.
And here, of course, we're reminded of the power of the Kalista. Not really much they could do to secure, but they do manage to get the exit kills.
Yeah, they're trying desperately right now just to extend the play. And so, Doran, they get his flash. That might be...
Ti damage od Fakera, čoveče. I to je na 3 itema.
Yes, T1 got the Baron. But 2 kills, and maybe those flashes will be important for the Dragon Soul fight. Because with that Baron, it's not like you crack the base or anything. T1 are not going to... get fully inside the TL base or anything, but it is nice because it funds stuff like the Guardian Angel for Owner. Pays has been on his 4-item spike here too with his Jack Show, getting more tanky on the Kalista.
And you can see how close this game has gotten, right? Team Liquid holding on to a pretty solid gold lead. The first Baron shifting it slightly in T1's favor, and now getting close to evening things out. 1.3k, 33 minutes in, just isn't that large. T1 not far enough ahead to really press any further on these side lanes. Know that the main objective they have to be looking at is Soul for Team Liquid in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Summoner spells, item completions, always crucial. And for the Summoners, Owner, Doran, close to having their flashes available, Pays as well, but not sure on the exact timing. If they don't have it at the start of fight and Team Liquid can pounce, that would be a massive edge.
I sad je sve teže i teže za Liquid. Iako ljudi misle i nije da nije istina, Kalista opada u late-u kao AD carry. Sena bi trebala da radi malo više sad. Još 5 stakova da pokupi 100 stakova Infinity i Hexoptic. Ne znam, nekako mislim da bi kao Sena morala da radi mnogo više nego što radi. 19 KP-a, 95 solova, 4 itema, ali od ta 4 itema imaš Muramanu i Shiv koji su, ako mene pitate, beyond useless. Ovo je bolje što je promašio Canon dobio Soul. Treba mu taj 100 stack, treba mu još bonus range-a.
The amount of DPS they can deliver is astronomical. So Team Liquid really have to hold that line, use those defensive cooldowns to stop their backline from getting dove.
I mean, yeah, we saw Faker just pumping in the previous one. The Death Cap and Actualizer on Rise does so much insane damage. So
to sam ja rekao, hvala puno. Hvala kolege kasteri. Cijenim, cijenim.
It's definitely very, very dangerous here with the Rise at this stage. And Pays has a QSS in addition to Carria's Mikhails.
And we've seen this before. T1 playing through the bottom lane, leveraging that pressure to move into the river. Mid lane, the story for Team Liquid. So both sides kind of drawing this line of scrimmage in the river. And either side fishing for a flank, although Morgan's starting to poke, trying to check. Ulti coming in from Jose is going to knock out.
Okay, ult. Dobar Morgan, decent. Ok, šta radi Sena? Ništa ne radi Sena. I prelepo, i Pays ih je samo pregazio. Pogledaj ga, molim te, brat moj se teleporta. Zašto ljudi ne ostavljate ovo? Ali ovo ne ostavljate, Popi će smajtovati. Ok, neće smajtovati, Popi nema veze. Game je sve jedno, nije ni bitno. Ti Kalista. Razvila DPS, pregazila ih bukvalno. A znaš šta je fora, što ne znam da li live patch. Ako je live patch, Shiv više ne radi na Seni, to je poenta. Razlog zašto je Shiv bio decent je, to sam objasnio ranije. Tebi se Q smanjivao on hit, a ne on attack. I kad prokuješ shift i baciš Q basic, shift i resetuje Q opet. Zato je shift bio toliko dobar. Ali ne mogu nađem info na kom patchu se igra. Da li live ili ne. Vodili su šta? 5k golda skoro. Mislim da bolje od ovoga TL neće dobiti iskreno. Mislim da TL ne dobija bolje od ovoga iskreno.
Getting back-to-back Barons as well for themselves to put themselves to a much-deserved 2-0 versus Team Liquid here.
Incredible stuff coming out from T1. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Ništa, 12 minuta pauzica. I onda se vraćamo nazad. A vidimo, ovo je Huni, ne? Huni je glava. Ništa, uživajte, 12 minuta pauze pa smo tu.
Huni, you got a story for us before the match.
Yeah,
you ran into a couple people.
I mean, basically, I'm friend with Core JJ and Faker, right? So, like, I gave them both chance, and Faker did touch once, and Core JJ also touched.
Yeah.
But
wait,
this
what?
man,
Why does Faker need to touch it? He has
but he already have it, honestly. He already
has like 3,000 trophies. He doesn't need another one, Hootie. Why didn't you let 2 TL people touch it?
My bad.
Hootie's like, you want to touch this? Faker's like,
What do you mean?
As soon as
He's
I
like,
go,
you want to touch one of my 15 worlds trophies?
As soon as I go down, I will go TL room. Next year player can touch more.
Wow, all right. Well,
now I just want Faker to start carrying around every world trophy. He's just walking around with like 40 trophies.
Hey, Hootie!
Meanwhile, I have only one.
That's okay.
It's quality. Quality over quantity.
None of us here have one. We have now one whole more medal here on the desk. We take a look at that game number 2, starting with a little bit of stats here on Kalista for Pays. It's just been so good for him. Even in a composition like this is AO where it's difficult to play, he finds the angles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he is incredible in team fighting. I do think when I saw the draft, I thought this 2v2 was going to be incredibly hard early for TL, and I thought that was probably going to be the PowerPoint for T1. They were able to create a pretty massive advantage here, putting Yon behind, getting multiple kills. But TL on the top side were playing very well. They were putting themselves in a position to win. And I'm just so impressed that even despite the fact that TL were able to build up this 5,000, 6,000 gold lead, T1 with what I thought was a huge composition disadvantage just outplay them anyway. It just didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you can't actually play down tempo against T1. If you best of one tempo, like there was one time they were actually gonna counter Baron time. Like you can't actually greedy for the tempo. T1 will know how to punish the team that being greedy at tempo.
Yeah, Dan, let's take a look at the bot lane where Yon fell behind, and it was just difficult for him to find a way on in, given that they're playing into this Kalista.
It's been a rough series for Yon, and game 1 we saw him heavily punished on the Caitlyn, and this game we saw him really just shut out, put at a massive deficit. And even though I think they played this dive pretty well in terms of trading the kills, it's still the center not getting access to the wave, not getting those souls as well, making the stacking up slower, and here getting caught out by Carrier. Feels like Carrier's just been seeking him out all series long.
I mean, that was just a great play from Carrier. He knew that Yon had no summoners from the earlier dive. They had already just been stacking the wave as well. Like, after that first dive, the wave had been frozen against them. Then it's slow stack from T1. Right as it's finally going to crash, they kill Yon again. And that's like, that's the situation where when you're playing in League, you just want FF.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's no counter play, right?
Yeah.
T1 is just like so known as playing, just going full ham all the game, and then they just didn't get a bit of chance. But this time, they tried it, but they kind of, there was some hiccups.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a thing that we've seen from T1 in 2026. They overcook a little bit, and TL find themselves a fight where all of a sudden they take control and they're leading the tango here in game number 2.
I mean, their top side was doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like here you get the big ultimate that comes out from Carrier, but it doesn't connect on Yon. Yon's able to free hit from this position, not being challenged, and him and Quid are in a great spot. You see Faker rushing up to try and get the reset on the Renata W, the bailout, it just doesn't come through. This is kind of showing what the Team Liquid composition wanted to do, locking down those frontline targets, keeping the backline safe, and this is where they really found a big advantage in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Morgan got, I think, 2 solo kills on Doran.
Yep.
I thought Jose was playing really well, setting up his team. Quid was moving around the map well. But then it came down to this dragon fight where it's just T1 magic, man.
Yeah, Huni, you said it earlier, like, if T1's composition falls behind on these Drakes, it's going to be difficult to fight. This was the one that they got here on so point for Team Liquid.
I mean, I really liked the Faker PLAW he played. Like, he pressed ulti. You see, like, 5 men actually just back up by he pressing on R, single R, and then he channel press B, and then he actually cancel. He didn't actually go in, and that's what happened. The TL is put the so bad spot at where the banana brush is, and then they got so actually just got so tunnel vision then.
And carry it by so much time because both of the carries, he ults them, he handshakes them together. They're basically not able to deal damage for a good portion of that fight. And here, this is when Carry has been ulted away. It looked scary at first, but Pei's able to kite it out and buy some space.
I thought Doran played this fight so well, Doran and Owner, because they get this initial engage onto Pei's, and he should just be dead to rights. But Doran and Owner throw themselves into the middle of TL so that TL's carries couldn't actually follow up. And that is what you want from a top-level team, is that when someone gets caught, the other people put their health on the line, buy that time for him to kite back.
And this is a thing that Doran does consistently and doesn't always get credit for because it doesn't show up in the stats on like, hey, how much damage did I mitigate for my carries when the other team makes a good play?
And you know, Doran's laning has been a bit of a weak point so far this year, but he comes in clutch in the team fights, and no matter what his score is, always finds a way to do his job.
Yeah. All right. I mean, basically, his job is like helping the teammate with the TP, even though it's really bad for him. He knows it.
Azale, we got to bring back your 90-50-10 slab here because, I mean, you called it earlier, that 90% really rang true in this game number 2.
I have said probably 20 times during this series, what are we doing, guys? But the bright side, I had hope. 50% chance, I had hope.
Do you still have hope?
The 10% is looking further away of winning the series now after we lost that second game. Maybe we cut off the 0 at the end. Maybe that's a 1% chance to actually reverse sweep T1 in a best of 5. But TL at least competitive in the second game.
Yeah, Huni, final thoughts here on Team Liquid's chance to come back against T1.
Guys, it's not done yet. We've seen this before, right? This is honestly comfort zone for TL. For NA.
That's
right. It's a comfort zone. Let's go.
Full of hope. They go into game number 3 with their backs against the wall. Let's see what happens. We'll see you after the short break.
See the ball breaker getting charged up, maybe an angle of attack. Root onto Carry, a big flick back to connect as well, forcing the immediate ult out from Pei's, but it's going to be Faker instantly into the back line. No, opts not to take it. Instead, it's the turn for the equalizer. Or flash from Carry. Drake down in the favor of T1, and it's Pei's untouched on the back line until Thor finds the hook, but then McHale's is there, and then nick of time to keep things in their favor. Quid still standing, but everybody else in the back line falling. T1 taking game 2 back and forth. They did not go quietly. They did not let that edge from TL go unpunished. And now at match point in the series.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. Players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Welcome back to MSI 2026. Jose Dioto trying to get something out of his eye, it would seem.
Look at that beautiful smile. He's trying to read something.
Trying to squint it. What's that off in the distance? Is that a 2-0? That can't be right. Let's turn this around.
Yeah, wait a second. Shouldn't that be 1-1?
Shouldn't that be 1-1?
I could have sworn we were winning that game. Honestly, yeah, TL. They were in a very good position in that game. You know, shout out to Morgan especially. Yeah. 2 solo kills on the Doran. They were unable to make it happen. You know, had a little bit of oopsies on the arm guard. Had some oopsies in the team fights a little bit later, but you know, credit to T1 for sure for keeping it together for these. I mean, first the sneak on the Baron, and then the consecutive Dragon Soul fights as well for them. Huge.
Yeah, completely massive. And a reminder that, you know, T1 is this top-level team. You might be seeing them in plans. But remember, we saw that at Worlds last year, too. They played in the Worlds Play-In Series.
Yeah. And where did they place in that tournament?
Well, I was pretty high up there. You know, I would say at least in the top 4, probably.
At the top, yeah.
Maybe number 1. Yeah, definitely number 1. Look, this is a terrifying team. And so if you get that early game lead, and you keep that play clean in the mid to late game, which is a tall task in League of Legends. There's so many variables. It's possible to take a game. It's possible to win a series, but T1 are just so consistent at finding those avenues back in, even when, as we heard from Isaiah on the desk, it really felt compositionally like it should have been impossible for T1 to play from behind.
The Poppy and the Talia trying to inhibit a lot of the heavy dashes on the opponent team, but man, the Rise damage and the Kalista, even the Kalista damage still too. Even having to work around some of those obstacles, still able to come through pretty big. So now, in game number 3, when you're faced with reverse sweeping the world champions, what do you think Spawn is telling the squad now?
He's a very pragmatic man. I bet he's saying something like, play your game, a coach classic, you know, don't think about the next one, just think about this one.
Yeah.
Or maybe think of, guys, bro, think about how sick it would be if we just like reverse swept T1 right now.
So
that's how Spawn sounds like. Spawn doesn't sound Australian anymore. He sounds like he's from California. He spent too much time. Guys, think about how awesome it would be if we just like reverse swept T1 right now.
Yeah, totally, dude.
No, he's too serious. He's had dad energy even before he was a dad. He's for sure giving him a serious talk.
He also, though, likes incremental improvement. So game number 1, we lost all around.
Yes.
Game number 2, we got ahead.
There you go.
Then still lost. But that's definitely better than game number 1.
That's true.
So game number 3,
dominance.
Keep on improving.
Start to finish.
That's it. Yeah, and we just have a little slight delay, so we'll get into the champ select as soon as we can.
Of course, for T1, strong start. Again, the heavy favorites of plans. This year's format means only one team will make it through. So whether you're Deep Cross Gaming, KC, or TL.
Ok, trebali polako da uđemo u draft sljedeće partije. Potencijalno finalna partija ove prve serije.
Probably any Korean number 2 seed, but it just so happens that their number 2 seed is the the back world champion. So
and they defeated the MSI champions to get here to MSI Genji. So that also would have been really scary, but you know what? It's all good.
Yep.
And that we'll see here in game number 3. As we are able to get into our champion select powered by HyperX. Let's go. No reason for T1 to change their band still, Dracos.
Nope. Team Liquid still, it would seem, prioritizing that counter pick, or at least a later draft pick. Maybe once again to set Morgan up has really paid off for them, as you see some bans targeted his way. Maybe heralding a Jace option from T1.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly. And
the immediate response. You cannot have that champion.
You're like, okay, no thanks.
So what is left on the table? Of course, in patches past, AORUS was often a very high priority pick.
2 gema zaredno su first pikali za Fakera, vidjet ćemo da li će da urede to opet na ovoj plavoj strani. Da šta im je prije uopšte? Dobro. Lepo.
I mean, Jose, it's been Jose's best champion also, but owner, of course, legendary Lee Sin player. What are we going to play into it? There's no Poppy, obviously, off the table from the previous game. Gonna have to go a different little bruiser here for Jose.
See how spicy he wants to get. I remember in 2024 when he played for Estral, he was playing, I think, Viego into owner's Lee Sin, and it did work out somewhat well early on. Instead, we're going for a little engage on the bottom side.
Yeah, if you have Nico, Nocturne's always really good to make sure the engages are really powerful. There you go. Instantly can get that bang. You turn on the lights, get the Nico exactly where she wants to go. And that's going to be telling the exact comp here that we're going to run. So what kind of counter engage are we going to get?
And I do really like Team Liquid putting themselves in a position to be the proactive party. In the previous game, they had the more reactive composition, really couldn't make it work. This time around, they have all the tools to kick fights off on their terms. But T1 opting for a lot of just early
Renegade je fajn. Samo im treba nešto što skela, ne znam šta im je to, Azir fazon. I Lade carry koji skela dobro. Svo je pitanje da će blindi u mid ovdje, ali Azir je fajn blind mid, ja mislim. Da im skill i sakriju botlane koliko toliko. A? Ovo je bolje.
I kind of like this choice into the Nocturne Nico, recognizing that no matter what you do in this game, there will probably be moments where you're going to get one shot. So picking a champion who can do one rotation, flash in, get that ult, and that's more than enough to win a team fight instead of something that's going to need more time.
I mean, Quid could do the RE into the Annie, but that's not a good matchup. So he's going to go Galio combination here with the Nocturne Nico.
Galio Nocturne Nico, mislim, okej im je komp.
Wombo from Team Liquid.
What is the angle now for
Tivan, ne znam ili Kajsa. Ja bih banovo Kajsu da sam Liquid.
As much as we like to look at the compositions from the big picture, the lane match...
Pa, Zaja Kajsa ban, verovatno Zaja isto nije loša ovdje.
Be able to escape your Galio Nocturne Nico composition maybe. Take away some mobility 80 carries.
Lulu, the immediate limit. Don't want to deal with the wild growth, the potential to disrupt a lot of these dives, as well as just Lulu being such an obnoxious laner to play against. And again, in this third draft, taking a lot more time on these picks and bans, really trying to solve the puzzle of Team Liquid's dive composition. Okay, Vayne.
Yeah, they don't want the counter pick on top side. Try and protect the Renekton a little bit here, especially because if you're running Nocturne, Galio, Nico, like strong side lane, Vayne could get out of control.
Definitely could. Don't want to give away any free laning advantages, especially in a lane that has already been struggling to match in the 1v1. Xayah, not a surprising ban to see, again, just the relative safety. Instead of banning the Rakan,
Xayah ban. Kočevi slušaju. Luka, u suštini moraš biti ulogovan, mislim to je Riotov sajt, jeli? Samo trebaš da budeš ulogovan na svoj account i bukvalno ti samo na account stižu ikonice, emotovi i sve što dobijaš.
The choice.
The dive 80 carry.
Yeah, you don't want to give an 80 carry that can just easily get into position. Kai'Sa has some pretty tough lane matchups, but maybe T1 isn't looking into picking something out like the Corki up here or
just
anything else.
Comp thematic ban here. All right, Jan. What do we feel safe with, like Jhin or something like that?
AORUS.
Flex. Still, even with the nerfs. Okay.
So giving the option to potentially flex here, again, we're going to keep repeating it. Bars really heavily nerfed, limiting kind of the lethality bars that we'd see in bottom lane, as well as some of the early oppressive power of the top lane Varus. His W on hit damage at level 1 cut in half, a skill that you really don't take extra points early in. So much less oppressive is wow. Wow! There is nothing funnier in the world to me than getting ready to cast a T1 game to talk about Carrier and this man.
Ne volim ove kastere. Previše je srećan zbog zbog Yumi.
Not as any playmaker in the game, and it makes sense. I get what they want to do here. They want to weather the storm. They want that hyper carry, but
it's funny because it's the support with the literal best hands in the world.
Yes.
On the champion.
The least hand-intensive champion in the world.
The least hands. So it is good though. It's a goodie. It's an oldie but goodie there. Dracos with the Zeri Yumi. Team Liquid, they try to kind of cut a little bit of this by banning the Lulu, but they're just gonna switch it up there and add in the Yumi instead. And Morgan's gonna go onto his Zehen here. So he has had some pretty good.
Gej draft Liquida iskreno.
He's been doing quite well for this series.
Tivan baš komituje, mada fore što Tivan i s ovim early gameom ima da se bolje teamfighta kasnije, tako da je okej skroz.
But in the end, you're going to have to deal with Pays on a hyper carry with a Yumi on him.
And credit to T1, they recognize this so early on, but Pays is a demon. And this composition really is just set up to help him succeed in the later stages of the game. T1 certainly a lot of early to mid-game firepower. You have the Annie for playmaking, the Lee Sin, the Renekton on the top side. But as you get later in the game, you know, T1, no super reliable point-and-click CC. So if Pays is playing well, it is going to be really tough to reliably lock this Zeri down, especially with his Yumi latched to his back. Early on, I imagine it'll still be quite difficult. But later stage, oof.
All right, game number 3. Must win here for Team Liquid. They want to keep their hopes in this series alive. And T1 looking at wrapping up the very first series of MSI themselves.
Wrapping up feels the appropriate. It does sometimes feel Like T1 in these early series, reminding us that they could have made this an email. They could have just said, "We're gonna win."
Hey man, it was fun. Game 2 was really
It was
fun.
really close.
They made me believe.
I believed too, Kobe. I was like, maybe we are here for 5 games. Maybe we are here for Silver Scrapes. And that belief has faded for a moment, as I imagine it has for a number of NA fans. But if they have another strong early game, Quid can find another lead or maybe set up someone else to do it on the Galio. Could be a really good spot.
Pace carry level 1 oli, no?
Early stages here. Pace and carry are already running them out of the lane, making them chug their potions very early.
Okay.
Jose owner out and split it again.
Hoping to steal away. Umbral Blades, the passive for Nocturne, does make it easy for him to take away multiple camps at the same time, but
Onda čuva i na sljedeći basic.
camp battle here is
I šta sad Jose ostaje bez flasha, ne? Oni čantaju ovo. Ajoj, ovo je loše. Ajoj, ovo je loše. Ništa, Jose dodao i istripovao fakera. Na faker s druge strane, ne mogu biti dva fakera u istom gemu. Koliko loš flip. Early bad time, to je fair, da. I sad on mora da ide na jedan kamp da dobije dvojku pre nego što nastavi dalje. A Onder mu uzeo kamp i nastavi full clearuje svoju džunglu. Samo giga random flip.
He stacks it up. Now he gets his 4th stack off of that one. Flashes forward. My 4th is ready. Boom! Into the Q combo. During the stun. Finish it out. They get the 2nd kill as well for the chase.
Owner ticking over to level 2 to get the Q, to get that Sonic Wave Resonating Strike.
Yeah.
Gosh, I mean, it just makes all the difference in the world. There's nothing you can do with that kind of level discrepancy early on. Faker and Quid still trading blows, but Quid throwing that Q a little bit far, and Faker not afraid to just step up and have assert dominance here in this mid lane matchup. 1,000 goals lead, 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. It's not over, but this is definitely pretty close to the worst possible start. And unfortunately, for the TL fans, we are going to sit in this moment for a little bit longer, and we'll keep you guys up to date as we have more information on what the pause is about.
Yeah, I wasn't ready. Let's restart.
I wasn't
ready.
We're all just going to pretend we didn't see that. We're going to restart.
Mislim, trebali brzo se vratimo nas do game ako ništa.
Obviously going to be heavily impacted there because his own Raptors were stolen away as well in the aftermath. The owner immediately crossed over, took Raptors too. And then mid lane was getting pretty hard there because Faker had the health lead and was just going to keep stacking up his stun once again off minions again. And so CoreJJ had to, on his reset, exit out down towards mid. Owner feeling probably very confident at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good look. And I think stealing camps away from any jungler early on, getting that kind of advantage against any jungler feels good. But against Nocturne, it's especially punishing, right? Yeah. Nocturne can be a big duelist threat early, but you just mostly don't have to fight him. He doesn't have a big dash. He doesn't have a way to get on top of you. So it's all often about farming for that level 6, and that's just been slowed down so significantly. Whereas an empowered Lee Sin, a Lee Sin who gets early kills, is terrifying across the entire early to mid game. Morgan, though, once again,
ako Doran opet bude solo kill.
W flash forcing the flash out from Doran as well. Well played by Morgan.
Bro, ko je Morgan i zašto je 6 puta solo killovo Dorana? Ja moram da pogledam na Wikipediji ko je Morgan. Doduše kažem ja, mislim, nisam pratio LCS.
I mean, it's still going to be a substantial deficit in mid lane as well. It's not just the fact that the extra kill went over to Owner and he's got the money there to give the lead over jungle, but also the CS difference.
Ali Jose dodo iz Argentine, respekt iskreno, brate, bar nisu uzeli još jednog lika iz Koreje. Morgan igrao za JDG 2019. godine.
Jungle or support is out of roam time or something like that, but that's might be wishful thinking.
Especially when
Jose
have that flash himself, right?
za FlyQuest ranije, pa dobro.
Owner poking his head into the mid lane, just knowing that they could respawn. Yeah, force this out, and there's not really going to be a good response. Don't know if he has perfect information on Jose Diodo, but knows he's just more powerful. The mid lane 2v2 here, mid jungle so strong for T1.
Yes, sir, and that is going to continue. This is interesting. We got a reset from Jose, so they're going to fight over these Krugs. Owner still level 4.
Zidio has blue buff advantage. Owner wisely waiting out the AD steroid that comes in from Nocturne.
Owner ima shield, mislim da će smite i da dash outa da. Dobro, igra malo mapu, usporava mu 6 što odgovara Lee Sinu. Quid je iz nekog razloga otišao na Dark Seal Control Ward umjesto na Negatron i to ga malo košta u onim matchupu.
I mean, what does Jose got? Let's see.
Pick it fine.
Run through mid. Oh man, it's so painful, dude.
Out of the wave. Do it. Out of the wave. Okay.
He has. Yeah, no.
Faker je 6 na ovom wave-u. Gledam da li možda baci Q na kripa pa... On ima Q ovdje na kripa i onda ulti. Jer čim umre Canon, on je 6. Ja sam bio u fazonu da možda baci Q na Canona, dobije 6 i da insta ulta Galija. S tim da Faker nije imao flash, pa onda nije ni gledao pravi play.
Let's be clear. If anyone on the planet says they would have the mental fortitude to come in 100% form after that last game, you're a liar. That's a hard one to lose. And so for TL after that early
Renegade gubio early game također za Canon, što baš nije optimalno.
Level 6 to level 4, come on.
Owner ga je baš lepao tempovo. Kick traži u Jeona. Ok. Ovo je fine još za Liquid. Jungler im je 2 levela down. Mislim, Jose je sam kriv, invadovo je Onera na levelu 1 bez razloga, ako ćemo iskreno, ali...
Yeah, mid jungle's been the focus, but you're right. As far as the Varus and Nico still getting their CS lead on bottom side. It's just that with your jungle having the 2-level lead and access to the ult is just insane. I mean this jungle advantage, this jungle gap is incredible.
Because it's easy to see the world where Team Liquid can get push early, can start
Gali uzeo Mar. I dalje nije full safe, ali sad malo lakše.
How kind of underwhelming Yuumi can be in a lot of those dive scenarios. But once your mid jungle falls behind, it's just so much space for pace. And now instead of losing dramatically, he's losing gracefully, just falling a little bit behind, and we know as a scaling threat he can absolutely outmatch.
Yeah, and this area is going to be a focus later. So if the Nocturne is underfed, wait a second.
Ulti there from Yon. Big lock up there. Good damage.
Oj, damage. Odor nimo cleanse. On ima 1 na heal, ja mislim da je mrtavi Korđi ovdje. O. O.
Nice playing into the wave there for Core, so he doesn't give another kill over to this Lee Sin. As you say, both AD carries going down, but only one of the AD carries got the last hit, and Yon gets extra money paid into his pockets here, so no sums will be available on pays for the rest of the lane phase here.
Opet snimo cleanse tu. Aj mislim da, level 5 je bio i dešovo je u Jana. Nije stigo, da, on nije ni ulto na vreme. Probao je Core da blokira kod Lee Sin, ali nije uspeo.
And Core plays to the wave so that Owner's next Q does go into the minion.
Yep. And good patience from Owner in that exchange to kind of take his time on that second Q onto Yon, making sure that he could get in a position where Core could not body block. It is now T1 taking that momentum, shifting their focus to the top side of the map, willing to give up a couple plates, willing to give up a little bit more gold to maybe accelerate the pace of this game with a top side play, as Void Grub's already down 3-0 in the favor of T1.
All right. Here it comes, 4 people. Owner's coming too.
Morgan in trouble.
Can he stack his passive?
Lock up there. Ulti across. CC immune for a brief moment, trying to turn it back. Deletes the wave. Owner now going in. Forced to dash back out, but that blinking health bar is so low. Keep your eyes on the Yuumi. Damage the Q.
Ubiće ga kad tad. Ubiće ga kad tad. Dolazi Niko, ali... Oni moraju da okrone. Oni ne znaju. Znam da je Niko creep, znaju. Okej su, hvaljnicu. Svi fuzamo da znaju da je Niko creep, ali kao ide creep samo lane, nema šta da bude nego Niko.
just barely. The Nocturne had started coming over from mid lane, so they knew Jose was going to get into range to ult. And then Morgan will live this time around. He had to use the flash there, though, because of Owner taking his Q in. And they kind of delay.
It's a quick dash back. Good to survive. Does mean that Jose Diego also picks up a bit more money in the mid lane, but the top side of the map is bleeding gold. Continues to, at least in mid jungle. Morgan doing a good job of holding his own, but you've seen, even if you're doing well in the 1v1, once you fall behind in mid or jungle, you're going to see a lot more people in your lane than you maybe bargained for. Morgan adjusting his lane assignment to pick up mid. Squid just now going to be able to get the recall.
Yeah, we'll see too, because bottom lane, they swapped over Doran there into the 1v1 versus Yon, and Yon's about to have both summoner spells plus a Nico. Maybe CoreJJ can make some sort of sneaky Nico play on returning to lane. They do have a lot of vision down on the bottom side, so Doran's got to be very careful here with no ult for himself.
Yeah, no ulti.
Jose, or Nico there, excuse me, right into vision.
Kill would be ideal, forcing a flash would be good, but you can see Owner is still hovering. And they'd have to kill Doran incredibly quickly.
A Dora ne može da igra, što neće. Mislim da mu baš ne odgovara ovaj swap pretarano.
TL can continue to keep Jose's whereabouts unknown to T1 too. Always threatening, where is this Nocturne going to be? So under tower, Doran's just going to try and survive here, weather the storm, weather the onslaught. The Varus Nico still, even with the nerfs, doing a decent amount of damage.
Biće fan, ovih dana ćemo gledati Tivane, mislim skoro svaki dan. Sutra se igra Winners i Losers. Tako da sutra igraju pobednici ove dve serije i onda gubitnici ove dve serije isto.
The mid jungle so hard that mid's constantly getting priority, chunking down Quid, and then Owner has retained his 1,000 gold lead here in the individual matchup, and that has resulted in a completed item, a full Sundered Sky, which makes him very strong in all these skirmishes. Now, finally, though, Jose does get his Hexplate done.
That's going to be big, especially before we see that ultimate come out. As you mentioned, the path to T1 or to TL, excuse me, making a play is very clear, but it's just so hard to get that set up when you're not able to get push in your lanes first. It's really only top lane where they're able to contest, and Doran, now that he has a bit more healing reduction, is feeling a lot better in that 1v1. We'll see if he can get the first item completion as they're effectively neck and neck after that topside focus from T1.
And Doran had to suffer a bit.
JJ looking for the play, gets the flash out. Might have mistracked the summoner, thought they had an angle there, but that is the paranoia down. Owner staying, keeping his focus on this objective. Faker waiting off to the side, does not have access to ulti, crucially. But Team Liquid don't want to walk up and fight this.
They have Galio. Are they
coming in from behind? Gonna go for the 50-50. Owner once again takes it. Ulti from Yon does not connect. Forced to back off.
Štivan samo dobija previše ovaj game, iskreno.
Of the smite, and Owner's able to land it again. Owner's smites have been very good.
That they have.
This series as well. So T1 secure it. Dragon number 2 for themselves, and they keep on building towards the Dragon Soul.
Frustrating for Team Liquid too, because they certainly had the tools, they had the cooldowns, but weren't quite all on the same page. Didn't want to risk going any further after Owner did flash backwards. Again, Owner's really strong, so I understand why Jose Diego wouldn't want to be locked in a 1v1 there.
Meanwhile, Pays, the one thing for T1, they do need to get more money into Pays, more damage. I mean, he's eventually going to get there, and he has the safety of his own cleanse, plus Mikhail's on Carria for later, but definitely needs a bit more to keep the income up, keep the damage coming for him for later, so that he can take over later on. And meanwhile, Owner doing a very good job in keeping the vision control here to allow more safety for these lanes.
Yeah. And really rapidly reassigning lanes just to make sure that Pays does have some space to farm, recognizing he's one of the weakest people on the map right now. As CoreJJ is in trouble. Yon coming over the wall. Kickback from Owner is there. Oof. Trade of cooldowns. Paranoia coming out. So let's play on the top side. Jose Diego debating if he can follow. We got plays in multiple places, both top lane and in the bottom lane. The Faker manages to escape on the top side play and the bot lane play. The kick from Owner is enough for the disengage. Is again the main benefactor here. Anytime we see these plays go bloodless, is just Pays. Gets the time, gets the space.
Pushing in on mid, turret play money here for him.
Ovaj game je neko baš previše lagan. A Liquid ništa ne nalazi na mapi.
Meanwhile, on the top side, they didn't want to full send after Faker used his flash down the river. So they don't end up actually following there. And so TL doesn't really even have any kind of answer after the incursion from T1. And just look at all the extra vision here laid up through this jungle area that T1 are able to leave behind and make these consecutive plays very confident from them. Of course, Doran's always getting the short end of the stick. The last time around when they had to swap over, you know, he's like, all right, fine. You know, I'm the one going into the Varus. Whatever. I'll take a little bit of a hit. Tower's going to take a little bit of a hit, and it is first tower bonus. So that's, you know, a little extra something there for TL to try and get them back into fighting shape. And you do get the Trinity Force also completed from Morgan on his Zehen. See if he can be a factor in the team fight.
Extra levels too, just Morgan going to be a bigger threat. A lot of those early cooldowns just super long for the Zehen. But T1, we expect with the Herald, going to break down a few more structures.
Imamo, ok, znači fora što imamo plane.
Half a plate remaining. There's a TP to the bottom lane.
Iz plane-a mislim da samo jedna ekipa ide dalje. Imamo 4 tima, a samo jedan tim ide dalje. Tako da je baš nezgodno. I taj jedan tim bi trebao da bude T1, ali vidjet ćemo, nikad se ne zna.
Why is nobody dead? So many cooldowns!
TL just don't have quite enough damage to finish off either play. And Faker had been pushing up to the side lane on top side, so he got all the way to the tower. But that timing window was a great window of opportunity for Team Liquid, and they're unable to actually make it count. So close. I mean, pays no flash and no cleanse. Keria used both summoner spells as well, but not being able to get that shutdown on Owner, oh man, that would have been so juicy for TL to get that shutdown. But they're unable to get it.
We'll have to see. Dragon is the big objective to look at next. It would be soul point for T1. It would be the first for TL in this game. 2 items for Yon is the center of attention this time around. He's been struggling. This is certainly a chance for redemption in these fights because he has the damage to bring it home to find the edge for TL, but he needs to make sure the rest of his team is ready to fight alongside him. We can't have more of these issues where they're not quite able to finish a kill or the cooldowns aren't quite in sync.
Especially because Pays, as we said, no summoner spells for either member of the T1 bottom lane here to keep him alive, to keep him protected. No exhaust from Keria, no heal from Keria either, so they definitely, it will be TL's best shot to try and like kill off this Zeri.
Koja je poenta postavljanja losers bracketa i zašto nisam polufinale? Čekaj, na šta misliš? Mislim u teoriji da, ali to je sam si sebi odgovorio, da. Ovako imaš 2 šanse, ovako da je polufinale, finale. Ok, da, bilo bi dan manje programa, ali s druge strane šta izgubiš jedan best of 5 kao rip. Znaš. Ovako, ajde izgubiš jedan pa možeš se vratiš kroz losers. Nije sad nešto puno bolje, ali opet imaš 2 šanse umjesto jedne. Znaš, ovako možda kažeš unlucky, ja sam izvukao T1 i nisam ni do finala stigao. Ovako, realno TL može se vrati nazad. Realno, mislim, nije nemoguće. O, lep ult od Thora. Ovo im je vinulo fight. Nice. A da, recimo TL da izgubi, padne u losers, imaju KC i TCG. I mislim da mogu dobiti jedni i druge. Tako da mogu se vrate nazad. Ovo će ubiti. Nije disaster, samo je kill za 2, tako da ovo je fajn i dalje za Liquid. Znači mi se inače jako interesantno kasteri, kad ne znaš što da kažu, uvek se ubace neki hype mod. Kao kaster vam to pričam. Brati, ti za disaster? Nije disaster, dobili su 2 killa za 1, stvarno je okej. Ali Niko ult je ovdje klačovo. Jako lep Niko ult. Flash, protobelt, 3-man ult, a Pays nema dovoljno damage i dalje da bude veliki impact ovdje.
Then they come over afterwards. Everybody's speaking. Yana's a little bit too far. as he's kind of
They were a little too excited. You saw the smite into immediate backup.
Yeah, and Pays and Carrier recognize, all right, we're just going to have to try and fight instead of run. So they get the 1 kill for themselves, but as the rest of the members of TL still wrapping around, they do get the extra kills there. It's just that with T1 here, staring down such an early Dragon Soul on the next one, and Owner's ability to smite these, and especially with Lee Sin, who's so mobile and does have Q damage to work with as well.
Also, just Cloud Soul Zeri gliding on your team is a literal nightmare.
True. All right, now Morgan. Let's see if Morgan is under attack here. Owner on the bomb side of the map. And Morgan again has done quite well for himself, but this time around actually has Nocturne in his back pocket, so they can just hold, continue to farm, as even though T1 clear out the vision, they're fine.
Core on the way as well. Jan doing what he can just to hold the mid wave. 2.5 items for him. 2 items now for Pays. The mid lane discrepancy has effectively been evened out. Man's going to be the choice for Quid. That affects, 3 out of 4 of his abilities. So pretty high value, giving that ability haste onto immobilizing spells.
Yeah, it's great for Galio.
Yeah.
For sure, especially after the buff that they gave it. See if they can pull off another one of those team fights there for TL, though. They got a good wombo combo in the...
Trebalo bi da bude clean sweep za T1. Mislim, nema šta. Ne, niko nije na tom nivou. Ali ajde, vidit ćemo. Mislim, sljedeća serija gledat ćemo KC, tako da vidit ćemo kakva je tu situacija.
For Imperial Mana. These, of course, the buffs if you, for some reason, missed the rework. It's no longer the Nami item. It's now the CC mage item. And like all support items that get reworked, some other lane is abusing it.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to be a little squishy, but you do some really nice damage amp, and the ability haste is very good for Galio, applying to the 3 abilities, including...
Na Galio je baš dobar item. Da, Imperial je baš dobar item na Galio.
Let's see if they can pull off that combo again, though. Pays has been right back out on the map, farms up to his second item as well, so...
And with the Zeri against this comp, it does feel a little bit like the Cassidon meme, right? It's not level 16, it's probably more 3.5 items, but it does feel like TL are playing on the clock. Certainly they can win in late game scenarios, but killing Pays with this composition is just going to be so incredibly difficult if he just skates over the wall and walks away from you.
Yeah, we'll see. If Core has Flash, then maybe, but Pays has Cleanse, and they have the Mikhails, of course, on Carrier. So he's got 2 ways to try and break combos that TL are going to go for onto him. In the last fight, that being said, though, TL just went straight front. They got 3 members and just killed the members that they did get in the combo. While Jose kind of pushed Faker out, so he's using the Nocturne ultimate back onto him, onto the other side.
They're definitely feeling comfortable in this one if they can fight on their terms, if they get that initial CC. He's not enough of a backline threat to balance out a 3-man engage.
Ja mislim da T1 uvek na Internationalu može da parira, to je moje mišljenje, mislim da je T1 samo uvek dobar. Mada, ne samo da zaboravimo činjenicu da je, što se tiče MSI-a, mislim MSI je kineski turnir. Tako da i Bili i TES ne možemo da kažemo da neću raditi ništa, zašto je, kažem, MSI kineski turnir. Dobro, flash za flash. Ali mislim da mimo, mislim da je polufinale Kina protiv Koreje i Kina protiv Koreje, to je svakako. Mislim da tu niko ne može da upsetuje, mada ko će ga znati. I sad Faker nema flash i Faker je mrtav. A mrtav je i Oner. What? Galio? Trebao je da uzme neki FC skin. Tako da uleće free feeda. Ima Pays, samo njih.
It's a triple for Pays and a Dragon Soul. Wait a second, is there a miracle here? Maybe
vidi, ja se nadam, bilo bi hype za prenos ako ništa.
There's no smite for either team.
Morgan hoping to get something. Morgan dashing in.
Mislim da nema damage-a Core GG. No, ne može ovo da rade. A možda i mogu da rade.
Oh, but the TPs, you can't just let it reset. Oh no, Team Liquid.
Wait, Nocturne ult,
double TP. Nocturne ult in 8 seconds. No jungler here for T1 yet.
Ovo je njihov Drake, mislim. On ne stiže prvi. A mora da uleti odmah. Da, i Sol za T1. I sad ultaš za Mousepad ako imaš i bejš. Okej, za malo preživi. Faker u fazonu da igram bilo šta od prošla 2 gejma, kvadra ovde za njega. Ajde, nema toliko sustain damage-a. Dobro, T1 Sol, mislim, za njih je svako big, nema šta.
What a scramble in the fight, though. Really making her blood pump in that one. Everybody coming back on the respawns. Morgan has just been trying his heart out this whole series.
He's holding on for dear life here in the MasterCard priceless moment of the game. You could see the scramble start so nice for the side of TL.
Yeah, Core goes in for the combo onto Pays, and that allows Morgan to close the distance. Then it's the waiting game and the delay. Both teams trying to buy time for their junglers to get here.
We're watching the Olympic 100-meter dash from the junglers right now, just trying to get there as quick as they can.
And you're going to see wards here. So it's wards for TL that see Owner's approach. And so they know where his position is. Trying to get there. An Owner looks over, into the control ward, onto the dragon. Just barely. Jose is in range. Boom. And he's able to get it again.
This man's smites are too good. He needs to tone it down a little bit. Come on, you can't secure every single 50. It's not a 50-50 anymore, I feel like.
Nope, it's 100% Owner.
Well, two things have come together at a pretty terrible time for TL, which are the T1 have Soul, and Zeri now has 3 items. So, she's going to be fast. She's going to be zooming. But if Pays gets pulled like that again, though, it'd be a different case. He's still a low health bars. There's a mystery raptor there.
Yeah, doesn't show on the mini-map at least, but if you look over there, they have a ward by it. Yep.
Thorn's looking for that Somek. Looking for that chicken.
Thorn sniffs it out. At least now he's around the rest of the raptor pit, the spawning point.
I like this. I like that we've just decided to spend the next 2 minutes of this game following Core as a raptor.
Best part of Nico, for sure.
For sure. Now he's turned back into Yon. Less exciting, but T1 debating if they can start the Baron. Certainly have the damage, but need to be careful. The collapse from TL is still lethal.
Se mnogo lakše T1 sad igra ovde. Pogotovo s ovim solom. Zeri kad upali ulti, sad i kad upali sprintalicu ne može stigneš sve jedno.
Morgan, I would say, still keep on focusing on him. You know, 2 item power spike here. He's actually well past it. Another component with the Caulfield's Warhammer coming in too. And him getting the kill onto Pays as well. So much money in the Zehen. He's really going to have to put that Zehen to the test. See if they can make a longer team fight. See if they can get him some uptime and actually close the distance onto the Zeri. Again, Zeri with both sums and with the Yuumi with Mikhails and both sums.
Yeah, 2 items.
It just seems like, man, even though you have dive and you have so much combo, seems like it might be hard to keep it and make it stick. But they're going to collapse around mid, maybe. Core's wrapped around again.
If they can find Pays isolated, it's a lot, of an easier decision. Worth it just to fight for those summoners, but T1 in classic T1 fashion, just going to start the Baron, kind of force Team Liquid into a position where they have to make a play, or simply just lose the objective.
They have 3 blue trinkets for TL's side, so I'm not worried about this Baron getting taken away without a contest.
This might be their 8K getting lower. Owner shredding it, as is Pays. Off to the side, Faker's going to drop the ulti. Baron clearly the objective here for the side of T1. 5K, full faith in the 50-50s. Jose Dioto, I don't think he has information. I don't think he can see anything. Owner holding on, debating. Do they want
završavaju ovo. Ne završavaju, neće flipaju. Interesantno. Varus ult Vifa. I sad Pays show, da vidimo. Mora samo nađe basic još jedan, to je to. Imamo Mousepad dovoljno, sad će sve da ih pobije. Ja, ima je preko i svi su mrtvi. Ja, i to je game. Prelepo. Clean, čekali trenutak, Pays našao ugao, dash in, ulti. I sa Cloud Soulom samo ne možeš mu pobegneš. Lepo ti, Ivana. Jako lepo ti, Ivana. Ovaj game nisu ošte igrali na top side-u. Ni Dora, ni Owner. On je radio ok posao, stavi Josea malo behind. Bio je level 6 kad je bio level 4. Ali mimo toga nisu ništa puno radili. Samo su pustili Pesa da naskila i da carry-a. Ima brza serija. Imamo jako dugačak transition. Pauza će biti jako dugačka. Koliko ovdje piše, 24 minuta pauze. Tako da, jako velika pauza, ali eto, možda neki rani doručak, bilo kako bilo. Za 20 minuta nam kreće KC protiv Deep Cross Gaminga. Gdje, verovatno, ne znate nijednog igrača, ali ekipa iz Tajvana, svakako duga pauzica, pa se vraćamo nazad sa serijom broj 2.
And then game number 3 starting out with the faithful Raptors, Dracos.
Wow, did not look great in those final moments, but credit to T1. Let's send it over to our analysts to break that one down further.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day as it is T1 victorious over Team Liquid Alienware. 3-0 perfect in their first match. And yes, it is a bit of commiserations here on the desk for our NA compatriots who yet again, see another tough one.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit tough, but thanks to the reliable Cisco network, owner secured the soul for T1, much to the chagrin of all of the Team Liquid fans. And this was smite after smite after smite, and you couldn't help but feel as an NA fan, if you could even just get one of them, you would have a chance in this series, because Cloud Zolfazeri is just cooked.
Yeah, as soon as he got that, Hayes felt so free to take over the game. And the HP got so low so many times. Jose was in range.
Yeah.
Just came down to that clutch factor. Owner on point in this game.
That team fight, though, once again, gave me a little hope. So we're going back to the 90-50-10s. The hope was there constantly.
I mean, game 2 and game 3, TL, I think, had really good positions in the game, right? The reality is, at the end of the day, getting into a good position is not enough. You have to be able to get it across the finish line, and that is where T1 really excels. That is where their players are showing up in the biggest moments. That is where they are finding these individual outplays, and that is why they are who they are, right? That is why this team always seems to win. And at the end of the day, people will see the 3-0 and be like, yeah, okay, expected, they got stomped. But I will say, you know, TL had a pretty good accounting of themselves in game 2 and 3, and those are games that they're going to be frustrated that they couldn't get across the finish line.
Yeah. I feel like they came with a good game plan. We saw that, and I think that's the main thing to approach the drafts as well. I feel like favored them over the series, but it just feels like there's another level to T1 that they just weren't quite able to hit.
Yeah, and they did release content on Twitter just basically like what was happening in between the last game and this game, and it just seems like there's a lot of confidence in like there's a lot of confidence in how the players are playing. Specifically, I think Jose Dioto and Quid had good individual performances. It's just mostly like you're going up against a team like T1 that is miles ahead of you, but the strategy was there in the games that we saw. This was the game where I was like immediately doomered the moment the level 1 happened in the invade. I was like, but damn, overall you should be a little confident after this Team Liquid series.
Morgan also had a really good laning phase all 3 games and was really challenging Darren. And Darren, we have seen him get challenged in the laning phase, but that's against some of the top LCK top laners like Zeus, like Keen, and Morgan was really putting it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, though, credit to T1. They get the job done, 3-0. They don't drop a game against TL. Close is not good enough. You know, you have to be able to kill the Nexus. T1 did that all 3 times, and they were able to show off, I think, some of why people are so afraid of this team. You think about the Carrier Camille game, how exciting that was. You think about Pays in some of these team fights, how he is just gliding on people. Even the final engage of this series, after he has Cloud Soul, as soon as Nocturne ult is used, they know there's no one who can get on to me anymore, and he just goes forward and chases everybody down.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, they didn't have to show as much in terms of the draft, whereas Team Liquid, they came out with some great drafts and did what you want to see out of an underdog team with strategies like the Yasuo there, and it just didn't work out. So for T1, they are cruising to where we think they will be.
I was about to say, because now I'm going to take a few steps back. I'm like saying, oh, this gives me a little bit of confidence.
Not too many steps back. Not too many steps back.
You know what? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's a better
Depending on what the point is, maybe more steps.
Maybe I'm jumping. But there's only one team that's getting out of play-in. So if we're confident on what we're looking at, no, that's T1 in, I would imagine, pretty tough situations throughout this entire series. Being able to outplay again and again. That's an edge that T1 has now, where it's like, it doesn't matter if you perceive us to lose the draft. It doesn't matter if we perceive us to be behind in the early game. We're just better mechanically across the board.
I think the thing is there will be another chance for Team Liquid. Everyone's looking at T1 as the favorites, and after this series, it's pretty apparently why.
Still looking at everyone as a fan.
But I think there is learnings to take away that you can use.
All right, we are joining Faker for the Verizon post-game interview right now.
MSI 2016 플레이-인 스테이지 1라운드 그 첫 무대를 멋지게 장식한 T1과 팀 리퀴드 에일리언웨어의 대결에서 T1이 3대 0으로 승리를 하면서 2라운드에 진출하게 됐습니다. 승리 축하드립니다!
T1 versus Team Liquid Alienware, and T1 was able to pick up a 3-0 victory. Congratulations!
팀 리퀴드 에일리언웨어를 상대로 첫 승리를 가져갔습니다. 한국에서 열리는 MSI이기 때문에 또 의미가 특별할 것 같은데요. 승리 소감 먼저 들려주시죠.
오늘
I think it's going to mean even more because it's happening in Korea. How do you feel?
이렇게 많은 분들이 와주셨는데 승리로 보답할 수 있어서
Yes, this was our first MSI match and the first one for the tournament, and I'm really happy to be able to pick up a win here in front of the home crowd.
잘 모르겠습니다.
Do you know what is the best bread or bakery in Daejeon? It is 3-0 bread, and you were able to bake it really nice. There were a lot of comeback wins as well. How was today's match overall?
전략이 좀 잘 안 통해서 좀 어렵게 흘러갔는데 그래도 중후반에
Honestly, early on, the strategies that we prepped didn't really work well, but we were able to keep focused and win in the end. So I'm really happy and grateful that me and my teammates were able to pull it off. There was a moment where we were able to sneakily take the Baron. I think that was the highlight of the day. Now you guys are advancing to the upper bracket, the winner's bracket. And after winning the second game, you were able to set another record, 100th win in the MSI. How do you feel about that? Nothing much.
결국에는 큰 무대에서 우승을 많이 하는 게 저는 중요하다고
I think what matters more than stacking up wins is winning at crucial moments. I will keep focusing on getting the win when it matters the most.
자, 곧 펼쳐질 내일 경기이죠. 리러브 딥크로스 게이밍과 카르민 코프의 대결 승자와 맞붙게 됩니다.
We have DCG versus KC, and the winner will be your opponent tomorrow. What are your expectations? To be completely honest, I have no idea how the stories will unfold, so it's really hard to predict. But all of those teams are, you know, some of the best teams from their own region. So we will not let our guards down, and we will prepare as thoroughly as possible. We have so many fans here at this venue supporting T1. Anything you would like to say to the fans? The matches happened quite early this morning. I'm really happy and grateful to see all the fans showing up to support us. So I will make sure to display another great performance for the fans. And that was Faker from T1. Thank you very much.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the arcade storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
Alright, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome back to the 2026 MSI playing stage where we gear up for our second game. It's Karmine Corp versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming. Digon here alongside Ox, Raz, and Azael to break this one down. And now we've got LEC versus the LCP.
Your boys are next, by the way. You're pretty happy that we ended up being a little sad. You, Irish, British man.
Do you see the look on his face, by the way? He absolutely does not claim them.
He does not.
He does not claim them.
He's away from it.
He's like, who are you even talking about? Me? European?
No. Until you find success. But
He's like, I'm from Bakerville. We just won.
Oh my God.
I love the signatures, man. Yehu, he has the smiley face under the ooze. I don't know, we're reading them backwards.
Yeah.
All of their signatures are beautiful.
Make a judgment call.
I like Xiaoxi's a lot, actually.
Oh,
it's a big S and a C.
just actually looks well written.
Yeah. Homeschools looks good as well.
They've been practicing,
Chris.
I think.
Yeah.
Very good.
They've been practicing the signatures to get themselves a win as we take a look at Deep Cross Gaming's roster here, as this is the squad who started off not in the second place position in Split 2 over at the LCP, found their way on up, and then qualified on in behind Team Secret Wales.
That's the thing. When they were left out of the LCP, a lot of the PCS fans were like, we want our boys in there. They qualified over Chiefs Gaming. I'm a bit sad on that one. But no, Relove Deep Cross Gaming is a team that immediately became rivals with Team Secret Wales in the finals of both splits, and were incredibly aggressive. Just taking a look at this 5v4 fight where the 4-man is on DCG side because the Rumble roamed, and guess who ended up winning from this one? It's DCG.
It's DCG.
And, you know, even though the Rumble does go down, we got another Rumble coming in with the Valkyrie from the Corki. Trying to get that maximum damage coming through.
I mean, straight up, Pop9 and Fung, these guys are crazy how they play the fights. They will play in your face. They look to maximize damage. They are flashing in at every opportunity. This team just wants to fight. When they're ahead, you got to snowball the game. It's time to look for a 5v5. You're behind. How are you going to come back? But showing up to the next dragon and looking for a 5v5.
Yeah.
And this team is all about it. They are all mechanics. They are not looking to play the map. They want to fight you.
What are they even, though? Because you said if they're ahead and behind.
If you're even, you need to progress the game, brother. How else are we going to do that but a 5v5?
I understand now. I'm starting to see the vision.
They're the second highest in terms of combined kills a minute in terms of playoffs, domestic play of the tournament. Everybody. It's first place, of course, Team Secret Wales. And in an era in the LCP where the VCS is dominant of the Vietnamese team, they have been able to also keep up, and I feel like it's been fun to be able to see this team, especially Florin, that top laner, to be able to play as he is.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really cool. DCG came up through promo relegation. They weren't even in the main league at the beginning of the year. They qualified in. CFO, if you guys are only watching internationals, you're like, where is CFO? Well, the roster kind of broke up. It split up. So they no longer had a stranglehold on the region. It opened the door for some of these other rosters to come up and really showcase what they have. And 4 of the 5 players here on Deep Cross Gaming really do not have much experience. You know, there's a lot of young players. They're playing with tremendous confidence. And this is a team that has a very high ceiling. So even though they are, you know, not so much of a macro team, I don't think you can underestimate them.
That's right. It's Xiaoxi, the only player that has experience calling that league. The LMS spent some time over in the LPL. He's going to be trying to get the squad ready to go against their opponents in Karmine Corp, the #2 seed from the LEC.
And I feel like we have such a divide in how these two teams play, because we've said how this is a super fast-paced team for the LCP, whereas Karmine Corp have been more controlled, more slower paced. They made 2 changes. We have Busio coming into the support, Yehu in the mid lane, and I feel like Busio this edition, really sad for you guys.
They robbed us blind.
They did.
But really great for the LEC and the impact he's been able to have. I feel like him, Kalist, and Yike have been really the main characters when we get to those team fights, those 5v5s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team is very explosive. You know, they have a lot of individual talent, and they also have the advantage of the blue wall. It always feels like no matter where they go, they have that home court advantage.
Yeah.
You know, unless you're going up against like T1 or something like that. These guys have so many fans who are always there supporting them, behind them, cheering them on. They really are just completely beloved by the French fan base.
I just love that this split, even just this year, they've gone in front of the French audience multiple times, and the French audience has simply not disappointed ever. And I was like, okay, we're going to go back to the LEC studio. Maybe that's going to be a little bit more even. No, hell, they're traveling to the studio. So it's nice to see that fandom that is there. That being said, taking a look at the players, Kana is an incredible top laner, has always been that way. And if they've struggled as a team, he has been the super reliable top laner that you're like, no, get him more on carries. That has not been the case these days. They've only gotten stronger, and now you can take a step back a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like this year there's been more competition for him domestically in terms of top laner in the league with Nako. I think in previous years he really just had that spot on lock. But I do think the solo lanes are a big factor for this team. You know, Yehu's come in, and even though he isn't also top of the mid lane pool in the LEC, they've both been having good performances, allowing Yike to play around that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the team definitely has improved. To me, Kana is still, you know, the star of the team. I think he is the best individual player. But the fact that Yike has stepped up so much, the fact that Busio got added in, I mean, so many people, both European and North American, were looking at Busio as potentially the best support in all of the West at the end of last year. Florin, though, you know, he is kind of that guy for DCG. This is a guy who came up, has so much individual talent, really is known for the laning phase, but he has such a huge challenge across from him because Kana also really famed for his laning phase, has always been good with that, even when he was in the LCK, playing against some of those top teams. And so I think it's going to be tough for DCG when it's like your strength, your guy that you're counting on to get that big advantage, is also going up against one of the best laners in EU.
Especially with the changes that we saw to the meta with, you know, more melee supports. We've seen players roaming more towards the top side, kind of like with that Camille we saw earlier from Carrier. I fully expect teams to be investing resources to make sure this top lane matchup goes in their favor.
Yeah, and DCG is ultimately aware of that. Xiaoxi is the roaming support, and you look towards the top side of the map, like, Florin gets advantages consistently. Those stats that we saw were like double during the playoffs. And the top lane matchups in the LCP are it's not an easy truck. You're going up against Kiaya and Pun, and like, he has been able to find solo kills in those matchups and then carry in later on team fights.
Here's the problem, though. I feel like every time you talk about a strength of DCG, you look across and it's a better version of the same thing. You talk about Xiaoxi and his ability to roam. I feel like Busio is the best roaming support in the West. This guy, when you think about his best champions, it's Engaged champs, it's Bard, it's Alistar, it's Nautilus, it's him being on the map, playing the map well. When he was on FlyQuest, we used to talk about how Inspired's playstyle is enabled by Busio because Busio is playing as the jungler, so Inspired can focus on farm and be able to actually take that route. And I feel like with Yike playing so well, that duo of Yike and Busio has become such a threat. You know, they are able to snowball games, they're able to move around the map and pressure really, really well. So I feel like it is tough for DCG because to me, a lot of their strengths just do not match up well with their opponent.
Yeah, when you take a look at the team stats between these two squads, it is very, very similar. You got middle of the road in terms of CS and experience for the bot laner specifically because, as you guys mentioned, both supports like to roam. You take a look at the mid lane. You're wondering if Yehu and Feng will be able, or Yehu and Hongsuo will be able to get leads and just do their job. That's about what they do. The only major difference is there's a higher priority in the grubs on the top side of the map for KC. Otherwise, these are team fighting teams and do your job to get that point here. And so as we compare them, it looks very similar.
I do feel like, though, for KC, we have said they have the edge, and I think if they don't opt into every single fight, which we know DCG will, they can kind of just play it slow, play at their own pace, and a controlled series, a controlled game will be really hard to match.
And that's the thing, because like when I look at DCG, the ultimate concern is they will overload. At some point, they're just going to give up like bot turret plates and just to find a dive and play, no matter if they're behind or ahead. And I think the one thing that is impressive of this team is when they faced SHG and teams within their playoffs and they found themselves in a deficit, they're not a team that like dominates in the early portions of the game. No, they're a team that will just keep rolling the dice on fights, even if it doesn't look advantageous at all. They're really talented, and they will just hunt for it.
And that's why I think for KC, this is just a discipline test. Right? Yes. Because I do think that they're going to show up, you know, DCG are going to show up on timers that you're not expecting. They're going to drop waves in side lanes. They're going to drop tower plates. They're going to drop things like that to overload one side, to look for that fight. You know, if you're thinking, oh, he would lose way too much top, he's not going to be at the Dragon. He's going to be at the Dragon.
He's going to be there.
Like, and so for me, it's like for KC, it's just playing cross map, right? You don't have to fight everything. If you don't have the proper setup, just play for waves, steal away jungle camps, play the other side of the map, create a gold lead so that when they go into a dragon fight, even if it is at that third dragon, they have that significant advantage because KC are no slouches in the team fight either. That is really how they win their games in the LEC.
Yeah. And I really think in a best-of-1 scenario, it could be so threatening if you're not ready for this level of play, this pace, if they're engaging on you without ults, flashes. But it's a best-of-5. Even if KC do drop game 1, I feel like you should be able to adjust. You should go into this series knowing what's ahead of you, but playing against them is a different thing. But I think once they've seen how they're playing into them, it should be easy to adjust and slow the pace down.
Well, as you can tell, there's a little bit of a delay on stage, but as we wait for that to get resolved, let's get to know the players a little bit more. We're going to cycle through and react to some of the fun facts about reloved Deep Cross Gaming players here as they filled this out earlier. It was over on Instagram. Let's take a look at it.
Okay, how cute is this? I would like to get dinner with Mom.
That's very
That is
sweet.
really
But
nice.
I will
Wholesome.
say, my favorite animal is dogs, and then underneath, cats are dog. He went cats.
This man's a liar.
What does he mean by that?
That man is lying.
The bottom one is just two different things, right? You know, it's like, it doesn't say which is your favorite. It's just cats or dogs. He could be saying cats are worse than dogs on the bottom.
That is
and
insane.
his favorite animal is dogs.
I don't trust him anymore.
I'm with him.
I don't trust.
I see the vision.
In World Cup season, he's choosing basketball. My brother.
All right,
My
here's
man.
Pop Nines, the jungler here for the squad. And the one that jumped out at me when we take a look at these questions, it's always the get a penta or lose.
My
and
favorite
lose,
food,
or
egg.
do we like play bad and win?
My favorite food is egg.
Egg. Just egg.
A fun fact about me, I am not a funny person.
I don't know. I kind of like the egg thing. That was pretty funny.
Penta but lose is crazy, by the way.
Okay.
For a professional player?
Yeah. Coach, look at this one. That person right there, Pop 9, needs to be investigated.
I am a bit handsome.
Okay, that's a nice one. That's a
Favorite
nice one.
movie, Interstellar. Favorite sports athlete, Haaland. This is,
Holland is a good choice.
Yeah, some good choices
He's also
here.
been popping off at the World Cup.
Yeah, I know. We've got World Cup fever here. It was Lionel Messi earlier for Pop 9. This one basically asking the same question at the bottom. Lane dominance or team synergy? Going back to would you rather get the Penta and lose or the 0-10 and win? Everyone's picking the Penta option. What are the fans picking here with the MasterCard fan predictions?
This is going to be hard to predict.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Actually, KC fans got less of the vote than I expected.
Yeah, I was expecting 90 plus.
Yeah.
Where's the 90 plus?
I was thinking this could be like we were about to set a record, you know? Like, for the international fans, how many of them realistically were watching a lot of DCG?
I don't even think
KC has a lot of fans, but they have some haters too.
They have hate watchers. That's the hate watchers out there. I feel
Okay.
like the DCG vote is the hate watch vote.
I don't know. Maybe there's, some DCG fans out
This
there.
is the
making
English
their name.
audience.
Yes.
True.
And there's still some, a couple here and there.
Wait, so you're saying you voted against KC?
Oh.
I did not say anything.
That sounds like a hate watch.
All right, it looks like we are ready to get ourselves into the game. It is the MSI debut for KC and the international debut for DCG.
Thank you very much, Tegon and gentlemen, for that introduction to this beautiful series. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Dagda here today. He's going to teach me all about KC, and we are all going to learn together about Deep Cross Gaming as they make their international debut.
I mean, I'm very excited for this series. Like, obviously, KC coming from the LEC, very excited for. When I was in the LPL, I was casting Chelsea, who has always been has held a fond place in my heart for a while. So this one's going to be a very fun series.
Yeah, I've actually, I was trying to remember, like, have I cast this guy? But it's maybe because I've hung out with you too much. And you just really like talking about him. He is going to be going up against Busio, though, and I do think this is a really rough matchup to start off with for Deep Cross Gaming. We'll see whether they can make the most of it.
Yeah, I do think that this is, just from a stylistic point of view, kind of tough. Because when you look at KC are very cool, calm, and collected. They will play slow, play for team fights in the later portion of the game, and that's how they tend to win out. And when you look at DCG on the opposite side, they kind of like that chaos. They like to try and throw things. They like to go very deep in team fights with Pop 9 as well. So I think stylistically, it's going to be very interested to see if they can break that stature from KC.
Yeah, and you say interesting to see. Sometimes we see a lot of these more slow, calculated, and measured teams are just kind of holding them by the forehead. They're flailing around, and then they get pushed over.
Yeah.
And I'm really hoping that we don't see that. I think you really need to ramp up the chaos to a ludicrous level to make sure that this stable team can fall off their legs. But that could be a real tough one to do.
Yeah, and I do think that's where, like, Yike and Busio are going to be the ones that I focus on, because especially for Busio, like, you heard Azael on the desk, he was talking about how Busio is one of the best roaming supports in the West, but we actually haven't got to see a huge amount of that in the LEC because it's been Enchanters, but now that we're swapping away from Enchanters, maybe we get to see a little bit more coming out of him when it does come to that roam. So, if you can keep people in check, maybe that's the win condition.
That could be the way, and if there are enchanters that do manage to sneak themselves back in, maybe we get the Shasi Blitzcrank.
That'd be sick.
Maybe it does happen. Or the Thresh, or anything. I just want to see Hook champions out of this guy. We know that he does like to bring the flavor, the weird, and that's what we want to see out of this squad. Because I think just send it. In this first best of 5, there are 0 expectations here for Deep Cross Gaming. And so KC, they're the team with all of the pressure on their side. And I'm just hoping Deep Cross they just chill.
Yeah.
And just have a good time. Don't chill on the Rift, but just in your mind. You don't need to worry about it. Emotionally, it's all okay.
But I want to go back to what you were saying about Chelsea, right? Because, like, in the LCP playoffs, one of the big talking points was, why are we not putting this guy on towards more engaged champions, right? He looked decent on the Enchanters, but, like, he has always been a big engaged guy. So that's why you can already see KC taking that Nautilus away, just trying to make sure he's a little bit less comfortable.
I ljudi moji, ide Evropa, DCG vs KC, DCG ekipa iz Tajvana, mimo Flaurera koji je iz Hong Konga. Toga KC, njih već dobro znate, gledali smo ih u suštini jako dugo. Vidjet ćemo šta će moći da urade. Ja verujem ovde. Mislim da postoji jako dobra šansa da KC uzme ovu seriju.
It's been a while for
back here in Korea. It has been a really long time, especially for Kana. I feel like he has become European now. But Yehu has really embraced it. You can see it in even.
Ja navijam za Kanu da step upa, iskreno. Ja navijam za Kanu da step upa.
From the Korean style. They were like, oh yeah, we're gonna make a wolf noise for him now in LEC, and then he just grew a mane.
It's perfect.
But already, Rumble picked up for Kana. This has been his go-to and kind of been the thing that KC relied to a lot. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see whether the lease in from Pop9 is going to be able to make it happen, as that is such an early Camille pick, and it looks like from the order of champions, this is going into the top lane. Xiaoxi could obviously be playing that one towards the bottom side of the map. Hook champions, Dagda. Guess what? Hook shot is Hook,
and he played it as well, and he looked sick on it, so I'm very excited, because one of the things that KC have kind of relied on a lot is like...
Lease in Camille na Fury Rumble. Čeka nas zabavna serija ako ništa.
Yeah, that's a strong top side of the map for KC.
Yeah, I'm very frightened. Obviously, Orianna isn't quite as powerful as she was in previous tournaments that we may have seen, but she is still pretty ridiculous. We saw Faker find that victory in game number 1 in our previous series. So this is certainly something to watch out for. Yehu is also just a fantastic control mage player in general, although my favorite is obviously the Dragon. But Hongshou actually going towards the Galio here, and Galio Camille straight out of the gate is a lot of team fighting power. And what do we want to see out of Deep Cross Gaming?
Yeah.
Just send it. And this is a send it combo already.
And the fact that you get to lock someone down so you almost guarantee that kill is going to be very good for them. So, a little nervous for KC with what's been drafted. So I am interested to see what they try and take into this bottom side to try and keep Kalist safe. I was just having a quick glance because I don't think Fong actually plays any of these like mage champions in the bottom lane that we've seen a lot with the Camille. So like not the Ziggs or the Mel.
Ziggs
is
goes
kind of what
pretty hard, doesn't it?
Yeah. With this style, hell yeah.
Well, we'll see what they do decide to go with. Like you just lock Ambessa Ziggs.
Yeah.
That feels like a Humble Life Esports draft, and that would work pretty well. But let's see what they are going to go with here as the Rakan has been taken away. I've seen this one banned out quite a few times so far at MSI, even in only the 3 games that we've had so far. But can definitely get a lot of work done alongside a Rumble.
Yeah, well, that was the thought for me, was like, oh, do you try and go towards like Xayah Rakan in the bottom lane, so then you got a little bit of safety, or do you have a different option here, maybe like the Ezreal that you want to try and go for? So I'm curious what DCG do end up banning away here in these last couple.
The Jhin is going to be taken away. I'm very happy about that. And let's just see what the last ban is going to be after this. Lucian has been taken away. No skating around for Kalist. And one more ban. What does Reaper have for us here? To probably deny Feng once again.
Yeah, I'm not certain where they're going to go. But to me, it feels like they just want to have like something that is that good follow-up for the Camille. Has a lot of early game damage is kind of where they're going, which is why the Jhin ban is gone. But there's the
Ziggs ban.
Respect. So even though Relove DCG haven't brought it out before, they're still willing to give that respect to it.
Yep. I don't mind it. I was actually kind of hoping that they'd give it a crack just because the wombo is so ridiculous out of that combination. But, I mean, KC are representing a fair bit of that themselves. One pick to come through here before we get the round out of the KC composition. There's the Ambessa. I mean, we got half of it. The other half's banned, but 50% ain't bad. We take a coin flip.
I mean, if you're willing to take the Mel, I still think it's pretty damn strong in this situation as well. So.
Yeah. And we've seen the Mel Camille work very, very well. I mean, if my sample size was just today, 100% win rate.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Absolutely nailed it. But, I mean, everywhere, especially in the LCK and the LPL, the Mel Camille has been kind of ridiculous. But what are we going to be playing there towards the bottom side? Caitlyn Bard.
And Busio's Bard has been left open, so may just be going for the comfort. But, I mean, this is what we saw played into earlier today, right? Was that Camille Mel into the Caitlyn Bard. So we'll have to see if that's what Real of DCG just want to try and copy T1 here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to copy anyone's homework, pretty good team to copy, to be honest. And if you sat next to them in class and, you know, they're not covering up their sheet, I mean, what's she going to do? The Ezreal going to be the consideration first, though, here for Fung. And I don't mind it, although not necessarily representing as much safety and sort of team fight wombo combo potential, but still will be able to self-peel quite comfortably. And you will like, the rest of Real of DCG can just kind of do their thing and let Fung be all right.
Yeah, and I think that's basically the game plan, right? This is try and get Xiaoxi out of the map, try and make a lot of plays, especially with Pop 9 and this Lee Sin. It's a big champion for him. So for Real of DCG, hyper-aggression in the early stages, which is exactly what you want to see. For KC, I kind of like what they brought to the table as well. Like, you've comfort for Khan on the Rumble. The Bard has been a massive pick for Busio and something he roams quite effectively on, so he can try and help cover some of these early aggressive plays from Real of DCG. So I think both sides kind of happy with what they brought to the table.
Yeah, 100%. I do think that this works out very well for Real of DCG if their game plan actually works.
Yes.
Because if you dominate mid-game teamfights, what does Orianna and Caitlyn ever really do in the game? If you slow them down too much, then they sort of never get off the ground, and you can find yourself with a winning avenue. Obviously, we'll just have to see whether that's going to work, because, as you say, a little bit of a slow-moving juggernaut is KC. They're not likely to fall that far behind and lose out on their opportunity to hard carry in the later stages of the game. We know Caitlyn gets 4 items, it's kind of over. You have the Orianna with 3, and she is feeling incredibly powerful. Not to mention the teamfight potential of this composition just in general, with Busio on the Bard to set all of the things up. But there is still a chance for an upset as we get onto the Rift here for our second best of 5 of MSI. And Real of DCG, let's see whether they can start us off with a Game 1 upset before we get into the rest of this series, or whether it's just going to be KC doing their best T1 impression from the previous series.
Already, Real of DCG going in for that early ward, because my biggest concern for them is push in mid and push in bot in the early stages, unless you can get some kind of crazy engage here for Xiaoxi.
Yeah, could be an avenue.
Yeah, but I think that's where I'd be looking for invades off the back of that, you know? If you're Yike, I think that's where trying to get involved in Pop 9's jungle is going to be far more interesting.
Well, we'll see where they're going to be going here, as we do have a red start here for Yike towards the top side of the map. Busio already taking a lot of damage here as Xiaoxi hiding in that brush momentarily. Mystic Shot does go wide, though, and Xiaoxi losing a lot of his health bar. A little bit of a split as far as where the damage is going, and there's the Ignite onto Kalist. Really nice Cosmic Binding there from Busio just to shut it down, but this is already the kind of biffo that we were hoping for here in this game.
Yeah, still though, you got Kalist who's managed to hold on to that barrier, so may still be able to play up. But Xiaoxi's done a great job of getting control of this bush, because you can see now KC have to try and play back because they don't have the vision on it.
Well, now they do, as there's an Electrocute proc out of the Bard. Very, very good at utilizing that particular keystone. As Fung will be able to grab himself the push. Level 2 picked up here for KC, but will immediately be followed. And Xiaoxi just cheating a little bit of a recall here that doesn't actually happen in the end.
Yeah, Pop 9 going for the early reset to pick up the longsword, so wasn't sure if there was going to be some early scrapping towards him potentially, and also just trying to see if he could cover that bottom side with the path that he had. So means he's moving back towards his top half, so curious to see what Yike's game plan is off this first clear.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a misread here as well, as we did have a ping on the KC red buff, which is exactly not where Yike is right now, as Hongsho going down very, very low here in this mid lane.
Yeah, they did spot him on that ward at Raptors just as he was clearing, so I think they should know, but curious as to what the answer is. Xiaoxi.
Headshot does connect, but thankfully for Xiaoxi, he's not hit by the Peacemaker. And they should be able to get a really nice recoil timing here for Feng as well as he pushes this wave in. Bliss just going to have to clear that one up. And all quiet here in this early game so far. Slight lead, about 100 gold or something like that for Relove DCG, but otherwise no worries there at all. I think they're going to want a little bit of a stronger advantage as this game continues, but not just yet, right? Like, I think mid-game, level 6s, that's where we are going to see this team pop off.
I think it's even just as, you know, Kliss pushes in this wave and then Feng kind of gets the farm by himself. And that's where you can start to open up a bit more and try and operate on the map with this Camille.
Well, Pop9 finding the Q here onto Yahoo, just gets himself out of the way. A little bit of an annoying gank there. As I think Pop9 actually, like, his spidey senses were tingling, understanding where Yike could have been. And they will ping that one out. Does come on over here to get towards his Raptor camp. Busio just making sure that the rift is exactly the way he wants it. Collecting some chimes, making his way back to lane.
Yeah, so very slow. Just coming through in the early stages. But again, not too... I think for KC, this is where your comfort level is, right? Again, was...
Oh, over the wall goes Xiaoxi, but that is a magical journey. So you can go back to your point.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
But yeah, I think like you can see that KC's game plan is like get vision on this bottom side, spot out where Pop9 is, make sure there's nothing too crazy happening as Yahoo gets connected onto.
Yeah, Yahoo actually going down exceptionally low here. Holds onto the flash though, and isn't in kill range just yet underneath his turret as Xiaoxi is also flirting with death just a little bit there. Yike moving on over, looking to take down his Raptor camp, but Pop9 wanting to deny that one, as in the meantime on the bottom side of the map, another scrap has been brewing. And not really going to find too much to be happy about on either side, although good defensive play from KC.
Yeah, I mean, Yike managing to get his camp is pretty big, because you can see Pop9 hasn't actually cleared out the Krugs on the bottom side, so won't have that level 6 potential to be hit off of this next crab spawn. And if Yike can hit that and start to make plays on this very volatile bottom lane, I think that's going to be an open win for KC.
Having a little bit of a look at what the top lane is doing. Not something that we like to do in the early stages, because it is a lot of ping-ponging minion waves, but right now Connor is just having a very, very good time on his Rumble, and this is how we kind of see this matchup kind of working. Florin does want all of those stats from hitting level 6. Did you know that Ambessa gets stats from her ultimate?
Yeah.
I do too, because Ox talks about it every single game. And so I'm well aware of it now as well, and it can certainly help out in that laning phase once that level 6 has been collected, like right now. As Pop9 comes on over, clears out this control ward, and now KC just going to be collecting this wave in the
It was very funny. We brought Nako on to try and talk about top lane matchups winner over Cass, and it was Ambessa versus Rumble, and he was like, this is the most boring matchup, nothing's going to happen ever, and I was like, well, that's all I've taken away from this matchup now.
Well, there you go. You can see yourself out. Probably the way to do it. As Yike actually was able to secure his Grump. Does have a lot of spectators in his jungle, but hasn't really been too phased about it. Xiaoxi just trying to push him away from this bottom side. And honestly, even though the CS doesn't really tell much of the story, I do feel like Feng and Xiaoxi have been standing their ground quite nicely in this bottom lane so far. As Yike can try his hand at a bit of an engage, or an invade, I should say.
It doesn't have the smite, Pop9 does, so there it is. I think he was hoping if he could get the stealing hit 6. But...
Oh, okay, Yike with that on-target ability now on cooldown. Xiaoxi moving over though, as there's the flash hookshot. Yike getting taunted, taken down, first blood over to Pop9.
Great response from Relove DCG. Immediately moving Xiaoxi. Pop9 knowing that he had the smite to win out on the fight, and they get the kill on towards Yike. Perfect.
And I feel like this is early as well. I was expecting, you know, the need for a Hextech ultimatum, right, to really lock down these kills. But it was beautifully done. A little bit of a misposition there for Yike.
But I think you called it perfectly, right? Once you got that invulnerable used by Yike, it's, well, how are you actually going to try and escape? Had the flash, but didn't expect Xiaoxi to be in position to follow up. And great play. Again, that early aggression is what we wanted to see from the LCP rep.
Yep, and a lot of chain CC available for this composition at this stage of the game, making it work for themselves quite nicely. 400 gold lead, though, you're not really going to be celebrating all that much. Kind of like that guy on the podium with the champagne in 5th place or whatever. It's not exactly enough to make yourself feel comfortable. So we'll see whether the pressure can stay up here for Relove DCG. Xiaoxi taking a decent chunk there from that Peacemaker. Now, Caitlyn at her favorite place in the game possible, which is outside the front door of somebody else's turret. getting that siege working, although they do back away, showing a lot of respect for Pop 9 possibly making his way in.
Yeah, it was also Hung, so it just started to roam down towards that bottom side and had the galley ult. So I think this is where it gets a little bit more difficult for Kalist to really play aggressive on this bottom lane. We'll definitely need the help of Yike to try and support him in that endeavor. And Dragon's still up and available as well, so I imagine Real of DCG are trying to look towards that after this push out, as Shousey opens up on the mid wave.
Yep, I really like that. One thing I do want to talk about, and one thing I do really just like talking about in general, is item spikes. And
I was going to say dragons.
Yeah, dragons as well, as an LCK representative, is something that we really do like to talk about. But I like item spikes, and I especially like item spikes when they tell a good story about when teams are strong. And looking at the bottom lane, you don't need to be an expert to understand that Ezreal B strong 2 item, Caitlyn no B strong 2 item. It's just as simple as that. I do feel like the mid game is going to be a real point of power here for Real of DCG if they can make that one work. As Busio moving on down Fung, oh dear, this is the power point that I was talking about. The ulti comes through from Yike. He can drop the aggro quite comfortably, but that's a beautiful arcane shift, and utilizing Hong in order to stay alive. The defensive play out of this PCS squad working out beautifully.
A good read by Hong So to get down towards that bottom lane. Still though, that's the ultimate used, and Fung had to go back towards base, so looks like Dragon going to be the answer here for KC.
All right, well, that's what they're going to take. Really did feel like it was this great play from Real of DCG, but then KC just get a free Drake afterwards. Gold completely tied up. And as we set up a little bit earlier, this is exactly where KC want to be.
Yeah. This is exactly how they were in the LEC. It was play slow, stack dragons, play for team fights, and oftentimes you'd actually see them in a deficit in the early stages, which was kind of surprising because we got towards the end of our regular season, we're like, yeah, KC are kind of just dominant, and then we looked at the gold difference of 14 and was like, they're down most of the time. And I was like, oh, I guess it's actually just even, and then they end up picking up in the team fight. So definitely KC in a position where they are all too familiar.
Yeah, and they will certainly be able to make team fights work later on in the game as well. Even with all of this talk about wombo combo and potential and things like that, is Florin actually playing this one out quite nicely. The star player here on the top side of the map for Real of DCG, but hasn't been able to make too much happen. Oh dear, the nerf just really doesn't feel that great, does it?
No.
And it's been a few patches now. Still catching out players, or not catching Canna, absolutely. And we'll get double harpooned, and just feels terrible.
There you guys. Yike moving up towards the top lane.
Oh dear, okay. There's Hextech Ultimatum as Kalist wanting to get towards this turret, and that's going to be enough to dissuade them from going for any sort of dive. So now ulti on cooldown for the Camille. Doesn't feel fantastic, and that should be this wave pretty thinned out and cleared out. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I mean, nice job from Kalist. Basically just staying close enough to his tower so that then there was real no follow-up on the aggression. So even with Shousey using that Ignite and ult, you still managed to keep yourself safe, so Kalist not giving anything across.
Yep, not working out here. As Fung's still trying to put together that Trinity Force, doesn't quite have it just yet. And we'll have that tier stacked up pretty nicely as well. Obviously, Mirror Mana Trinity Force is what you want as the Ezreal. Not quite there to either of them just yet, but we do have an Eclipse done for the Lee Sin. And Cyclosword is actually put together from Yike as well, and that is very scary. Large amounts of damage available for this this little doggo.
And I think you can kind of see that there's a little bit of worry from Real of DCG with the amount of wards and the Lee Sin that are existing in this bottom lane, because there's no flash on Fung, and I think KC would really like to try and use that item spike to make a play on bot lane.
Well, let's see whether this crab is going to be the next thing that we're going to be fighting over. It looks like Yike says, no, we're just going to take that one away from you. As Busio actually coming in, looking for the stun with Cosmic Binding, but another heroic entrance comes down. Hookshot for the stun there onto Yike. As he does go untargetable, flashes over the wall, gets himself out to safety. But can everyone do that? As Tempered Fate only going to connect onto one of them. Kalist not able to find the Peacemaker because of it, actually. And it's just kind of a mess. Everyone taking a bit of damage and then walking away.
I think that flash from Pop 9 just barely got him out of range of that trap just before it armed. So very lucky to escape that one. It could have been the jungler for Real of DCG going down. But instead, as you say, battered and bruised, but people walk away.
Yep, not going to be something to worry about too much on either side. And now they're just vacating the area. Thorin able to pretty comfortably take out this minion wave. Although then does take a whole bunch of damage. Will be able to go back and heal himself up, though, with a little cheeky Hex Drinker there to try and stay alive in the lane. Isn't really working against the Rumble, especially a Rumble with Ignite.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to light them more on fire. Although maybe like making up for the Flame Spitter nerf. Just sprinkle a bit of Ignite in there.
But it's like, you don't really need that much AP to kind of get back to, because like the actual AP scaling went up. It was the like base damage that went down.
Yeah,
so you kind of get there fairly quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if Khan is basically back to where Rumble was at this stage.
Yeah, maybe just needs a burn earn and then he's just done. Does cancel the back and is just going to stick around for another wave. Florin makes his way back up there. Still holding on to the teleport, so maybe a potential team fight avenue, but KC just comfortably moving towards about a 600 gold advantage, slow and steady, absolutely winning the race here as Pop 9 will finally take down that Raptor camp and then look to set up a little bit of vision.
Yeah, you can see there's basically this like trading back and forth of the vision, right? Because you're getting a little bit of the playing towards this side. You got like some wards that are going down as well, and basically it's just Real of DCG trying to spot out where Yike is to make a play.
Well, they found Yike. I think they found Yike. Florin has found him and is now just going to flash over the top of him. A little bit of leapfrog there, gets the shield, and the last dagger will get him. Little doggo goes down. Yike says that's all right, a worthy sacrifice, and that's a solo kill for the KC jungler.
Yike, well played with that one, managing to just about get the kill. Kind of going to get that wave push in that top side as well. Really open up a gold lead now for the Rumble off the back of this. But Yike just in a great position to chase down Florian. Not much that Florian was able to do. Tries to use the ultimate to see if he can maybe buy a bit of space. But Yike able to chase him down in the end.
Yeah, and not exactly the most optimal flash. Wishes he had another dash. I mean, it's Mbessa. You should have infinity dashes, shouldn't you? Doesn't actually manage to dodge out of the way of the second Darkened Dagger. Down he will go. It's a lot of Ds. All right, Yike now just going to be clearing out some vision here in his own jungle. And we're looking at a dragon that has now spawned. Hextech Drake going to be our second one. See what that soul is going to be in a few moments when that one finally does go down. But maybe a team fight opportunity here for either team.
I think you want, because Fong is just resetting, so I think it's buy time as Real of DCG actually got interrupted there by Kalist, because he has no first item completed, whereas that's finished almost across the board here for KC. So I think that's kind of the moment now as KC start up the dragon, knowing they've got that item advantage.
Yeah, and Trinity Force is done. I think stopping that back was a huge deal. And it will just mean that this second dragon going over to KC. And it looks like there is going to be zero contest. Yeah, Hongshu just going to be moving towards his bottom side. And Kalist even with some spare time on this outer turret. Not exactly the greatest opportunity for a reset there for DCG. And that is another Cloud Soul. Oh my goodness, it is my birthday.
Still, I think for KC, they do have to be a little careful because, like, the combo is there as they try and step up for vision here.
Well, Lucio does find Xiaoxi here. The two of them are fighting this one out. Raptors stolen away once again as Hongshu trying to deal with Kalist as best he can. It's looking a little rough as Justice Punch will be able to get Hongshu out of there. And Xiaoxi just trying to survive underneath an inner turret with the outer still up and available. And that is going to be the Rift Herald going over on the other side. So at least Real of DCG getting something done.
TP though.
Okay, looking for an angle here. His hookshot is pretty good. Hextech Ultimatum coming on down here as Busio in a fair bit of trouble. True Shot Barrage connects. And Busio still alive. Winds of War will take him down. And Florin not going to be able to find an angle here, but is at least able to defend on the other side. And Rift Herald just immediately goes down top lane for Pop 9 to try and get some of that plate money.
Yeah, we'll be able to get the plate money. We'll be able to get the tower though. Still, because I imagine, actually, no, who could TP up but doesn't want to, so maybe can get some decent damage here along with the Galio.
Yeah, gets all the plates except for one. And Hongshu is going to join up here. Looks like Yahoo will be able to at least dissuade any more autos to come out of this Galio. Still decent play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got the kill, you defended that bot lane turret, and Xiaoxi, oh, hang on.
There's an ulti out of Florin, finding Canna here, slowed down for a very long time, and actually tanking up the turret just a little bit. Equalizer is decent, though. Now Florin, he's the one in trouble. The overheat from Canna, but now Florin able to get a few extra autos in. Yahoo's made his way down, though, and that is going to spell the end of that play. Casey looking for another one on the cross map as it's a double for Yahoo in picture-in-picture. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Casey spring to life. And now the gold lead is real.
Yahoo popping off in the bottom side, getting both those kills. And now opening up on mid lane as well. They want to try and force Fong back. Yike has the ultimate if he wants to try and push him off, but I think they're going to be happy just getting the plates for Kalist.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And another wolf camp to go over to Yike here as well as, man, he's making both jungles his own by the looks of things. As now Busio taking a little bit of damage here from Fong, but not really too worried about it. And Pop9 and Chelsea moving on in. That is a cue that's going to be taken here just to taxi Pop9 over. Great safeguard to get out of the Tempered Fate. As over the wall goes Yike. True Shot Barrage is going to connect. But I think that he's just out. And connects the Sonic Wave. How did that get past the doggo? Oh, he's got to feed his kids a little bit more, I think, as he will be taken down there. And now, Real Life DCG with some options on the map.
Yeah, the guard dog was actually just a Chihuahua in disguise.
Yeah, that's the problem. You really do need to make sure that they're a bigger one, like a Doberman. Let's get one of those.
But that was so impressive by Pop9, both on the safeguard out of the Tempered Fate, and then threading the needle to get the kill. Setting up now for the push and topside for a tower. That's some massive snowballing going in towards Real Love DCG.
Yeah, a little bit of a swing back at this stage of the game is going to feel absolutely fantastic. As the dust settles, it's still about 1,000 gold. But Pop9 having a really good performance, as we can see here. And this is one of his favorite champs. We did say it in Champion Select earlier on. But as you can see, over a, 70% win rate, feeling absolutely fantastic on this pickup so far. 2-0-0. They do need to keep up the pace, though. And that is one of the things that I'm a little bit worried about. I do think that there is an expiration date as we get later and later.
Yeah, but I think you can see why Pop9 has been so crucial to this team and making plays. And now Chelsea wants one more.
Oh dear, yep, you're not going to be able to take that magical journey as down goes Busio. The beauty of Camille Indabard.
Yeah, Tides kind of feel like they're shifting here a little bit.
They're going for even more here as Yike does cancel the back. Yeah, who gets kicked back as well. The Q going to connect as Pop is going to dive on top of him, and True Shot Barrage wipes out the rest of those Chihuahuas.
Real Love DCG have come alive off the back of just a couple of picks. They get tempo lead, and now they're pushing in towards KC, getting kills. I'm getting some more plays for fun. This is a massive goat swing.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. This is
Ja chillam očigledno.
Yeah. And this is not what I was expecting. I kind of thought that they'd just be mindlessly starting fights absolutely everywhere, but they're playing around when they're strong in the game based on their composition. It's working out very nicely, but 30 seconds on the next Drake, that's going to be soul point for KC.
And I think with all that massive gold influx, they would like to reset and then try and get those...
Si dobar sudija.
Just has his up, oh, Pop9!
Oh dear, does manage to at least...
Malo sam bio mutovan, samo markice, ali nema veze, to je okej. Bože moj, valja nekad pričati sam za sobom. Zato Klara trebaš slušaš moj stream. Mi slušaš 2 puta. Ma jak ja chillam. Prva serija je bila giga brza do duše. Marenci je bio relativno blizu kad je rekao 2 sata. Mislim 3:0 je bilo. Od 2,5 sata mislim da je trajala prva serija. Vidi Ambesa. To je lepo izgledalo. Boga mi Kana prži. Kana baš prži. Nisam ništa spalo. Ali bukvalno ništa, celo nisam mogao da spam. Da li do vrućine ili čega je pojma, nemam, nisam mogao zaspam uopšte. Tako da ću odspati posle MSI-a, verovatno. I to možda, pošto možda moram da idem i rešavam nešto po gradu, ali to ne znam dok se ne završi MSI, tako da... Lagani chill, gledamo i navijamo za KC, iako kažem iz ove play-in faze samo jedna ekipa ide dalje, a to je verovatno T1. Najbolji free stream ikada na Ambesi.
Which is why this fight kind of starts to turn for Real Love DCG as they're able to get their team into the area that they need to pick off that front line. And then it was on Kalista and Yehu to try and make some magic happen at the end.
Well, we'll see whether this is going to be an opportunity for a Drake to go over to DCG. And actually, yeah, it is. As we come out of the replay, will be the secure. So starting off for a Quadra Cloud Soul as there's Kalist getting locked down in the Hextech ultimatum. True Shot Barrage connects on.
Kalist mora da umre ovde, da.
With the Mystic Shot beautifully after he does come out of stasis. Busio, that was not a magical journey that you were looking for, sir. As the bottom lane's wiped out and Real Love DCG all of a sudden just immediately back on the front foot.
And that's what I was about to say.
Što je najjače ovo i da nije, da je bilo koja druga evropska ekipa isto bi se... Isto bi se završilo. Odigraju odličan early game i onda samo posle u mid game ne znaju šta rade.
Will be spotted by the Galio, and it looks like they were just setting themselves up for a turn. Fung is basically out of the fight though already, and he will just have to get himself out of there.
Really nice job by Kana there to escape. Use the Hextech Protobelt and the Flash to bypass Hongso's Galio taunt and just get away. So the KC, they have to burn the Flash, but they do stop that Baron.
Fung is 3-0-5. This guy is an absolute monster on the Ezra right now, and has picked up his first couple of items. The rest of these item spikes aren't exactly crazy, but if they can make more of these things happen, like exactly this, then they're feeling brilliant as this game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, Kalis takes so much damage, and you can see everyone from Relove DCG, the overload in mid lane, paying dividends there.
Ko se Casey samo pogubio u mid game-u, bukvalno kao svaka druga evropska ekipa. Mimo možda G2 na Internationalu. I Yike također jako loš start. A moj predikti da ovu seriju Yike igra jedan game i taj game će da grifa. Da bi rađe vidim njegovog Kaziksa nego na Firi kad malo bolje razmislim.
I think you get to start having fun again once the IE does come in and you're out of that trough just a little. Still some opportunities here for Relove DCG to make some stuff happen though.
Imperial Mandate completed for Hongso as well. Very strong on the Galio thanks to that reduction in basically the majority of his kit.
Yep.
Which is very, very nice.
He abuses it quite well.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of what Relove DCG have been doing well, is pushing in these sides, abusing the fact that, you know, you can't really step up because they can collapse so quickly. And it means that then they are actually able to start making plays mid, or able to move around the map better, get vision down, and Pop9 actually starting up this Baron once again, and there is no world that KC expect this.
Well, I think Florin walked over a ward to get down here. Fung's going to move on over as well. 4 on the Baron as the Galio can get there at a moment's notice, but KC with not a lot of vision of this area, down to 8k, and they are just bursting this. This Baron's just gone. KC now have the information. Busio can get a magical journey down.
Dobar ult. Ali mislim da je ovaj predaleko da... Ma kakvi Yike nije ni blizu. I sad ništa uzimaš fight ove ako si KC. Imaš 3 čoveka minimum. I Ezreal je ostao živ s Baronom. Fajn je. Loše od DCG-a da su uzeli taj fight nakon Barona. Ovdje je bio play da prodaju 1-2 osobe i da ostali beže s Baronom. Ali znaš šta je fora? Napravili su play jako čudno. Znači ti imaš 4 ekipe, imaš DCG, imaš KC, imaš Liquid, imaš T1 i samo jedna ekipa ide dalje.
Yeah, just all of the abilities not quite giving the value that Relove DCG wanted, and even though they got a Baron, didn't really do too much. And yeah, I think that Tempered Fate just buying exactly the right amount of time for KC to get in there, get that Shockwave into position, and make it work.
And this is kind of the swing that Carmine Core needed, because as you were saying, like the tempo advantage that Relove DCG had was letting them find these picks and find these plays. Now with KC kind of getting to clear out sideways and get into position, they should be in a decent spot. Dragon in 50 seconds, Fung needs to be careful.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is going to get sidestepped there quite nicely, but Yike just bounces over, and there's a kickback on Yike, but it doesn't
Dobro,
really do
jedan.
much of anything at all. Chelsea
Lep interrupt na Firi.
busy, but down goes the Lee Sin, and it looks like Relove DCG have just kind of fallen apart over the last few minutes. Florin gonna get
Čuzmo Barona i samo zaniti ovaj game. Clean.
and realizes that he's gonna have to publicly execute himself, and that is precisely what happens.
Kana may want more, just waiting on Yike to show up here.
Galio nije threat, Galio nema damage. Iako ima dobar item.
KC moved themselves to a 3.5k gold advantage here at 26.5 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to get mid tower, they're going to get the dragon, they're going to probably get a little bit more in this bottom side as well as that wave starts to come in, so KC swinging this gold lead massively back in their favor.
Well, that was a passage of play, was it not? I feel like the game kind of just fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
There it is. There's the cliff.
There's the cliff, yeah. Yeah, I think it was a little unfortunate with the kick from Pop9 because it kind of repositioned Yike into the best possible position after they killed Fung. So a little unfortunate there as Chelsea finds Busio.
Yeah, well, that is just going to be the Drake going down. Busio just having a bit of a good time, collecting some chimes, finding a Shousey, just feeling good about it. Pop9 just looking to try and see what he can find on the cross as best he can. But finding an Oriana at level 16 is not something that you really want.
Ali da, ali mislim da kažem opet, kogod ovdje dobije svakog ubio Tivana, tako da ne vidim da bilo ko od ove dve ekipe dobija Tivan. Ali ih vidi izgubio 3-0. Vidim da ova serija možda ide u 3-4 gema. U 4-5 gemova. U 3 sigurno.
Getting in on the Coinbase gold grind. In the meantime, though, there is a little bit of a team fight as there is the Tempered Fate into the backline. Kalista is going to get locked down and taken out.
Gubili su Kalista i NZXT trade. Drago mi je za Casey što se čini da Kana igra dobro. Kana legitimno klikće ovu seriju. On mi je najklimaviji bio. Najviše sam bio hajpovan za njega u Casey-u, a neko je najviše razočarao. Ali mi se također čini da kad god igra International, Kana u stvari dosta step up.
I wanted it to fit my narrative after that team fight that happened in the middle, but it didn't quite work out there. But Yahoo is also just absolutely massive. And we don't see like the extraordinarily far ahead Orianas, I guess that much. I feel like Oriana is still just powerful enough, but this is like a it's a ridiculous kind of lead.
But this is what I love about Real of DCG. Like, they just refuse to give up. It's every single time they're going to fight you tooth and nail, try and find something off the back of it, and they end up getting Kalist in the midst of all that. And now maybe buying themselves a little bit of opportunity to once again, like, push out these side lanes, try and start setting up to find more of these picks. And that was kind of what the brutal mid-game was for KC, was when Real of DCG had control of side lanes.
Yeah. Kalist has 4 items. It's the time of the Ezreal has concluded, and it is Caitlyn time now. The time for the Ezreal might also conclude again with a trip to the Death Chamber, but not actually going to happen just yet.
It looks like KC have just gone, we don't care about top lane, even though you were pushing it in Hongso, so instead we're just going to try and play off of 2 lanes and stop you from being able to make any of these picks happen.
I think this kind of makes some sense from DCG, just because they need to keep people together in range of a heroic entrance, I think. To try and go for some sort of pick to get themselves back into this game, especially with Baron spawning in 40 seconds time. Any pick that they get now is going to be extraordinarily valuable to make things happen for that potential fight or take. Let's see if they can find an avenue.
Da, lepo igra Kana, iskreno. Lepo igra Kana. Da će im biti dovoljno teško da dobiju Tivan, ali u suštini da, loser ovog ide na Liquid. Tako da bi djelom bilo fan da izgubi KC samo zbog tog matchupa, ali mislim svako mogu susretnu kasnije, tako da nije ni bitno.
Shousey is able to make it out without losing too much of his health bar as well. Baron looking to catch this wave as they've finally dealt with the top side of the map, has KC. Just in time for this Baron to spawn and to walk over and just take it. I mean, look at this vision control. There is, there's some scrying orbs and things like that. They do get this ward over the wall for Shousey, who goes in with a flash, gets on top of Yahoo, and just promptly dies. True Shot Barrage does sail over the top, and the Equalizer not doing a massive amount, as there's the Guardian Angel pop there for Pop9. Hong, so just going to fall, and it's a double for Kalist. I think KC may have just dropped the wallets on them.
Ne igraju, da, to je to. I ult je konektovao i Feng je mrtav i to je game 1 kvadra za Caitlyn.
Sent us to a game 2. KC find the team fight that they need. Kana rips through one side. Yahoo survives on the other. And KC look like they'll be picking up this first game.
I do like that Real of DCG died on their own terms. You know, Shousey just going in. He's like, well, if we're going to make it happen, it's going to have to be off our own engages, as he does it again. Just as his Nexus turrets are falling down. But KC, slow and steady, absolutely winning the race on this one. And they just found that one opportune moment and ended the game.
Eto nam prva partija, Evropa vina, za razliku od Amerike. MSI traje do, ako se ne varam, 12. jula. Znači, tačno 2 nedelje. Nije toliko dugačak MSI ove godine. Traje 2 nedelje, nakon toga nedelju dana pauze i onda nakon toga kreće EBL i LEC. Tako da, dosta se stvari vraća. Imamo 12 minuta pauzu, pa se vraćamo s game broj 2, tako da ostavit ćemo analitičare. Idem na terasu malo da... da dođem sebi, da se razbudim i onda nastavljamo dalje s game broj 2.
I expected a bit of a different pace though from this game because I feel like we had a composition for Reloved Deep Cross Gaming where you have so much explosive engage power, and then we got through the first 15 minutes and just not much happened.
Especially with Camille. I mean, to me, it's like, if you're going to pick this, you have to play like a crazy person. You have to find fights non-stop. When I think of some of the best Camille's, I think of guys like Carrier and On who are just non-stop going at you. And Raz...
Yeah, these are the combined kills a minute that you would see from Reloved Deep Cross Gaming. Like, average 8.5 at 14-minute mark. This game, 2. It was a very slow pace of the game, and they were willing to play that pace.
But I will say, Pop9 was kind of smoothing on him. He was playing really, really well on Lee Sin. Was a big part of the reason why it felt like, hey, they actually have a real shot in this game. He put them in a pretty good spot. You know, was finding some good plays, you know, pushing Yike back, and was very active on the map. You know, even if he wasn't always getting kills, obviously was pretty slow early. He was doing a good job of getting pressure. He was critical here on this move from Yike to be able to punish there as well.
Yeah, I think being able to see them at this pace and then play well around it, to me, I was actually quite happy to see Reloved DCG play at this level because yes, Pop9 was looking for it, but also Xiaoxi being able to find crucial picks on towards Bard here, and then about like 3 minutes later, I really like to see that. I actually thought there was a point in the game where they were moving towards Grubs, and then had the Galio actually defend Feng bot side. I thought they were playing really well and very mindful of what they could have lost on the other side of the map.
And for me, when you're playing Lee Sin, you really want to have that set up in the lanes. He has set up in all 3 lanes, and you see just how the team is working hard to allow him to get in, get that access. The problem was they didn't get a really sizable lead, and they're playing into a composition that has so much team fighting power if you're not able to get onto those key targets.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, at the end of the day, I felt like they were playing pretty controlled, you know, pretty measured. And I was like, wow, we were kind of sitting on the couch watching the game, and it's like, this does not look like the team that I was watching until this Baron fight.
That's right.
When they were able to actually take the Baron, they get the Baron, and then they just go way too far. The health bars are low, and so much of it was about, you know, KC chunking out Feng, pushing him back with this equalizer that gets dropped on the Esther, who's going to be on the left side of your screen. And once he gets pushed back, all of DCG Relove here, they were trying to keep KC out of the pit, but they were low on health, and their Ezreal couldn't really join, and this becomes kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, you know, the fans like to say, go deep if you are part of Relove Deep Cross Gaming's fan club. But here, just a little bit too deep to get the Baron. There's an opportunity to leave, but here it is. Feng getting pushed out, as you said, Azale, and then there's no damage to follow up.
I think there's a lot of teams who would get the Baron and try and get away, try and evade this situation. Not this team. This team are always going in, committing to the fight, and as you were saying...
that's your problem. You settle. They shoot for the stars. You're like, you know what? Baron's fine. They're like, no, we want the Baron and to lose the game.
I think the thing is about shooting for the stars is when you miss, you fall a long distance down.
Wow. That's not how that goes. That's not how that's supposed to go.
For them, and Feng just wasn't able to contribute in that fight, and you saw the damage just wasn't there. And I feel like on the other side, Khalees, as the game went on, this Kaylin was just more and more for problem, more and more for threat, especially with the Bard having this setup so you can get those easy traps.
And that's the thing, is that I felt as though Pop9, we already talked about it prior, was finding a lot of picks on Khalees specifically through mid lane. And so that is still giving me some hope that this team is quite a good playmaking team, being able to find opportunities. They had another Baron attempt a little earlier on, so like I think just really focusing on being decisive and like, hey, we got Baron, back away, or commit to it, force them to come into us.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Khalees had a good game. I feel like he was kind of playing cleanup duty, though, in this one, and I really do give a lot of credit to their soul laners. Their soul laners were creating large individual advantages. I like that Kana, he's going up against Florin. We talked about him. He is kind of the star of Relove DCG. So take the Rumble into the Ambessa, pick for the Ignite, and yes, Florin wasn't dying, but he was getting pushed down very, very hard. He's locked in lane. You have to rush Hex Drinker. You're down 20, 30 CS. And like that alone is more than doing your job. And Yehu was doing a great job in mid lane, you know, creating meaningful advantages there, getting really fed. And then if they're going to full send it on Khalees, it doesn't really matter because your Orianna is 2-3K ahead.
Yeah, I feel like we barely said Hung Swo's name because Yehu had himself a great job. That was one of the questions for me on this KC team. It was, is Yehu going to get pushed and challenged? And when he does, is he going to step up? Did a fantastic job doing his job and allowing the rest of the team to clean on up. Dan, gotta ask you, what do you want to see here from game number 2?
More aggression. I feel like this team, we expected to come out the gate swinging. Yeah. We know that KC like to slow the game down, more controlled, and that's what they got in game 1. They got exactly what they wanted. So I want to see the breakneck speed. I want to see the 8.5 combined kills per minute at 40 minutes. That's what I want for this team.
Definitely, I agree. Break Xiaoxi out of lane, and the early level ones, I was like, oh, he's trying to find an angle, but I just thought that Busio played the early laning phase, the level 1, incredibly well. But if you can get Xiaoxi out of lane and try and help out Hung Swo a little bit more, then you'll see the DCG that we all know and love.
Yeah, slow start, but an explosive finish to game number 1. We'll be back with game number 2. You're watching MSI 2026.
I don't think he's going to get here in time. That is going to be the secure on the Baron. The two-man on the ulti out of the Orianna is brilliant. The shockwave, fantastic. Get the Hextech ultimatum comes in. There is the drop from the Galio, but only a two-man taunt. It is going to be Busio falling down, but this team fight is all KC all day long, and they wipe them from the rift. Cool Baron, guys. KC slow and steady, absolutely winning the race on this one, and they just found that one opportune moment and ended the game.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
On to MSI 2026. I'm Atlas, joined by Dagda here, and we are praying, hoping against hope, that it's not a 6-0 day, right?
Are we?
All right,
I'm LEC. I'm like, you know, I'm fine with just walking
but
out
like
of this
they
when
still
it's 3-0.
win if it's just a 3-1. You know, sprinkle some of the
like,
happiness and excitement.
Yeah,
in
but
there.
then I get to confidently go into tomorrow being like, we're great, we're amazing.
Oh yeah,
this is awesome.
Because
Hell
if you win 3-0 and T1 won 3-0, then technically same.
Yes. Yeah.
Same power level.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Okay, now that's fair enough. I'm personally hoping that we have a different experience, and in fact, it's an 8-game day.
Yeah, that's because you hate me. I understand.
No, it's not. I mean, I know most of the time it is about you. In this moment, it isn't.
That's just not true.
No, in my mind, it is.
Yeah,
Let me live in my Dagda palace, okay? That is just where I am. But KC 1-0 up in the series so far, and they played their game the entire time.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, DCG just were not able to.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think we did see spats of it from DCG. Like, there were
sprinklings.
moments, where they like really did get to kind of play their comp, and Chelsea was looking good in the Camille. It just kind of ran out of steam, and I think they needed to get on board a little bit faster. But not to see coming into this game if they can, because I definitely think they showed there is opportunities for them to catch Casey.
And there were definitely some big picks, right?
Yes.
Like the Caitlyn Bard, a phenomenal lane for KC. Canna on Rumble has been a thing for so many years. Yehu being able to play his Oriana, and Yike on the Neferi. Like, everything just feels like comfort. I wasn't hoping to just list the comp, but I did,
you kinda get
because
there,
it was just kind of comfort across the board. And yes, the DCG comp could do the things that they want to do. Unfortunately, they had to sacrifice too much in order to get there, as the Ahri ban is quite interesting here, as Hongso not going to be playing that one this game.
Yeah, I think he's trying to disrupt, like, Vi, Ahri, these kind of things that are just very strong together, because we already got Pop 9 on the Lee Sin. Vi, kind of one of the other big picks, the Rek'Sai, another one, so definitely these are the champions to keep your eyes out on now for this draft.
Yeah, a bit of a change up in the bans, though, as the Vi was banned away in the first game. See whether KC go for that as their final ban here as well. Would feel very Pop 9 flavored. And do they just go for a first pick Vi? They could theoretically.
Because if you only watch internationals, you haven't been keeping up with the LEC. Like, Yike used to be a little bit off when it came to the Vi, would go a bit too deep on the engages and get caught out. He has been spectacular on it recently. Like, really has become a solid player, both for the engages and for some of these carry performances like we saw in the last game. So it is well in the flavor house of KC to go for that.
Well, Florin can just lock away the Vi if he would like to. Having a bit of a zoom in on Canna, and he just looks really happy. And maybe he's just laughing about a champ select that exploded. And that looks to be what's happened on our screen as well. And so we are going to be getting back into that. I believe that all of these bans are true and real. I find it interesting that they, instead of banning away Vi, they banned Talia Ahri, which are the Vi combo champions.
Rather
you could
than,
just
you can get it in one.
I do feel like, there's like a value issue.
Yeah. But I mean, it also works with the Rek'Sai, right?
That's true.
So it's like, oh, you know, we kind of get rid of the parts and then hope that gets the Vi and the Rek'Sai out of the equation on the opposite.
That could work.
Yeah.
It did feel to me like they banned Vi the long way.
Yes.
And that feels less good. As a bit of a wave to the crowd. Definitely a lot of KC representation here at Daejeon today, which is fantastic to see. We'll see whether they can use that in order to get themselves to a match point as we look to figure out exactly what's going on here. No idea, personally. Not going to speculate because caster curses are indeed real. Now that Chronicler is no longer in the ecosystem, we can confirm it's real. He caster cursed himself out of the entire
which is honestly impressive.
Yeah.
Taking it to a new level.
It's kind of crazy. He really committed to the bit, and we were impressed by it. We do have a remade lobby now. We are going to be getting into that one ASAP. And
can I say, though,
sometimes the client just does decide to go boom.
I'm a little disappointed with the drops. The Camille support, cool, right? But everything just kind of feels the same as playoffs and regular season.
Yeah. I was expecting a big shakeup.
Yeah, I was really hoping for something. Like,
you don't often get it day one, right? Often it is an evolution like over the taunt, right?
But he also, you like remember a Mumu support at Worlds that
I
one
know,
time,
and it was only in
everywhere?
play-ins?
Yeah, and then it just disappeared. I was kind of hoping for that pick coming into this, but we haven't got to see it yet.
Yeah, haven't had too many of those. That was the same time where it was only Rumble and Morgana jungle at the same time, right?
Yeah. Because
what a weird time.
Like, I looked at Yike's match history for a solo queue before he got here. So this is like 3 weeks ago. So obviously he was playing like Quinn jungle and had all these cool things. And I was like, I was like, this looks sick. And then I was like, okay.
We've had a lot of those jump scares as well. Like, I feel like Canyon is notorious for this. Playing really fun stuff in solo queue and then only playing Skarner Maokai every game. You know, and it's just, it's something you got to get used to, the disappointment of solo queue baiting you into thinking that players are going to play fun stuff.
And also forcing you to do research on a pick that never sees the main stage. Because you're like, well, I have to know in case, and then it's 3 years later and you're like,
well, no, I do it the opposite way around now. So I've been so desensitized that I look at their solo queue and I'm like, I can omit all of these champions from my research. I do not need to worry about it. They will not be played. This is what they play for fun when they're not scrimming all of the other stuff.
That makes sense.
That's my mindset, and I'm sticking to it. So if I have no idea what Graves does, that's why.
That's why. Okay, because we have guys like Mickey X that play TF support AORUS in solo queue and all these kind of things, and we're still waiting for the day that maybe that happens, but I don't think it's ever going to get there.
I've got a bone to pick, right? But as we're setting up this champ select, League Classic, I'm probably going to play a lot. And then also probably still want to work my job, which is regular League of Legends. I'm not going to know what champions do anymore.
Because you're going to be like, why is Graves playing melee range? Why is he not attacking from?
Why can I not Mace of Spades on Mordekaiser? You know? Assuming he's
the problem
in the game.
for me is like, with a champion like Mordekaiser, he's gone through so many iterations.
I'm
like, what is the, where are we going to be at?
Maybe it's like, you just spin a wheel. It's like playing Twister, you know? It's like, this is the one that we get. Rise is the best one. It's been remade 850 times.
The funniest thing was like, everyone was putting up the photo of like, oh, these are some of the champions that are going to be in it. And it's just Lulu and Leona with the exact same portrait.
Exactly.
Today.
I
Versus
was really confused. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Lulu was released like last week. And then I realized I'm old. I'm very old. Okay, here we are. I'm going to predict a TLAW ban. What do you reckon?
Oh, that could be it. That could be it.
Oh,
he's honest.
I evo nas, game broj 2. Casey, vinili su prvi. BCG je sad first pick na crvenoj strani, što je dosta interesantno.
Similar vibe to the vibe, but I feel does fit into a few different compositions as well.
It's also interesting because specifically KC are still willing to play the Azir, which is basically dropped off a cliff every other place. And it's kind of a pocket pick for Yahoo, so especially with the Jarvan taken, you kind of want a bit of mobility in that mid lane. So I am curious if Yahoo still goes back towards that, or whether they're just going to completely shift away from it now.
Well, this is an interesting one, as they're hovering the Jhin. Vi will be the choice instead. I was thinking like, Jhin, like I see Jarvan, I'm like, I want to play Jhin.
Ne, Jhin nije nikad play. Mislim, nije nikad play, samo nije play ovde.
Yike is now just going to consider his options. I still think top side of the map is what they're looking at, and that is the Casio. That's a lot of power represented in the mid jungle already.
Interesantno da prošli game Ashe Seraphine nije bilo pikano uopšte, bilo je otvoreno. I to je bilo dosta otvoreno, što je najveće.
Okay, so she's been nerfed to the ground. Alright.
Look, I thought Varus was going to be gone, and I'm still seeing that man's face in the man face. So, maybe we'll wait and see how this one pans out. But either way, like, I think you're going to have to go for some kind of dive comp here for DCG. Like, just make sure that you're all in to try and fight back against this. But either way, like, KC, this is comfort for them. They are very strong on this style of team fight that you're already setting up for. So I think they're happy out.
And the Nautilus was banned in the last game and is going to be picked up here. Nautilus Senna was something that we saw in our previous series wielded by TL in the closest game that they had. So I guess it's something that they could potentially leverage. But leaving their solo laners up in the air here as a blind Gwen would be just absolutely
She did get
crazy.
buffed. But I do think it is like still a counter pick champion rather than just a go towards champion. That one's a no-no.
Yeah, I think Locke is locked out of MSI for now. But Yahoo is just having a bit of fun.
Yeah, I think like I'd rather take a support here.
Teško Ramos. Real, fajn je.
Rel does well because she can get rid of the shield on the Nautilus and good for the counter engage. So yeah, I think this is where KC just kind of setting up already for a very strong team fight.
Yeah, counter engage is looking pretty powerful with that Magnet Storm as well. Being able to pull things around so they can get yelled at by Cassiopeia feels pretty comfortable. So pretty short range so far. We'll see what KC can do about that as this one goes on. Maybe that Jhin that we were thinking about before might rear its head, unless it gets banned away in this phase of bans.
Yeah, I'm curious because so they've gone for the Jace, because for me, I think something like a Gnar would work really well for Florin here, right?
Yeah.
You've already got a ton of heals and shields and another wall set up for you with the Jarvan. So that could potentially be the call, but with the Jace ban already coming through...
Može da bude i Casio top. Ne smije da zaborave da je Kan igrao brda Brenda na topu. Tako da mu midževi na topu nisu strani.
Experimental Hexblade got nerfed. I still think it's quite strong. So maybe that's the answer here for KC if they do see that Gnar come through.
They tried to ban Kalist, but unfortunately that's Kalista. And so they don't make it a 4v5.
Ja ne bih pisao Casio top. Ne verujem da je, verovatno Kehuto igra na midu, ali mislim da postoji šansa da to samo fleksiju gore.
And the Anivia will be taken away. So 3 mid bans are actually going to come on out. And one more to be taken off the board here as well. And I think we're going to need to see something pretty powerful coming out of these solo lanes. I feel like Senna can be pretty underwhelming towards mid game. I want to see earlier spikes here for DCG. Otherwise, they are just kind of opting into the KC playstyle, and I don't think you win those.
Yeah, and at least for KC, you will get to keep your counter pick there for Khan on that top side. So, because you can just take the AD carry here, it's going to be fine.
Yep.
And then I think that's where it's either going to be you end up seeing the Gnar here for Real of DCG, where you get to respond with either Vayne or the Canon, also another big pick for Kana, and follows up very well with what we're seeing here. So I think for KC, kind of happy with any of these late game scaling picks.
Oh, I like the Jinx.
Ne Jinx.
Yunara, I've fallen off.
A mislim, možda i može. Yunara mi se ne sviđa, Zeri je fine.
I was gonna say it would have been funny because Hansama has been
Yunara ne može da igra bez Lulu. To je fora.
So to see him now swap into that role would have been definitely a change up, but I mean the Zeri is still incredibly strong. It's something that he can team fight very well. Safety as well, which is the big one against
skate like out of the Cataclysm.
And the Jarvan.
Picking it into Nautilus that's face up is an odd move, just because Nautilus has been the prime answer to the Zeri, but you only have one depth charge and they have so much extra CC out of KC that I don't even know whether that's going to be enough to lock Kalist down successfully, as the LeBlanc is going to be locked in here for Hong, so that is a lot of power in that mid lane, freshly buffed. And the Jax blind would be just ludicrous.
I think it's kind of a good call though, because again, like the picks we were talking about were like the Gnar, the Vayne, and the Canon, which I mean Jax does relatively well into all of them. So unless you want to try and opt in towards something like the Renekton here for Kana, could also be an option, but
this isn't a good Gnar match.
No, this is not a good. This is a bit of an ego pick if Kana takes this.
And it's it is a team fight pick as well. Like I feel like it fits the composition quite well. Like, but that's not winning. And you definitely don't win side lanes now in the later stages.
Got buffed. Like he has less mana on his Q, which means he just gets more opportunities to leap strike. So yeah, I think Florin could have a really good time here into this matchup.
Yeah.
Ne znam kako ide ovaj matchup, iskreno.
Senna vibes, right? Like Senna does want to have like beefcakes to just heal as you team fight and things like that.
Jaxu Gnara, trebalo bi da bude okej.
Coming out of DCG, but if you look at the team as like what their just play style is, which is play fast and loose, play for the early stages, this is beautiful for exactly that. Like mid-game power from your solo lanes and jungle, that feels brilliant.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of what they went for in the last one as well, right? Like 1-3-1, good side lanes that collapse well, and this is a very similar story, but this time around they have much stronger solo lanes. So opting in towards like these early aggressions with the early push that you should have can work out exceptionally well. So We'll have to see if Real of DCG can find that same success that they found in the mid-game, or if KC get to play this slow boulder gathering speed over the course of the match.
And I tell you what, as far as a Game 2 is concerned, if KC managed to get over that hurdle and get themselves to match point, that is going to be so difficult to bounce back from for DCG. So much hinges on whether they can even out the series in this game number 2. Let's get onto the Rift and see whether they can make it happen, as already just getting straight down towards this bottom side Raptor.
Full se slažem s kolegama casterima. Ovaj Game 2 mi se odlučuje sve. Ako KC uzme Game 2, mislim da je ovo samo serija za njih.
Something's going to happen. Yehu is going to spot them out, and I think that will mean that nothing does indeed happen.
Yeah, just gonna back away, but Ward's still there. So again, that kind of trying to spot out where Yike is going and what he's going to be up to.
All right.
So yeah, back it away.
So we haven't really assessed what the KC draft does. I don't like the Zeri engage support as much anymore. I've been a little bit more of a fan of getting an enchanter there, like making sure that you can really buff up the Zeri in these team fights later on. And obviously we in the LCK have only really seen
Mi neće biti ovaj jasan Jax matchup Ugnara na topu što se rana Grasp. A generalno nikad ne ranaš Grasp na mili heroja u range heroja, jer je jako teško prokovati Grasp. Ali opet ako si Jax imaš Leap Strike na svaki 5 sekundi, pa onda možeš da možda prokaš to konstantno.
Especially with the shield as well coming through in the crash down for Busio. This is exactly how you want to trade.
Yeah. Is this a replay? No, it's not, because Chelsea is now lit on fire and has to flash to get out of the way. Okay, this could have gone better, as we've got Pop9 on a ward, not able to take a red buff, and will just wander over towards him. Kalista moves into the tri-brush, and oh dear. Canner is going to crush on top of Florin as well, who does get the counter-strike, but looking at those health bars, and is not looking fantastic. Flag and drag from Pop9 to get himself out of the way, but does also have to flash. And DCG, they were holding on really nicely in the early game of game number 1. I want to see that again, because this is not it.
Yeah, and even Yike now getting the evade on towards the top side. So you'd end up with Pop9 getting 2 camps as blue and then the Raptors of KC. But now you're going to lose your entire top side off the back of this. So KC responding super well with that early vision control they had in their bot side jungle.
All right. Hongso is at least going to be able to push Yehu around a little in this lane.
Yeah, and you can see at the side of your screen there, just the buffs that LeBlanc got coming into this patch. Like, the fact that she got a lot more damage, scaling off of that ultimate is really going to be the focus. So she does a lot more in the early stages, but doesn't really change much until she hits that level of level.
Yep, Mimic can be a real powerful one.
I Kana opet jako dobar pressure gore.
I have to admit,
Ovo možda bude, to jest ovo će biti dive.
It gets better, right? This is not the
ovaj skok možda ga košta.
just in general, and Canner is right now having a very good time on the knock.
Yeah, I think it's also hang on.
Oh dear, a little bit more of a battle. I'm sure we'll let you
Kana je probudom forsira, mogu da bi kill ovde, da?
First blood goes over to Kalist, and that is exactly not who you want to be getting first blood. Oh dear, we might be certifying.
Inače sam kolovao da Yike pika Vaj da gube game, tako da vidjet ćemo da će to da se ostvari na kraju.
I mean, DCG, they managed to steal away a red buff. Pop9 was trying to do that for the entirety of this early game, and at least he was successful.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to reset, immediately go towards that top scuttle, because that's what Yike gave up to try and come down and protect his own bottom side. But with the push that Hongso had in mid lane, able to cover. But either way, they're picking up that bot side kill for KC. Florin not looking too hot as well. Like,
Kallista's pretty good at Zeri.
He is, yeah. I'd say Kallista's pretty alright in general.
Yeah, he's pretty alright in general, but... Yeah. The stats for this particular champion, and I don't think these are stats based on getting first blood. I imagine those stats would be even more favorable.
Yes. They were also like, a lot of that would have been when he played back in ERLs on KC as well, where he was like oftentimes taking the Zeri and having these big pop-off performances. So kind of bringing that now to the international stage is cool to see.
Yeah. Those were career stats, so you're right. Certainly a whole bunch of extras in there. As Pop9 will spot Yike.
Mislim da je Gnar uvek ok u ovom matchupu, sramišljamo o tome. Samo Busio bi trebao da ne rikne i to je otprilike to.
In the meantime, Pop9 doesn't have friends to help him take his Raptor camp, and so Yike is going to be able to slow up those ones up himself. There is a flag and drag in from Pop9 though, looking for a little bit of extra damage now that there is...
Jako nisam enjoyer Jajkove Vaj.
The because DCG, they're looking for these picks, they're looking for the aggression, but KC just not letting them have it.
Yeah, trying to play off the fact that Kana had to go for the reset in top lane, so trying to see if they could find that moment in the 3v3, potential 3v4, but not quite able to get it with the flash away from Yehu, but still looking for more here.
Yeah, no flash available, and the miasma goes down. Chains are going to connect as Hongso is going to have to get out of turret range, and a bit of a drive-by, just a wander past. They waved out the window.
Yeah.
5 minut su i 200 lida.
And we're like, I don't want to be here anymore. This is not a safe space.
He's going to yell at me.
Especially after Pop 9, unfortunately missing the flag and drag. Kind of brought that to naught afterwards.
Yeah, so not exactly optimal. They don't lose too much for it, though, outside of the fact that KC still remain ahead by about 1.5k. And at 6 minutes, that's a big lead. Kalist now holding onto this wave as well. Busio kind of unlocked from the lane. And we heard the Des talking about it, right? It's like, let's unlock Xiaoxi. But it's kind of been Busio that's been making a lot of these roams work.
And this is what we haven't got to see in the LEC from Busio, because we haven't been on these engaged supports. Like, we got to see a little bit on the Bard, and sometimes on the Seraphine, but he really has been more catered to the lane. Now that he's on the rail, already starting to roam, starting to make plays, it feels like a much better spot.
Ko Kana ima free pressure, radi šta hoće, može da bude daj, što je Flarian probacio je stan, combo i free kill.
Blink of an eye, and that's just 2 kills over to KC already here in this game.
Sinjaxuje živ sam dugme, onako nema je, samo ga dajve.
The CS, the kill, and the turret plates going across. This counter pick in disguise has not really quite worked out for Flora.
Yeah, and I was about to say it before. There have been ups and downs for the Jax-Nar matchup. I believe it was an interview with Keen that I'm mainly referencing, as far as Jax being a very winning side of the matchup. And this is, like, Keen isn't in this game, nor tournament, so...
I do think that Kana has played the matchup very well, like even in the first few levels.
And he's a great Gnar player in general. Oh dear, we are going on a journey here, but the Petrifying Gaze does so much. Hongso is going to have to walk away. That gives up the correct LeBlanc, and now Pop 9 flashing out of the Noxious Blast. KC can do no wrong, and they're looking for even more.
Imenu bot na
The Dawning Shadow to try and keep him alive as he flashes to get to relative safety, but Kalist still just having the best of times.
Ju sam malo ult chain da dobije, ult lightning da dobije kill.
To get his health bar back up again, but as the dust settles, it still feels like KC absolutely in the driver's seat.
Is Florin dead?
Florin is currently alive, still alive, still alive, wandering away.
3-2-1
will be able to lead
on the
strike
ultimate
to
from
the minion.
Kana.
We're all right.
Okay. But yeah, I was going to say, Kana's been doing a great job in the matchup. Like, even at the level 1, he takes the hop, ends up looking for the trade, gets awards. That means that then Florin's not able to play hyper-aggressive on the level 1 and use that counter-strike effectively. So, getting that early push, and I think it's since that, Kana's just been in solid control of this top-lane matchup. And even Xiaoxi, basically with this dragon something.
Kalist is just going to sneak on over and grab another
What?
kill. What? Hang on. Rel isn't a jungler anymore.
Kako je busio? What? Ok, brat je bez poboka ukrao Drake-a, dobro.
Yeah, and Shattering Strike was very much nerfed. Okay, so a bit of a miss-smite there from Pop 9.
Down, making Pop 9 crash out, basically.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all right. We'll move on. KC get themselves the first Drake, and they also have close to a 4,000 gold lead. Wow, that really sprung up, didn't it?
Oh,
let's see.
I like how you said
in
move
slow-mo.
Yeah. Like,
what did I say? Let's move on.
Yeah. And then here we are, because Vi. Oh wait, maybe we don't get to see it because the play in mid lane.
Hang on, it wasn't even.
It wasn't.
What took it?
He just smited super early.
Nice.
Because he was like, oh, I'm probably going to die.
Yeah.
About hope and praying, but yeah, because Yike was taking grubs on top side. So they get the kill, and they get the dragon, and they get the grubs. And then...
Well,
yeah.
Do you know what conversation we can have? Perfect game, baby. We are on pace right now.
To se ne događa. Jajk ne završava game s 0 smrti, to je sigurno. A potencijalno i busio.
Because they took that too.
Yeah. Because I know Wolf gets very heated about that.
Well, I do. I'm the one that has a huge problem. I yelled at Wadid about it. It wasn't great. But at least in this game, it's not relevant, so we don't need to worry about it. Busio is just going to try and usher DCG towards this outer turret, and Yikes coming on over as well. Some vision does go down, but immediately the lights are turned out, and let's see whether they can keep themselves alive under this one as Kalist moving up. Does take a little bit of damage, but not too much. Pop9 making his way over, and there is a hook onto Kalist. He needs to get to the wall, and he does skate it on over. Good buffer there as well. Piercing Darkness comes down. He's looking to use the ulti just to try and escape. He flashes, and the auto doesn't come through. Avoids the ulti as there's
Živi. On je ladno živi. Sad će Casio da umre. Ovo je 3-0 serija.
DCG that lose out on the play.
Ovo je 3-0 serija.
How the hell did Kalist not go down?
That is everything. That is when, you know, you got lemons make lemonade. He was making lemonade in that bottom lane.
I don't know about what. That is insane. Like even the barrier at the very end to stop Hongso with the sigil.
And the fact that the barrier was so early as well.
Yeah.
He's like, this is checkmate. He's pre-moved that, you know? Oh dear. Perfect game pace. Yeah, still there. I thought that maybe that one was going to be immediately removed. But let's see this one more time. I mean, the hook was phenomenal getting past the minion.
Yeah, and then Kalist ult team to basically get the move speed, right? So then he can try and outpace Fung. But like the auto attack was winding up, Kalist flashes away. Then sidesteps the ultimate to keep the barrier there. Now Hongso's dead?
What? No, he's not. Basically is pretty much dead. For all intents and purposes, he's dead. But is not going to be taken down on the scoreboard just yet. And Yehu now underneath this turret. They're looking for Fung as Yike comes on over, and I believe he might be dead, ladies and gentlemen. And as it turns out, I was correct.
Yeah, this is a much quicker pace than what we've seen from KC domestically.
So maybe we asked the wrong team by mistake, because we were asking DCG to up the pace, and it's KC that heard.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of this early game has been thanks to Yike. You can see on the buy, he's been looking significantly better than he has done in the past on this champion, but now wants to steal away the blue, doesn't quite get there.
Yep. I think Busio is trying to test his luck once again. It's like, if I can take a Drake, surely I can take a blue.
I mean, he has Shattering Smite, so might as well try, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I was like actually just checking. I'm like, hang on a second, I thought he had Aftershock. But no, you did not mean it like that. Hongso is now looking for an angle towards Kalist, but he just dashes out of the way.
Kako sam to rekao, stvarno na kraju možda bude perfect game.
And KC wanting some shellfish towards his top side, and I don't think DCG are going to be able to do anything about it. Canner is just going to be pushing Florin out of here, and by pushing him out, maybe it just means killing him. Flash has to be employed, and Florin just going to have to go back to base. Should mean another turret falling down as well, most likely, towards that top side, as Canner is not going to let him back for free. Busio coming on over as well, as there is a crash down, and the Vault Breaker comes in from Yike as he makes his way out of the bushes. Chelsea able to get himself out of there, but the extendo beam, flash out from Chelsea.
Ma mrtav je svejedno, i isto ovo je flash. Ma kak, DCG se raspada skroz.
And now Pop9 getting his vaults broken as well, that will be able to get himself out of there with that flag and drag.
There is nothing that DCG can do. KC are everywhere in this top side. They are pinging on towards the Dragon though, as KC are going to go for the reset, so that may be their one solace in all of this.
All right, Florin, for an angle here. I have some fun facts for you. We have the last perfect game. Was Kingzone Dragon X versus Fnatic in Worlds 2017.
Wow.
And that was the Dancing Shelly game.
That's so long ago.
It is a long time ago. I think that was about 9 years ago, if I can do math correctly. On stream, ladies and gentlemen. As that is going to be the Drake secured. Perfect game still.
Jako mi je bizaran topik i dalje. Znači što izlazi League Classic, da. Da li si znao da u 11. ili 12. Pred kraj MSI-a će pokazati onako full gameplay, iako je već na PB-u i već su likovali sve. KC uzeo prvu, da, 1-0 je za KC, 1-0 je za KC.
They couldn't even manage it. Like, Kana just took out the wave, and then they were like, well, that play kind of fizzles as well. Like, nothing is going well for Reload DCG right now.
No. We're having a look here, and this, it's the same thing that happened at 25 minutes, except they started it at 5 minutes instead. And if you have like we want to upgrade our play from the previous game on KC's side, that's a good way to do it.
Tako da biće fan, i League Classic će biti baš zabavan, iskreno.
Does get the ulti out of Yehu, that is something.
Yeah.
But we are clutching at straws for the good news.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it's 6 seconds until Rift Herald.
Yeah, I'm looking at your eyebrows. Your eyebrows are not in a very good place right now for the happiness of DCG. You guys may not be able to see, but it's a lot of sad eyebrows.
I do try my best Emilia Clarke impression.
Well, Lucio looking for an angle here. Magnustorm absolutely phenomenal, as there is the ulti to lock down the enemy jungler. Shousey trying to use some popcorn chickens to escape, and it is not going to work out.
Oni samo kolapsuju na ovaj TP. Aha, Jax TP shield shotovan od strane Real. Koliko stvari Real ima value ovde? Feng je mislim da je mrtav samo, ne? O! A možda je mrtav malo kasnije. Jajk je brzo u svojoj džungli zbog itema. Dobija Q još malo. Ovo dobija root. Da, nebitno.
I was kind of hoping that he would run so far that Kana just kind of got to step in a lane for a second and get another kill and then go back to killing minions again, because that's kind of just been his modus apparatus this game.
Yeah. By the way, it was Longzhu, not Kingzone. However, that is theoretically the same team. And for all intents and purposes. They did become Kingzone a bit later. So just as a little bit of a heads up, that is the perfect game that we are chasing. And it is still on the table. Okay, Yike picks up the eye. And that is going to mean that we don't need to have a Herald discussion about perfect game either, which is
it's fantastic. It's kind of sad if just someone dies after we get like to the Nexus.
Does that count if you fountain dive like as you're killing the Nexus?
Dead, right?
I mean, theoretically it's meaningless, right?
Yeah.
And it was you caused the death.
Yeah.
So the enemy team didn't do anything.
I think you have to like write an all chat beforehand. I'm going to dive the fountain and die.
Is that in the official perfect game rulebook?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was official rulebook. We've had arguments about it all the time.
Yeah, it was in the small text, you know.
Well, I didn't even have the book, let alone the small text. My goodness. All right, Kliss doing a fair bit of damage here, as we can see. As Hongso just going to be distorting forward. Obviously can do that relatively comfortably, as Lucio still going in. Not scared of perfect games being lost or anything like that, like I am. As it's a 10,000 gold lead, 17 minutes in. The game time we're chasing is approximately 21 minutes. We'll see whether they can beat that as well, as their cease and desist onto Pop 9. He just
11-0.
And they look to try and lock down Khaleesi.
Nije perfect game. Feels bad. Pobiće ih svejedno, nebitno je. 13-1, Kanima imao je flash ult, nije teo to da baci.
Not perfect, but it looks pretty close.
Khaleesi was so close to escaping that, but it will be the kill going over. Still KC in a great spot. They're going to push in on bot side. Kana looking to disturb this mid lane as well. Yeah, you can see even there where it looked like maybe there was something for DCG. They just don't have enough in the tank now.
No, they certainly don't. Nor do they have enough in the wallets. They are relatively empty. The coffers are dry. And it's very hard to make this composition do anything, because also it's a Jax Senna comp, right? Like, you fall behind.
Koliko mi je taj Jax bizaran? Znači, pikali su Jaxa, Ugnara i Jax je useless.
As we crest the 20-minute mark, KC with soul point available in 30 seconds time. And Pop 9, I don't know whether he's allowed to take a red buff. I just don't think it's a thing.
It is only Boosie.
Kind of sort of there.
Yeah.
But there is Hongso there towards the top side, so that will be denied for the moment. All right. David, Goliath, slingshots, giants, things like that. Coinbase gold grind. Tell me something good for DCG. This is not it. That's a 3,000 gold lead for just a jungler. It's very good for KC. So we appreciate that, Coinbase gold grind, but otherwise for the comeback,
it's also like for game 3, it kind of feels hard for Relove DCG now, because it's, well, we're supposed to be the fast team and like pick up the pace and overload places. And
still
then I'm like,
fast.
Yeah, but it's
just
the
not
other
fast
direction.
to the winning.
Yes, yeah, and that's where this is not what we saw from KC when they're in the LEC. Like, they had some games where they play hyper-aggressive, but like, with Busio now on these engage supports and starting to roam, this kind of opens up a whole new chapter for KC.
Well, that was a decent amount of damage there, as Hongso also actually took a lot himself. But still, Kliss does need to be careful, as this newly buffed LeBlanc is getting off the line. Yeah, that's a lot invested into Yehu just backing away towards his turret. Infinity Edge is getting so close for Kalist as well. That is going to, like, he is about an Infinity Edge's worth of gold ahead at the moment. Didn't really need to rub salt in the wound, but it is a bad news story, and the conversation about a scaling center is just not
Mislim da je okej, možda nije okej. Jeste okej, naravno da još to ne bi bio okej. Zašto ne bi bio okej? Ja ne moram da je Zeri ovo preživjela bez barijere. Mislim, ovo je game, da se razumemo, ovo je, idemo u game broj 3, a game broj 3 Casey je verovatno vina.
Dancing, but just getting some work done by herself here in this top lane. As this game is, I mean, it's been over for quite some time, but it is an absolute shellacking here for KC as they look to take themselves a Baron and break open the base.
Yeah, I respect the effort from DCG, like, throw a Hail Mary, see if it lands, but yeah, KC able to escape away. And yeah, the Shillelaghs are out. Everyone's just kind of getting bonked on the head at this stage.
It is, it's not a very fun time here for DCG. Hopefully they're focusing on what to do in order to make the reverse sweep happen. Because I think that is where your mind needs to be. I think getting caught up in the emotions of this particular game would be folly. 3 minutes on this Mountain Soul, which is only going to make it even more difficult for DCG to do anything about KC moving in. As far as a Snowball Soul is concerned, it's a phenomenal one to get, because it just makes you way more durable while you're already doing bajillions of damage.
Yeah, I think Gliss needed like 1 death sooner though, you know?
Yeah. It's all right, there's Magnustorm onto 2, looking real good there as Kana is going to be the focus here of DCG, and you've got Hongso moving on, will be a dead Nah, but can they...
A, busio Assassin, brat moj na ovaj rel, rundowna protivnike. Jax mrtav. Jajk ne gubi health od LeBlanc i Arvana još, neće nikada gubi. Ok, Jajk, chill, bro. Ma da, možemo go završiti game 3 sekundi.
Getting some revenge after that previous death. It's going to be an ace, and this will be inhibitors. Busio is also just going to, I think he's surveying the area right now. And Hex flashing away. Yeah, this game, if it wasn't done before, it's pretty done now.
I mean, a fantastic performance from both Busio and Yike in this game, though. They have been everywhere from start to finish.
I like how we were having a conversation about how much better Yike has been on the buys and things like this earlier on. It's just great to have a perfect example. Just roll up in game 2.
Just thank you. Now I can illustrate this later on when I need to prove the point.
And look, you've built my trust as well. I'm like, everything Dagda says, it's just on it.
That's not that should be taken.
As we said before, it was only that thing in the pregame that wasn't about you. Now everything actually is, as it turns out. Okay. Busio clearing our vision. Not a lot to clear, as it turns out, although Yike is standing on the 1 ward, or 2 wards, that are here, and that is going to actually potentially cost him his life, as Yahoo trying to save him, and Yike will be going down to his GA. Extended beam comes through from Kalist as the rest of KC trying to move on over. That is a decent petrifying gaze, but Yike will still be taken out. Comeback question mark? Maybe an opportunity as the flag drag flashes real nice from Pop 9. And there's the depth charge onto Yahoo as well. Can they get another one as the snare comes down? Hongso, great timing there as well as he gets the distortion forward.
Da, znači, sad ću objasniti, samo nimo fight do kraja, ali mislim, svako da, nemaju kako da igraju. Što se tiče MSI-a, znači, u suštini gledate preko LoL e-sporta. Uđete na account koji god hoćete, znači na vaš main. To je inače Riotov site, Riotov, da nemate brige, to LoL esports je. I automatski ti u lootu in-game ti dođu nagrade.
Out of KC, they have got so much money. It's almost a 20,000 gold advantage as the first inhibitor is going to bite the dust. DCG, it is all over but the crime.
Yeah, it's rare that we get to the legendary 20k gold lead, but it looks like we will get there this game.
Yeah, we might even be able to go.
Mislim, imaš emotove, ikonice, esports kapsule.
That's uncharted territories. I don't know if... Well, are we allowed? Does the game break?
I think the game still goes. I think that we have still the same amount of digits. It's the digits that you got to watch out for, you know? We're not clocking it or anything like that.
Ali to, mislim, ulogu je što staviš sa strane da Blay i chill AFK stream dobiješ nagrade.
That's when we're like, whoa, I don't know, maybe it resets to 0 and then you've got an even game state. But outside of that, I think that we might just be just able to do it, as that is just going to be Mountain Salt to come on through here. And if KC weren't really, really far ahead before, they are really, really far ahead plus Mountain Salt now.
Yeah, that'll kind of do it.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, let's get that slingshot ready.
There's only
David?
3 people in the DCG base.
Yes. Florin isn't. He is getting the first turret for DCG. There you go. Next turret's going down, though, as now Canon looking for a bit of an angle. Finds a house. Not too much more, as now Florin on a decent flank angle. Wanting to get towards Callista if he can. But everyone else is in position to
25 minuta. Mislim, dobro. Samo misle su možda malo ranije mogli završiti game, ali svakako je... Svako je fajn, previše su ahead, baš su previše ahead. 28. Šta bre? A slika ne, a ništa, nema veze.
Oh my goodness, booking themselves a ticket to a matchup against T1 looks real close as they move to that match point.
Yeah, it's a watershed moment in that game, but I think it's a wake-up call for DCG, because, wow, that was an insane game 2 from KC.
We haven't seen like mega stomps like that for quite some time. But that was not close, and then continued to just be not close the whole game.
At least they got some kills.
Yeah, I guess there's that. What did you guys make of it over on the analyst?
Lep game, ništa. 12 minuta pauzice, vraćamo se na finalni game. Bok je Legendo veliki poz, ostavit ćemo analitičare da analizuju, kako to već i da analizuju, odlično. Pustit ćemo ih da malo chilluju, za 12 minuta se vraćamo u potencijalno finalni game dana. Ali ja mislim da je ovo samo 3-0 dan, brz MSI i to je to, BRB sam za 10-ak.
This is one of those games that is deserving of flame if you vote no.
Yes!
This was crazy. They stopped them.
I think that if you get that much of a gold lead that early on, the game should just terminate.
Just oh my god. You guys, 20K. The mythical 20K.
Wow. Let's take a look at the gold graph to show exactly what it was, as there it is. It was not so good at 14 minutes. A 7,500 gold lead for Karman Corp.
That's a big gold lead at 30 minutes.
That's like multiple people on the other team didn't load in. That's the kind of gold lead.
Yeah, and another one of the gold stats here. This is at 23,000 gold.
2,000, buddy.
23,462 gold. This is the largest lead ever in an international match. Great history here for KC, tough for free love, DCG, as they're going to have to go back to the drawing board because this was all Karman.
It's looking like free love.
I do think, though, you come out of that game and you don't try and address any individual points. You just circle and go, none of that.
Bro, none of that. Literally anything that could have tilted you off the face of the planet happened in this game. Like, they could have gotten Callista, who was just autoing the turret bot side, and then it was like, no, actually he survives, and the LeBlanc that roamed died in that play. Like, anytime they looked for an option or a play, oh yeah, this one is another one that would tilt me off the planet. Oh my god!
I mean, this is just brutal. I mean, he's gonna die, so he's like, oh crap, I'm gonna die, gotta smite.
It was 1,007 health. That one specifically was just unlucky.
This one was tough too, though, because Fung actually canceled an auto when Callista's going over the wall, which would have meant he had to barrier early and wouldn't have had the barrier for the Q. And Fung actually misses on the ult. There was so many unforced errors in this one as well. You know, Xiaoxi giving over the early first blood to Kalist. He has no flash, which he lost early, and then he hooks in not even onto the Zeri, but he hooked directly onto the Rel when he has no health and no flash. So they were kind of giving him freebies left and right, but KC is clearly on a whole different level than DCG
And the craziest thing that started all of that was like the Jarvan invade. He goes for blue into red, gets pushed off of that one, then the map gets split, so he can't even go topside, and then the Jax, who is in a pretty like aggro matchup, now has to play safe the entirety, so he loses lane. Like, literally, it was just dominoes being fallen and the entirety of DCG crying.
You know, in Series 1, we saw Jose really put Ona behind early, but Ona managed to stabilize, bring it back. There was a point where Yike was just like 70 CS up.
Yeah.
And 3 levels up, 3.5 levels, absolute decimation. This was brutal. Pop 9 didn't really get to do anything this game. He lost early, and the whole game just fell apart.
And I mean, obviously there is a lot of invades these days in the meta. People like to play for them. But I feel like when they did their 4-man invade towards Raptors, they kind of gave it away of what they would be trying to do. And I thought it was pretty unlikely that KC would have no defensive wards after they actually went in there and then they saw them walk out. And Pop9, it felt like he kind of just bet the game on the fact that they wouldn't place a single defensive ward, because he went blue to enemy Raptors, which was warded, and he had no pushing lane mid or bot, so there was never going to be support. So as soon as Yehu started walking over to defend the red, he's immediately had to leave, and then he was completely homeless, and Yike took his whole top side of the map, and like you said, that screws over Florin as well. So I just didn't think there was a very good thought process into the pathing. It's like, if you don't have pushing lanes, you don't know if they have vision, you can't 1v1 the enemy jungler, like there's just, like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, you sell the game away. But another thing that I've noticed is, like, this was, yes, a tremendously bad laning phase from bot lane, but also in game one, I felt as though, like, K-Corp had a great laning phase as well. I think they've just been flat out laning them throughout the last 2 games, and it's only getting worse overall. So they need to be a new option, at least for the first 5 minutes, keep it stable, similar to the first game, but then still try and find a way and angles from Chelsea to roam, but it's been looking tough.
You know what? I'm an optimist. I have a silver lining. It's only uphill from here. You cannot have a game this bad again in game 3 for Real Love Decross Gaming. I don't think it's possible. I think it has to be better than this. This is the absolute
It's
floor.
rock bottom.
Rock bottom.
That's time for the slingshot.
That is the most
Ox is calling for the reverse
That is
sweep.
what he's doing. Again, it's just a tough debut here so far for Real Love Deep Cross Gaming, but it's not done yet. They still have an opportunity. Raz, I'm going to toss to you because you're the eternal optimist for teams that are usually from a little bit further behind.
How are they going to win this?
What do you say in the coaching room? Come on, Raz.
All right, boys. The last game doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. We're going into game 2. Chelsea, get your butt on Alistar. We're leaving the lane.
Raz, that was 5 seconds, and then your voice cracked, man. All right.
What am I supposed to do?
We're going to see what Real Love Deep Cross Gaming have here into the buckets as we move over to game number 3 after this short break. You're watching MSI 2026.
Raz is working on his resume after that game 2.
Yeah. How many block? Yeah. Maybe one shot?
Jack's no flash.
Go ahead, whatever.
W2.
I'm one.
Connor, you have E?
No. I can go. I kill again.
Done.
Yes, look, anyone.
Oh, he messed up.
Oh, one match.
Okay.
That is match point over to KC. Oh my goodness, booking themselves a ticket to a matchup against T1. Looks real close as they move to that match point.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2026. We are possibly at the end of the day. A 6-0 day to start off day one. Not what anyone except for you, as you said earlier on.
To cast a curse? Is that what's happening?
Yes, absolutely. It's what I do every time. Don't break my flow, okay? We're on the verge of a 6-0 day. We'll be packing it up very, very soon as KC just prepare themselves to roll over the top of DCG once again as we move towards game number 3. There is no chance of a reverse sweep. That is entirely impossible. Wouldn't you agree, Dagda? How do you think I did?
That was
a bit too much?
Yeah. I they can get one. I'm okay with that.
Yeah? You're okay with that now?
I mean, I'd rather they just 3-0'd. Busio just stared at me the second I said that. I'm
like,
sorry.
no.
I take it back.
Well, it did look quite difficult.
Yes.
But maybe now it's time to bring out the full weird. You know, they tried to play pretty straight up League of Legends in the last one. I think the blind jacks was odd, but it wasn't full weird.
Though, you know, I could see the logic, and they did end up getting the counter match. It just Kana's just really good is the problem.
All right, we do have some chase statistics. All right, we already had the perfect game. And we're looking to try and eclipse Longzhu 2017 at Worlds with the Dancing Shelly. Still trying to do that. Haven't managed to get that one off. Last game, we had a kill difference of 28 kills.
Yeah.
The highest we've ever had is 30.
Wow.
So KC, if they're able to do better than last game, they might be able to break that one.
I know you don't have an answer for this, but I wonder, was that the game where Pays got 28 kills on Kalista? Because that would make sense if it was that game.
That was OMG versus TSM in Worlds 2013.
Oh, wow.
It was quite some years ago.
Yeah. That was like the cool and going.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was a cool. That was a cool era.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was before I cast the LPL.
Wow.
Isn't that
and you're
weird?
old.
I'm old.
But
yeah,
the same age.
I didn't even cast the LPL the year after that. Right, 2014. I was just a pure OCE boy, and then I cast the LPL in 2015. So yeah, that's a very long time ago. I do remember 2013 Worlds, though. That was fun. That was the first time I worked for Riot ever.
Oh wow!
I was handing out lanyards to kids.
Oh, I thought you meant casting. I was like,
no, I was handing out lanyards. It was the best. And I had someone else's t-shirt on, so no one knew that I was Atlas, although I was Slappy Baggins at the time. That's enough down memory lane. Let's have a look at these bans, as the Archers have been taken away here by KC, as well as wanting to keep the lights on, and the Lucian, Poppy, and Anivia all going to be banned.
So Rai's going to be the immediate take by DCG here.
You would expect it. And it is the lock-in.
Yeah, because you don't have, well, the Anivia's gone, right? Cassiopei's gone, so a lot of those answers into the Rise gone. I will say though, like, Quay got some really nice buffs on this patch and does well with the range discrepancy there, so maybe you want to go for these long-range engages, long-range tools even.
All right, the Lulu going to be the lock-in though. Maybe just Lulu Yunara. Feels like a very Game 3 thing to do, is to just slam a Lulu lane. But I don't know whether it answers the Rise just yet. Right now, DCG still feeling very good about that lock-in. We'll see where Yike is going to go. Obviously, Yehu can just lock in another bot laner if they would like to round things out.
Yeah, I do think like Yunara though, or even the Kog'Maw is kind of the two that
I really like Kog'Maw. Yeah. I think Kog'Maw is feels better to me. But we have seen some pretty great Lulu Kog'Maw performances back in the LCK. Yeah. So we'll see whether Kalista Busio can make that happen, or whether it's just going to be Yunara, which feels
Kiana.
Oh, wow, okay. So Pop9 going for the newly buffed Kiana. Her clear speed has been improved. And the newly nerfed Sion. He is basically the same.
I was going to say, I think that nerf did nothing to that champion, but Kiana is sick. She got some really nice buffs, and especially with the Rise lockdown and the ability to reposition, I think you could set up very nicely for Pop9 on this pick. And you wanted the funky, you wanted the aggressive. Kiana fits that bill.
Well, there's the Yunara that I was a little bit afraid of. Not as
Evo
much
nas.
a fan of this particular pickup, but Kalista
Vidimo što
really
se događa ovdje Game Broj 3. Yunara jedino pika na Salulu. Sudija stomp iskreno. Iskreno stomp. Ekipa KC je baš lepo pokidala Game Broj 2.
Trying to remove those as they've already locked in their entire top side, as bottom lanes are going to be the focus here at KC.
That makes sense, right? Try and set yourself up nicely. Curious as well, because like in the LPL, and I mean you've seen a little bit in the LCK, Shen is a nice answer into the Sion in a lot of situations, and if you just want to go ham as Kalist, I think the Sion and the Lulu, or sorry, the Shen and the Lulu can set you up with the Yunara if you want to. Traditionally we do see with the Kog'Maw.
Oh, Nico is actually kind of fun. I actually really like this band. Nico Kiana, a lot of setup for that supreme display of talent.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to think, like, what do you actually try and play into this Lulu on the bottom side? Like, you end up just trying to go back into Enchanters. Like, maybe the Karma Ezreal is something you want to try and fish. Oh, sorry, Ezreal's gone out of the equation, but something.
Karma Jhin?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow, that makes me feel awful. I didn't even want to say it, but we have seen a lot of people play it as the Nasus band to come through here. We've seen you guys do like that one over your side of the world.
Yeah, I don't think
the Western jungler
does like it, but Skewmont loved it.
Yeah, I'm thinking Griffin as well over in NA. There are a lot of people saying, when's it going to come to the LCK? When's it going to come to the LCK? And we're like, no, we do not deviate from the norm. That is not something that we do. Although I believe Nasus was played in the last perfect game that we had. At an international long shoot, I think.
I was also going to say, it feels like we kind of need Skewmont to beat you guys in the LCK with a weird pick like Mundo, for you then to pick.
Like Broken Blade did with Shen. And then, Kane learned how to play both Shen and Vayne, which was good.
I was also owner.
Iskreno muzika vozi.
Yeah, I remember that.
What these buttons do. So it's led to some interesting ones. But there's the Karma band that we were talking about.
So what do they play? That's the question. Maybe just back to more. Oh my.
Realno uzmi Blitza.
Maybe it's the Blitzcrank game.
Fala. Bro, sinergija s casterima.
Obviously it's the Blitzcrank game.
Sviđa mi se kad imam sinergiju s casterima, to je dobar vibe. Samo lokaj Blitz. Samo lokaj Blitz, bukvalno lokaj Blitz. Pa, slažem se, apsolutno. Ovo je najbliže što sam bio s casterima ikada, mentalno. Neću lagati. Imaš Kijanu, već ga flipaš za early, samo lokaj Blitza. Ne trash, trash je previše spor. Ovo je Blitz game. Ovo je fajn, ovo je isto fajn, ovo je isto fajn. Ali manje fajn, Blitz je bolji. Ok, Blitz bi bio bolji, ali ovo je fajn. Zašto vam to kažem? Iz prostog razloga što Lulu možda cancela Pike resete.
Renekton, I just didn't want that. So it's already Talia. It's already Talia. Yep, it's going to be the Wukong. By the looks of things here for Yike, does mean that this teamfight composition is looking very powerful. Nimbus Strike plus the Wild Growth is a lot of initial setup into the seismic shove. Man, it is very, very powerful. Fun fact, Shoutsy's Pike is 1-3 over his career. So now is his chance to get to 1-3 in this series.
Hey, there
See,
you go.
1-3. That's what he wanted. He wanted the 1-3, so he picks the 1-3 champion in order to make it happen. The stats team trying to feed me the negative stats, but we turned it around.
They gave us another one. Pop9's Kiana is 1-2, so how do you work that one?
But he's also known for it.
Yeah.
But it's not that successful.
It does feel like Pop9 as a player, Kiana just encompasses to me all of that. You know, hyper-aggressive, wants to make plays, send himself in super deep into these fights, like try and set up for these massive engages. Like, that is Kiana in a nutshell.
And honestly, there is something about, like, getting a huge supreme display of talent and then putting death from below on top of it, you've got AoE from the rise. There is a lot that they can do with this composition in an even game state. But there is also the ability for this comp to really fall off a cliff. And if they are in anywhere near the same position as they were in Game 2, my goodness, this is going to be so much worse, Dacta. Or better, depending on your opinion of chasing stats and perfect games and things like that. But man, this is going to have to be a pretty incredible performance out of DCG in the
Pike će biti interesantan. Mislim, nema šta, sad ga flipaju full. Kiana Blitz je draft gdje ili vinaš u 20 ili gubiš sve posle toga.
the ability for him to find key polymorphs in fights has been next to none. So I'm curious how, even in some of these fights, like Pop 9 trying to get into position, if Busio's on point, it can be kind of difficult for it to find plays. But I do think a lot of it is going to come down to this early level. And once more, DCG setting up for these deep wards.
Yep, they've been moving into this side of the jungle almost every single time, although this time leaving Pop 9 to his Raptor Cam. Lets that ward go down though, so it will be full information over to KC if it is going to be a topside clear here for Pop 9.
Yeah, I think the early aggression bot lane is basically the best way for Relove DCG to play this, if they can get the hook onto Busio.
Yeah, see what Shousey can actually get done here, as they are just going to clear out the ward first. A fourth shot has been put together, but not really going to be doing too much of anything at all. As Busio Kalist, so far, just feeling pretty good. And honestly, sometimes we see Lulu, Yunara lanes fall behind, but it's often in Enchanter versus Enchanter matchups. And if you're not going to be landing your Bone Skewers, then this lane can really run away from you pretty quickly. But there is a Bone Skewer that's going to connect. Kalist already down very, very low. Barrier used from Fung just to keep himself alive. But KC, stand there.
Feng je, možda nije. Bravo, bravo, jako lepo. Navijam za četvrti game što je najjače od svega. Čeka hop prok, ali zna da je Lulu bliža levelu 2, pa nije teo da je Olina.
But I think if you're the Pike, you're kind of happy with how this one's gone.
Yeah, getting an early kill for Shousey going to be nice. And also great hook from Shousey on this as well. Just barely getting past the creeps there to get on towards Kalist. And Shousey knows at that stage, like, immediate ignite to try and make the play happen. But Busio waits until the ignite goes, then heals to try and set up for the play. But that forward shot from Fong and the flash bone scare from Shousey finishing off the play.
Yeah, the flash jab. Very, very nice. Or the jab flash by the looks of things. As we do have Yahoo put into a prison and isn't really too worried about it. The trade's looking okay on both sides. And so is the CS. So mid lane, not a whole lot to write home about at the moment. Top side is doing a very similar thing.
With all these summoner spells gone on the bottom side, though, I think...
Oh, God.
Wait a sec.
Canna, slicing, dicing. Florin does manage to get that shield as he charges up the Q. Maybe an opportunity here as he gets the grass proc there as well. But the goes down, and Canna, just one more.
Flash basic? Okay. Ima dash.
Man, this player is just how I remember him.
Lepo, 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 lepo. Kana igra dobro international.
This has been one of his champions for so many years. As it turns out, it still is.
Yeah, Khan is having an absolute field day, and I feel sorry for Florin because he was amazing domestically and like was considered one of the best players in the region. But first time on international stage, some jitters coming through. But this man has been so exceptional for Relove DCG. Unfortunately, just can't quite get it here today.
Yeah, not quite working out. Although an early death, I learnt, you know, by watching European League of Legends that Sion dying early is sometimes a strategy. So let's see whether that's going to work out. Pop 9 going to make his way over here. Does spot Yike trying to steal away this Raptor camp. Steals it himself. That's kind of crazy as he gets his own one back. Thought Yike is going to have that one locked down, had the smite available, but it is going to be the Kiana that makes that one work. On a ward now, though, and so he's going to get spotted out trying to recall.
Da, lepo igra.
And Blascone is going to send him away.
Yeah, I think he's trying to protect his Krugs, but doesn't know where Yike is.
Yeah, Yike is just going to leave.
Yeah, Shousey had reset to try and help out as well, so I think that why Yike just happy to step away. Also the push in mid was going well for them.
I moraju da znaju da je Yike pustio agresiju zato što je Kjahuri kolovao. Videli su ga nazad.
I feel like game 2 really has infected my brain. Like, wow, he got something that he should have got. But it does feel a little bit more difficult here in this series as otherwise. KC getting a huge stacked wave towards Fung here, towards his bottom side. Shousey is going to make it here in the nick of time. But KC on a very nice reset timer.
Yeah,
I think so far so good.
Yeah, I mean definitely slower than last game, which is great for them. Because honestly, the game 1, where it was much slower, was where CG kind of had their opportunity in the mid game, where they had some signs of life. So maybe that's what they can try and hope for again. Because once Pop 9 hits 6, that's where I really expect them to go aggressive. I was thinking though with like bow flash and heal burnt on booster on the bottom side, we'd see a bit more from Pop 9 down there. But I don't think he's had much of a chance because Yike's been trying to get into his face.
I don't think we should look at the top lane very much anymore.
Yeah.
It's just making me sad. It's probably making DCG fans sad as well, as Florin is really just getting dominated. And this is what happens, right? Like, it does fit the crocodile motif. Once he sinks his fangs in, you just get death rolled and die. And that is kind of what's happening at the moment. I have a feeling that this lane is probably going to get worse before it gets
Da, Petre, da. Mislim, to je što je najče, to je nešto su uveli pre nekoliko godina i u stvari ima popriču interesantna priča vezano za ekran iza igrača. Bio je, sad slagaću ti, ne znam koje godine bilo, ali bio je neki LAN turnir. Da li MSI, da li Worlds, ne znam šta je bilo, davno je, ne sjećam se. Bio je neki turnir i iza je bio ekran koji nije imao delay. I igrač koji je sedeo skoro na strani, to je bio support, je malo okretao glavu da vidi iza njega gde su protivnici na minimapi. I onda su ga uhvatili na kameri, kao malo su pogledali šta se događa. Kad god je bila neka pauza, nešto, lik se okreće. I provalili su da lik samo gleda minimapu na ekranu iza sebe. I onda su ga očigledno fajnovali i od tad na bini ima delay. Mislim, postoje dva razloga. To je jedan razlog, a drugi razlog je što to se isto događalo. Recimo, kada jedna ekipa radi Barona, publika zna da reaguje. Ko hajpuju se što rade Barona. I onda ova druga ekipa čuje publiku koja se hajpuje i znaju da su ovi na Baronu. Clean. Ali ne znam imaju damage za ovo. Ok, ovo je bilo malo loše. Neću lagati. Nema. Ne prolazi to kroz spot.
And Yeo's able to get out to safety. I think if Hunks would even got an auto attack, that might have been it from Yeo, but this should just be able to clear out the wave. So close from DCG there. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Doesn't quite read the flash there out of Yeho as well. It was really good positioning to make sure that Q went completely the wrong direction. And not able to quite grab that one. Still, they do manage to get both summoners out of Yeho, so a possible revisit could be on the cards. Especially if Shousy's ticked over level 6 at that stage. Could be a very different story. But yeah, I think again, like KC, I think this is where they can start to get a little bit more aggressive in their own right as well. With, you know, Yike hitting level 6, Kalist having opportunities to go for plays. Has got a very defensive build though, opting in towards the very early play to steel caps there as well. So maybe KC kind of stuck in an awkward spot when it comes towards those items. Yeah. We'll just have to see whether DCG can utilize this first Dragon start to make something happen. If we get Mountain, Infernal, and Cloud again, I'm going to say that maybe that's a little bit too much, you know? It is not, in fact, my birthday. It's G-Sun's birthday. So we don't need that many clouds. I just feel it, you know? Yeah. It's maybe getting turbulent out there. I mean, it is incredibly warm outside, so maybe it's to try and, like, cool us down. Yeah, we do kind of need it. Yeah. We also have a massive fan here. Yeah, which is amazing. Which is amazing, but it is very windy. Yeah. So maybe that is creating some cloud vibes just on the caster desk. Maybe that's why I'm feeling it. That's all right. You have DCG now moving over. Kanna and Yike are very strong at this point in time, though. So maybe not something that they want to look for. Although Funk down here as well. They do spot them out. Chelsea is here as well. Some stun value onto the Wukong. Pulls him back with the Bone Skewer, but Warrior Trickster is going to be there. There's a run forward from Hong So as Yike gets on top of this Jin. They take him out with the double Cyclones, and Kalist is going to get over.
I Kalist je mrtav. I Pike je dobio rez, dobit ćeš jedan. Ovo je huge za DCG u stvari. Ovo je huge za DCG. 1700 lit, mislim, s ovim draftom mi moraju realno gledano. Nije kod imaju nešto preterano izbora nego da uvate lit sa ovakvim pikovima.
There are no sums on Yahoo, but still he is going to be kept alive by Busio. The wild growth on himself as Pop9 able to get out of the way, but they're not able to kill Yahoo yet again. No, but Early able to get something back, but still KC kind of scrambling to save that play in the mid lane as DCG saw their opportunity and they well took it. Hang on. Is it on our hands yet? I'm seeing like there are remnants. There are at least
So my hands could have a clock on them, or we could be getting to game. Let's have a look at the replay.
See, because Shousey plays this really well. So obviously gets the hook on T-Ike and then sets up here as they go for the play. But basically KC are waiting for Kalis to come through, but he flashes in. Keep your eyes on Shousey's hook.
Pa, mislim, u suštini, T1 je stompovo 3-0, mislim da to svakako očekivao svako. I sad KC vodi 2-0, drugi game je baš bio stomp. I sad treći game se možda vrati ovaj, ali DCG ne verujem. I da se vrate ovaj game, mislim samo gube seriju svejedno.
You know, you have to, you win some, you lose some.
Yeah, you do. You really have to. They are all about balance.
Yeah.
Here in DCG. Yeah, that's the cross part of it.
Yeah.
You need to cross over to the negatives sometimes. As Fung just going to clear out the wave, and we are going to have a look at a replay as to why Pop9 did die, and it was not allowed to steal Raptors.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate because like. They were on recess, so you knew they had to be coming back out.
Yeah.
So yeah, bit sad.
Yeah, it's being a surprised Pikachu face when the Talia is from
in mid lane.
In mid lane.
Yeah, and the jungle is in jungle. Yeah.
Well, stun comes through here from Shouse. He gets himself out of the way. Needs some of that gray bar to get healthy once again. Now that
si peđa jutro. I boga mi već 5 sati ovde. Od petice smo tu, doduše gledali smo stomp T1-a, tako da nije bilo nešto ono, bilo je lagano za gledanje. Znaš kad igra T1, da ti bude onako opušteno uz kaficu. Ovaj game, prvi game je bio teži za gledanje, dosta. A drugi game je bio stomp. I ovaj game isto ima dosta akcije. Samo je prvi game bio malo napet. Bio je spor dosta. Mislim da spori gameovi tipa 8 ujutro ne idu dobro zajedno. Ovo je cancelovo, ja mislim s ovim. Prosirao mu je flash, fine.
Nice work from the observers to toggle that vision in such a confusing way for mainly me. But it did look very cinematic and cool.
It did, yeah. Hide the truth so you never know what's happening.
Yeah, I was like, he disappeared. I think that might mean he flashed.
Still, like, I think for KC it was like, hey, hope we can make some sort of play after this, but DCG do get away. And are still in a very strong position. I mean, 2 dragons already. They got the Void Grubs. Shousey being able to now get onto the map as well, significantly more threatening, especially compared to Busio. Like, Busio can't really match a lot of these plays for Shousey because he can be just the focus then of a lot of these plays. And you've delayed, like, the spike for Kalista on one item too.
Oh, Bone Skewer not going to quite land here from Shousey. He thought it was going to hit. Honestly, I did too. It doesn't come on down. It's kind of with the Black Cleaver, feeling very happy, but also only 6 stacks left on his cull, so he's going to be very, very strong.
DCG going top here, though. I think they want to look for a play towards Kana.
And because of that, Shousey is in the bottom side of the map.
Yep. There it is.
Per usual is okay. Kana realizing that
ali imaju damage-a gubi, imaju. Imaju, okej. Boga mi...
That is a huge overload towards top side, and that's kind of cute because there is a rise.
Well played.
Thank you.
Jako sporo, jako sporo.
Look for this tower. Shousey and Fung trying to reposition to match, but interrupted. So KC should at least get some alone time for Kalista here.
Yep, Hex Gates are here as well to help with this rotation over, but you were talking about those plates. The majority of them have gone down towards this bottom side. There is the second last one. Kalista just very, very happy with the alone time, despite being still a little bit behind in gold. But Hongso just going to push this wave towards the top outer, and Florin just trying to remain as happy as possible playing the Scion.
I think he is though. Sure, the early game looked a little rough, but you know, 500 gold is not really there. He got the kill, yeah. Like he's working up towards some nice items. This would not be great for him.
Yeah.
Scion je fine.
Going to get him out of there though, so he's all right.
Ovi opet idu ka Renekton iz nekog razloga, iako mislim da baš nije najbolja meta za fokus.
Yeah, they're going to wait for that back, and then Yahoo. Oh dear, Busio is able to cancel, and they throw Shousey under the turret, so he's very dead. And now Florin also might be going down. They did wait for the reset. That was a cute maneuver. But they just
Ima red buff, Talija.
in a lot of trouble. Has to flash the seismic shove. They're looking for even more.
in trouble as well.
Now, yeah, top side of the map. Yike at full
DCG baš ne bi da igraju igricu, a?
who wants to get himself out of the way. The rip
Šta
barrel
rade
just
oni?
won, but there's a cyclone to wipe out
Pro,
the
vi na te
Kiana.
game, ljudi, chill.
And now Yike is just
Oni će izgubiti ladno i ovaj game, što je najcrnije.
Basically a perfect timing to catch Pop 9. Two mistakes where he's been caught out in positions he really shouldn't have been, and now KC will get that Rift Herald. Shousey here, but no support for him.
Well, two Drakes, you know, DCG, they still have a gold lead. There's still positives to look at, but that is a few mistakes in a row here for our red side team, looking to try and get themselves back in the series. And Canner is just going from, I mean, he did die towards that top side, but he's still 1,000 gold in the lead. This Renegade is still very strong, as he has even farm with his two other carries. That was very, very cool there. We had 141 CS for everyone on KC's side, so a lot of coordination. As Pop 9 just going to be taking some hex gates around, looking to see whether he can take Yehu down. Yehu, like, must have said something in all chat towards the end of the last game, because they have been beelining for him this whole game long.
Yeah, I think it makes it, because you expect Busio to be near Kalist, right? Like, that's kind of the synergy, so you're like, oh, Yehu must be alone. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out for them, because Busio actually apparently loves Yehu this game.
Yeah, and yeah, Yehu hasn't died so far this game, so it's not really working. Teleports come in from the Scion, though, and Deadly Flourish is going to be
Okej. Možda Kjahua. On je wifovo Q na metu koja je bila knock-upovana. Dobro, mislim, prediktovać se mrda leva, I guess. Šta će on udari u kulu, ne? Health ima kulu, da, uzme kulu i onda opet uđe u Shelly i vozi nazad. Sam vozi nazad, šta? Brgo. Ono će se bije. Dobar, dobar. Okej, Feng ne sme maši to. Ovi ako uzmu dve kule od Shelly izgube Drakea, fajn im je trade, iskreno. Što je najjače i Pike je mrtav, sad oni gube fight opet.
And KC just win and then win and then win again in about 3 team fights in one. And the weird Shelly interlude.
I don't know what just happened. That was so bizarre.
Yeah, the pacing of that episode was very weird.
Like, the play on bot into the tower take, and I was just
DCG je samo previše slab, iskreno. Razmišljam o tome da li kako mogu se vratiti, ali problem je što s ovim pikovima ti nemaš prostora za grešku. Kad kažem s ovim pikovima, mislim na Kianu i mislim na Pajka. Ta dva pika su samo previše... premalo praštaju. Kao okej, dok ti njih igraš dobro, dok snowballaš game, sve je super, ali jednom kada padneš behind s tim pikovima, jako je teško da ostaneš relevantan.
Let's have a look at it again. Take me through it.
Yeah, because, I mean, nice job from Florin here to connect onto Yehu, but Yehu also plays this really well, because this pop forward into the flash away after he gets the knock-up keeps him alive for a very long time. At this stage, though, I'm seeing Kana in base, and now I'm alive, and Hongso's dead.
Hongso is once again dead. Replays are really difficult in this particular game. I feel like as soon as we come out of them, someone on DCG is dying. This time, it's Hongso drew the short straw. Does have his 2 items completed on the Rise, still looking for the max stacks on the Rod of Ages, and does have a decent gold lead. But that's about the end of the good news. If you have a look at the top side of the map, this Wukong, like the animals, you know, the monkey crocodile combo.
The old McDonald's farm,
yeah, the menagerie. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's because it's also the fact that Kalista's now ticked over to 2 items like Infinity Edge.
What kind of farm do you have that has monkeys and crocodiles in it?
Ne, mislim, imali su dobru ideju, iskreno. I čak pik mi, ja sam rekao će igrati Blitz, ali Pike je fajn. Ali kao, jako clean moraju da igraju ako hoće da im se ovo isplati. Pa da opet izgubili su, već gube seriju 2-0, tako da realno gledano kao šta im je drugo ostalo. Kao igraš classic game, izgubit ćeš, tako da moraju da flipaju sve jedno.
Looking to try and defend under this inner turret. Could be difficult with the amount of people down here, but they are going to forego going for any siege on the inner turret. Still 2,000 gold lead, but Florin will be able to close that gap just a little with a take of this top lane outer turret. And some more money going over to the Scion.
Yeah, I think the big focus for me is like Kalist getting towards that Infinity Edge makes him a significant threat in these fights. And you're so accelerated here as Yike. He's very close to his GA. So suddenly you can play these fights like hyper aggressive, have Yike play that engage tool alongside Busio being able to offer the wall growth. And I think this is where those fights can get very difficult for DCG.
Well, Busio's taking a bit of damage here from Florin, who's looking for a knock-up onto Kalist, who just walks away to the side. With Baron now spawned, though, this could be a scary time to go for any plays. There is a lot of DPS on KC's side. They do have the ability to go for an early Baron if given the opportunity. So losing a team fight now could be a little bit more devastating.
Mislim da DCG i dalje može da vine ovaj game, samo što im je 70 puta teže sad. Sviđa mi se Kanin build, čak sam mislio će možda i na Sterak otići kao drugi. O, možda Lulu? Ja sam mislio komitovati ovdje full na Lulu. Sa Kijana možda nije bilo u poziciji. Ti pogledaj, Yahoo je top, Renekton je bot, a DCG ima 5 ljudi na midu i nisu ništa uradili.
But as you say, you're still losing elsewhere. Yahoo managing to take that play on the top side. You're still getting pushed for Kana in the bottom lane. And DCG are basically trying the same thing that worked a little bit in game one of overload mid, hope you can catch people out, but they're just not finding that success here.
Can't quite get the angles. A couple of items have been built up here by Pop9. They are cheaper ones, but still feeling better and better on this Kiana. But 3,000 gold lead, 5-1 and 2 on the Wukong.
But it's also what you said earlier. It's at this stage you're just getting outpaced. The Pike isn't really going to have as much success now coming into this compared to Lulu. Pop9 hasn't really had any input thus far.
I have not seen the supreme displays of talent do much more than killing Kana.
Yeah, and it's all gone a bit of a awry for them. Still, seeing again if they can try and collapse in this mid lane.
Well, Chelsea gonna have to get out of this one as Kalist just pops over the wall. They're looking to just try and wipe him out. Not quite able to kill him off there, but really good restraint there from Kalist not to go too far forward and run into a Kiana.
I was a bit nervous even if an auto attack onto the Kiana would have killed him, but Kalist at the end of the ult still was looking for that W. Not going to follow it. I think it's just wait 30 seconds now until Dragon, and if KC can hold on again there.
Yep, keep stacking. The quad stack Hextech Soul. That sounds pretty petrifying. As Yike is spotted on this control watch, Chelsea. Put a line up a bone skewer, but I just don't think Yike really cares, as he's just going in. See champion, kill champion. Supreme display of talent is decent there for a couple.
Flash out, Sion ult, Vift. Flash out, joj, bože mi neko ko ne zna igri. Šta radi, mislim, jel komituju ili ne komituju? Jako random igraju. O, samo si im dao free Drake-a.
And then the Drake just goes to KC for free.
Yeah, very much needed, because that, as you say, could have been more than just the Drake going over. But that was a weird fight from DCG. Like, Ultimate's kind of being popped hyper defensively, and it just meant that KC got to run them over.
Yeah, they were just trying to get out more than actually trying to fight, going for these opportunistic plays that we did see a lot more of in game number one in the early to mid game, being very few and far between now. Chelsea is at least still doing his thing, getting around the map, trying to clear out vision as best he can.
It's just I saw Florin ult into Yahoo's Weaver's Wall and didn't really know what happened.
Yeah. Anyway, DCG, the defense continues. They are getting a lot of vision around this Baron, making sure that KC cannot take that one for free. We know top side of the map is the massive.
Tivan je stompovo 3-0, da. Mislim, pa dobro, da, skoro sva 3 gema. Treći game je Tivan izgledao ok, ali kad kažemo ok, mislim, kao što je ovaj game DCG izgledao ok. Nešto malo su imali trunku, ali Tivan ubedljiv. Mislim, Tivan je baš ubedljiv. Inače, za vas koji se tek sad uključujete, koji ne znate koncept MSI-a, prva 3 dana će biti play-in faza. U play-in fazi igraju 4 ekipe, samo jedna od 4 ekipe ide dalje. Tako da, između KC-a, DCG-a, Tivana i Team Liquida. Samo jedna od te 4 ekipe može ući u glavni event MSI-a. Što kažem, verovatno će biti ekipa Tivana, ali da. Ko zna, ko zna.
They're just waiting for those side lanes to push back out, and then when DCG have to respond, that's when they go for it.
Oh, Chelsea is, yeah, just going to engage for Yike. Gets the first Cyclone down. There goes the Pike as Yehu gets into the backline, flashes away immediately. Realm Warp, they're trying to take it, but the stun and Hongso says absolutely not. And now Florin just going to have to try and walk his way out. It's not going to work. He's put into the blender and absolutely slaughtered. KC just wiped the floor with them.
Ne igre više.
KC playing so patient and just catching DCG as they try and make that play mid. All members alive, all going to be purple in just a moment, and it may just be that 3-0 for KC here.
It's looking like it as we move to about a 5,000 gold lead. But then we'll have the Rebel Baron power play, and that will only be extended. This is the exact way you want to take a Baron, by the way. We see a lot where the Baron gets started, but then you've got the fight. Win the fight, take the Baron means that you can get that massive snowball from the extra gold and the extra pushing power. But look at this. Yike gets bone skewered and says, thanks.
Jako je teško. Da, ne mogu. Kiana Pike je samo... Kiana Pike je samo, kažem, kombo koji ne radi osim ako nisi hard snowballovo.
And then it just ends up as a team fight, and DCG just do not have control for that right now.
Yeah, not a chance there, and you can see DCG just not exactly feeling happy about it. Reapid, I don't think has looked more relaxed in his life. And by that I mean he just kind of always looks a bit relaxed, so never mind. But he still looks very relaxed.
I am hoping though that this is just kind of a bit of a day one jitters for Reload DCG, because honestly they like domestically are incredibly impressive. And like their story, you know, moving up this year is sick. Maybe?
Well, possible angle towards Canna here. 1 versus 5 is not going to be something that he's going to survive, but the Supreme Display of Talent I don't think was necessary. They do take a Baron off the Rift, but they are going to lose an inner turret here towards his bottom side. We'll have to check in on that Rebel Baron power play as this goes on, because we'll have to see whether that was worth it or not. As they do take the inner turret, and that is going to push that one over the 800 that they'd already collected from killing the buff.
Still though, I do think it's worth in respect of those outer towers were probably going to go down in this push anyway, right? Like, KC are already so far ahead, but at least you slow now where, okay, we have to invest extra resources to get the mid lane tower, which means they probably don't get the top. So it's kind of like shortening how much KC can extend that gold lead, even if it's not so much of a, hey, they're going to end up with a nice gold lead.
Well, 10 seconds until Canna is back again. He's got teleport at the ready, and so they can get back onto the front foot pretty quickly as Hongso... Oh dear.
Mrtav. Dobra noka, pa mislim svejedno. Mislim, okej mu je damage, nije loš. Pola health iz EQ-a na taliji. Ruku na srce, Kehu ima jako ham build. Da, Tivan sigurno, da, između najboljih. Svi koji čekaju tamo koji su već na glavnom eventu su već najbolje ekipe, jeli? Prvi sidovi svojih regija. Čak i Tivan nije prvi bio u Koreji. Tivan je bio drugi, a Hanva je bila prva. Tako da gledat ćemo iz FC Gumajušija i gledat ćemo i TES i BLG, dvije ekipe iz Kine koje već čekaju tamo. G2 također igra za Evropu, tako da bit će cool.
Should be a Drake if they would like to take it. As we do see some pings coming out, but they're back out onto the rift so quickly. That's what this rift does, right? You can just go for resets kind of whenever you want.
Yeah, and it felt like basically DCG were like, right, we're going to kind of give up that pressure in top lane, set up a bunch of vision around the dragon, which you can't see is there, and then look for a play around that vision. But with Hongso then getting caught out and dying, that kind of forgoes all plans, because now you're just a man down and everyone has to retreat, so you can't play off the vision. So you can kind of see that like DCG have ideas of what they want to do, just unfortunately not expecting KC to be as aggressive as they have been.
Yeah, Yike has a more of Malmortius. I didn't see any components.
He did have a Hex Drinker for like 30 seconds, and then he killed people and then he went back and bought the full thing.
I apologize for not looking at the items for that 30 seconds.
He has a lot of them, so I don't blame you. Yeah.
As Yike tanking a bit of damage here, and he's very happy to do so. So Wukong really has been the main character of this game, and Yike honestly feels like the main character of this series so far. His Vi absolutely extraordinary as well. And KC able to play off the back of it very nicely. 7.3k going to be the advantage as they are looking to set up this 3-0 extremely comfortably, and therefore a date with T1 tomorrow. Kalist will get hit by that bone skewer, sidesteps the deadly flourish though, and not too much going to come of it as in goes Pop 9. Looks for the angle.
Koliko mu je neigrivo. On je mrtav tu. Njih je Hu samo topi. Ode i Rise, bez da je uradio damage. Pike beyond useless. Triple za Taliju. Jedan malo gemu da ću reći Talija je okej. A realno pogledaš build Talije, a šije build. Čovek je otišao na full AP, ima, mislim, ajde Blackfire nije burst item, ali ima Shadow Flame, ima Protobelt, level 18, Wukong, level 11, Pike, ne igrivo mu je. Pitanje je samo da li mogu završe ovdje. Ako završe ovo će biti 3-0-3-0 MSI, to je dosta insane. A ćemo da vidimo. Sad ćemo da vidimo da li, možda ne završavaju ovdje. Možda ne završavaju. A možda i završavaju. Dobro i, okej, završavaju. Rise. Nema ga, aha, joj, Pike. Ne ovako. A što je način, Rise radi giga dobar damage, samo on neće završiti. On neće završiti. Oni nisu završili game. Da li je bitno? Šta mislite, da li je bitno? Ja mislim da nije. 8k golda su down. Ja mislim da Casey samo, što kaže Caster, resetuju, idu na Barona i endaju game, ne? Ajoj, Fang. Dobro, Shadow na Taliji nije loše, I guess.
They managed to take down the Talia at least. So a 1-for-1 as a result. Does that mean that DCG now have an angle towards the Baron? That is the question. They think yes. I think Canner is really scary.
I mean, Busio stopped his recall. They want to try and do something here.
Their Baron damage isn't exactly the fastest. We'll see what they can get done here. As Canner, with double buffs, is going to just build up some rage here. Has some honey fruit there as well. There's the red bar. He is very scary, but this Baron is going down, and that is going to be secured by Pop 9. So a Baron against the flow of play. First one to go over to DCG so far this game, and they are back into it. This gold lead has really been cut in half.
It's just they've so little control on the map, like Super's top and mid lane. So even with the Baron buff, I don't know if they can do particularly much.
There is a ward there as well.
Pa mislim više gotivamo KC, kao većina. KC ti je ekipa iz Evrope, a DCG ti je ekipa iz Pacifika. Tako da u ovom gameu navijamo, i u ovoj seriji navijamo za evropsku ekipu. Ja lično najviše navijam za T1, jer sam kao fan T1-a, ovaj game. Ali pored toga navijamo i za G2, navijamo i za KC.
Does a lot of damage at this stage of the game, and in goes Yike one more time, Florin with a big shield, trying to stay alive, trying to be that front line, but he's taken out, now into zombie form as he's trying to stay relevant, but it doesn't work. Fung also, just not a whole lot that Jin can do at this stage of the game either, as the wallet's looking extremely heavy. The supreme display of talent is effectively in this moment.
No, Casey je evropski drugi si. Pišti gore ispod Casey-a, piše Let's broj 2. League of Legends European Championship, broj 2, drugi seed. Dobro, mislim, 3-0-3-0, današnji dan relativno brz, nećemo se lagati, što sigurno ne možemo da se žalimo. Sutra ćemo imati 2 meča. Jedan meč će biti KC T1 i to će biti baš zabavno, drugi meč će biti Team Liquid protiv DCG-a. Proverit ću samo, da, naravno, u 5 ujutru će biti KC T1. Ok, Riote, zašto trolujete? Nemam pojma, ali u 5 ujutru gledamo KC T1, a u 10 gledamo DCG Team Liquid. Moram da priznam da je jako čudno što to nisu obrnuli, ali bilo kako bilo, to nam je razvoj sutrašnjeg dana, tako da to je bilo to što se programa tiče. Ostavit ću trunku analitičare. A mi se družimo sutra od 5 na streamu. Večeras Patron Movie Night. Vidimo se kasnije.
With that great play. What a dominant series.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for me, there was one player that was absolutely standing out, and it is your Oppo player of the series. It is Yike. Yike was just dominating Pop 9. Brother was spawning in with a 5K gold lead every game.
Yes. He was just outright outpathing Pop 9 throughout this series. If there was a decision in which Pop 9 was on vision, you're getting your whole top side cleared out. And a lot of these skirmishes, I felt like he was completely focused in the first series of this international event.
And you know, it's been a long time since we've had a meta where you see a jungler consistently getting like 3-level leads. That was happening this series.
Yeah.
It felt like every game
and
is
it's still
3
not
levels
this
up.
meta, but it was this